Hello once again and welcome to the 2023 Irish Poker Open presented by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It's the final day of this record-breaking Irish Open main event from the RDS in Dublin. The ambition was to come back with the final 8 and play down to a champion. But after yesterday's epic 15-hour session, we ended with 2 tables. We played 2 full levels without losing a player, so we come back with 16. I am James Hartigan, alongside me are 2017 Irish Open champion Griffin Bencher.
Yes, and 2017 finalist.
I can't believe this is how the broadcast has started. I've just got here.
I requested
bangers firing shots already.
I was going to set it up, Vincent, that obviously you are the poster boy of this year's Irish Open. You are also a genuine local, not just Irish, not just a Dublin resident, but you literally walked here today inside of 15 minutes.
I will admit that it was raining outside and I drove over. But every other day I went, what's going on? This is a massive final table, eh?
It will be when we get there, and with huge amounts of money to play for, and I'm guessing that's why things slowed down last night. We are looking at huge pay jumps now as we get closer towards the final few spots. And Griffin, I know you were watching some of the coverage late last night. We got to a point where there's now a 22 big blind average because nothing really happened during that last session of play.
Yeah, and rightfully, I think we saw a little bit of frustration from a couple of the players. And, you know, listen, this is a little bit bigger of a turnout than maybe we were expecting, and we're trying to make this work here. We got a bit of a later start today so that the players could rest. But, yeah, 16 players, it should be a long one today. But I think the eliminations will be fast and furious in the early going here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're now looking at the chip counts of the top 8, Vincent. I don't know whether you clocked 9 through 16, but there are 7 players with sub-20 big blind stacks.
It's what we see a lot of the time in tournaments. Obviously, it might be a little bit more extreme here, but there is periods of the tournament where stacks are going to get shorter. People are going to be playing, maybe scared isn't fair, but just very patient, waiting for a spot. But eventually, people will start to tumble, and the stacks will get obviously a lot larger.
We see it in every single tournament we cover. We go through periods of time where nothing happens, and then all of a sudden, crash, bang, wallop. Next thing you know, there's someone standing there with a trophy in their hands.
Shocking developments. Benny Glaser front and centre in another big tournament. Man is on fire.
Yes, Benny Glaser having won the high roller at the start of the Irish Open. The 5K is now in the final 16 in the 1K main. Joined at the feature table by plenty of locals, including Seamus Cahill and Tom Murphy, and the chip leader, Eugeniu Barbaros from Moldova. Another player I want to highlight at this table in the 3 seat is Vincent Sanchez, who I discovered this morning is the brother of Laurie Sanchez, the former Northern Ireland football manager.
That is quite the connection, and I love it.
Now, you know me, Vincent. It's not a sport I know a lot about.
I know.
But 14 years ago, when I was still working for Sky Poker, we used to do a Thursday night show which was on Sky Sports, and there would always be a sports star, a former sports star, in the studio, and Laurie Sanchez was a guest, so I recognised him when he came over to say hello today.
There's a nice card on that river, huh?
Yeah.
There's Murphy with the Diddy Kong Racing chip cover.
All in.
And start as you mean to go on, 11 big blinds, Seamus Cahill all in. I still haven't adjusted, Vincent, to the fact that the triangle of death in this event is green.
I dealt my community home game final table, and I'm not colour blind, but I struggled to distinguish colours that are close together. The table was green, the all-in triangle was green, the cards were green, and there was green chips. I was having a nightmare.
Well, it is Vincent Sanchez who has the decision of the small blind with 3s. Lets it go. And Benny has king-queen in the big blind.
I would fully expect Benny to make the call here. Now, I am saying that as a completely readless man who has not played with Cahill at all, so...
Yeah, I think this needs to be a call as well. You know, you're dominating all those king-jack and king-10s that'll shove here at the cutoff.
Also, Benny does not lose all-ins. That is a very important factor here.
Yeah. There's just you're dominating too much. Oftentimes, you are going to be up against some ace X-type hands, but very rarely dominated. A lot of chances to win. Big spot here for both Benny Glaser Glauser. Got it. Sorry. First level of the day
Heaven's
here.
sake.
We'll just call him Benny Boy. And we'll
Benny
get
Boy
trouble.
it is, and here is the flop for Benny Boy. And
Okay, well, he's flopped a king, but there are 2 clubs out there.
Shocking developments as Benny goes into the front in an all-in situation.
but only 58%, even with
Exactly.
that Queen of Clubs blocker.
Okay, improves to a better 2-pair. It was pretty much a post-flop flip, and now Cahill's going to need
Well, Ace is still live with those 2 9s out there, too.
ace or a club, but it's the 7 of diamonds, and we do lose Seamus Cahill, first man out on the final day, 16th place finisher. Good showing, cashing out for 15,000 euros.
I do consider
15,050 actually.
Benny a friend, so I'm allowed to slag him about running good. He's not someone that I have met, if anyone thinks I'm being mean at home. But he has won all of the tournaments in the last 12 months.
And Benny up to 6.8 million now.
Took fucking 2 levels last night tonight. You don't believe it?
Hold on, first hand.
2 hours last night,
Yeah,
nothing.
2 hours, yeah. It's kind of
Stephen
crazy.
Watts, represented by the Union Jack. You never would have guessed. Tobias Leknes doing the line as he did yesterday. We were all wrong, by the way, in our predictions. We said we wouldn't get to the final table. I think Tobias set the line at 12.5. I took the under at 11, and we finished the day on 16. No one had that many players coming back for the final day. Tobias thinks we'll be done 45 minutes into level 39, which is an excellent line. Levels 39-40, that's where I would expect this to finish. 8-hour-long levels of play, probably, Vincent, to get down to a winner.
Do you remember when we final tabled the Irish Open, which you won, Griffin? Do you remember that?
I do, yeah, no, yeah.
We had a very late night as well. We went on to like 6 a.m. and then had to come back for 1 p.m. for the final table.
No way.
We did, and I wasn't staying in the hotel and had to get the taxi home. It was a bank holiday Sunday, couldn't get one.
You must be exaggerating a bit. There's no way they stopped us at 6 a.m. and then a 1 p.m. final
It was meant to be
table?
12. They gave us an hour.
No way.
I'm telling you.
Oh
I was
my
sleep
gosh.
deprived. I'm telling you. The only reason I didn't beat you was because I had not slept well, Griffin.
You know
and
what?
That is a fact.
That better explains maybe why none of my friends showed up for the final table, because they were probably up all night that night, railing and, you know. Also, my friends clearly don't care about me.
Do you see Benny picking up a monster hand here in the small blind?
5.1.
Looks like it's going to be Benny Glaser's world, and everyone else is living in it. I did ask you that the other day, Griffin. I said that this event has a tendency to go very late on the penultimate day to get down to the final table, and you had no recollection whatsoever. So I'm glad someone...
When you win, he's just
When you're in
riding
the
on the
zone-
adrenaline. He doesn't remember it. All I remember is getting 7th and having had 4 hours sleep, being furious.
All in.
Raise all in.
So Sanchez raised the button with ace-5 off. Benny has shoved on him from the small blind. Watts out of the way.
Oh, man. Here I am, all no gamble, no future. I got Benny Glaser putting me all in. And I folded a lot yesterday, overfolded.
I don't know if he did. He made that really on-the-line call with ace-10 suited. It was a pretty badass call to try to bust Benny. Little dog and pony show here from your man Sanchez.
I like badass calls.
Yeah, but this is just posturing. This is setting up for, listen, I'm not going to be pushed around, what have you.
I don't know. There's been a lot of talk about ace-5 over the last 2 years. Maybe just getting caught up in it.
No.
I can confirm ace-5 overrated.
The graphics you have, by the way, on the Sunday
Do you
Million
think we
stream for
should
the
have farmed
ace-5
as a
are
good
utterly
team?
incredible. The artisanal sourdough.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's a very fake smile.
Griffin, I don't play a lot of live poker. When you did, would you ever take your time in moments like this to try and get a read on how comfortable someone looks? You're never thinking of calling, but just to see what they react like, and then you can find out what their hand is. 30 minutes
Probably,
later.
I mean, you probably should, but I never really do. That's actually one of the few tips that chance Cornuth gave me when I spoke to him and I asked him for a little advice once.
Better
Where you know you're ahead and fold.
Better spots. Better spots.
Make the people sweat, see how they react.
Yeah, that's one of the
All
things.
talk, buddy.
I'd be in your boat. I just act quickly. If I'm
check
folding,
the
it's
camera.
going
Yeah,
in the bin.
Let's
Let's
get the
camera.
show on the road here.
Okay, put money on it.
All right, I can tell you what. Yeah,
7-5 returns.
1,000 euros.
€1,000. No, I'm more of a £50 entry player.
I don't know, I thought that last
Okay,
night.
100 euros.
Did you see that? Oh my
I always find it weird when people try
No,
to
yeah,
place
you think
bets
I'm
on the
not wrong.
hand that their opponent
Big
had.
swinging stuff here from Benny a little bit.
The fake smile. Smile says you weren't happy.
So
reads.
one elimination so
First
far.
box.
Table of 7, table of
All
8,
talk, you nonsense,
15
your reads,
remaining.
Yeah, I know. Read's a very small part of the game. It's a minuscule part of the game. It is part of the game.
It's a minuscule part of the game, knowing when you're ahead or behind.
Yeah, you can't go. You can't go off read. It's like a 50-50. It's close. And
You seem to be very confident the way you're speaking.
I think I was. I was confident in what I saw. Doesn't mean I'm right though.
You're not right.
Okay, Benny. Peel it back a little bit, buddy. Give him a break. It's like so contentious.
Takes a hand off, so we've got a blind v blind situation. Watts with 7 deuce offsuit in the small. David Doherty in the big.
Yeah, 14 bigs.
Can't even do it to you, mate. No.
Shall we? Split
Oh,
again?
heartbreaking.
Probably got
Don't look.
Yeah. What you got? That's what I'm saying.
Don't do it, Doc.
You just
Stick
saw
you one in and get you out with the 7 deuce.
You could tell I had it, right? You knew it.
Just ain't gonna mock you out with no shit 7 deuce.
I don't know why I said don't look. I always look. I've never not looked at my cards. Not one time.
Slide Doggy asks, is Andy Black still in? Yes, Andy is at the other table. Still 2 tables remaining. Still
always
15
look.
players remaining.
You're superstitious like that, huh? Just you don't want the negative reroll.
I always look. I
you always
I
look.
look within a millisecond of getting my cards.
Oh, okay,
I've never
okay.
even waited for a moment.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
looking at one as they come. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
care what reads I give away. I'm playing live poker and getting one hand every 5 minutes. I'm looking immediately.
Yeah, you're excited to get it.
Yeah. I've never once folded a hand without looking at my life.
It's true because the story of your hand in that hand starts once you get your cards. And you want that to last. When it's a nice hand, you want it to last as long as possible.
If I get aces,
And
I
when
want to experience that for at
and
least
when
3
it's
minutes.
trash, you want to end the story right away. Like, let's go to the next story. That's nice. I like that.
So Chip Leader has picked up Ace King suited under the gun. Raises to 425,000. Folded around to the button. Steve Watts out of the way. David Doherty in the small blind has ace 3 off, and as we know, has around 15 bigs. Lets this go. Tom Murphy managed to find the double up very late last night.
But still only on 12 big blinds. Got to been that.
Yeah, it's the kind of hand that maybe earlier in the tournament, suited, short stacked, you probably peel mostly, but getting closer to the final table, it becomes less attractive.
Yeah, especially against that under the gun open.
Some love for Fenton from Twitch. Watnaldo 1985 says, good afternoon, Easy with Aces. You are a legend, bro, and an absolute gentleman. Good luck to all players.
Thanks, Mom.
It's actually my dad's account.
Yeah, Dad. Okay, yeah.
The Paddy Power and the PokerStars on the table, it just looks right. I love it. I have no idea how often they're going to be doing this, but I hope it's forever and ever. It's so cool to have a tournament so big in Dublin.
Yeah.
Declan Rice opening under the gun. Ace 8 of diamonds.
Has there been jokes about how he's in a relegation battle for West Ham as well, or is that wrong crowd? Wrong crowd. Okay,
Yeah,
wrong
yeah.
crowd. Wrong crowd. Wrong crowd. Wrong crowd. This is what it's like when you mention
Total
movies to me, by the way.
Okay.
And the open limp from Rice under the gun. A hand
Oh, he
wants
limped.
to C3 with. Maybe doesn't feel too comfortable raising with. And Benny just going to over limp.
Okay.
Doesn't want to get
Well-
limp. Well, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Watt's really reading it there on his
He
face.
definitely just looked at his cards for the first time, by the way.
Ooh, that's a big hand.
And Stephen Watts declares all in after we get the Gibbons from Rice and the call from Benny Glaser.
unfortunately for Watts, you would imagine that this goes full pretty quickly.
Yes.
There is quite a lot of money in the pot, but King Jack's not going to be it.
What moved?
What you say?
Seems like you both saved 400k then.
Yeah.
I would not have. I would not have called for one. Cost me 200. King Jack.
So yeah, we have Rice and Murphy 12 bigs apiece, Doherty 15 bigs, Watts 20 bigs, Sanchez 23 bigs. Very shallow.
Let's get some Irish double ups, right?
Is that new mystery batter?
It would be cool.
Yeah.
For the
Two
final
Irish
table
players
to feature quite
at
a
the
few
bottom
Irish.
here. I don't like it.
Have you got a chance? It sounds like you've been doing some very long days. I know you played some poker. Have you had a chance to explore Dublin at all?
I mean, I've been to Dublin many times,
Okay.
and I was here in 2019 and did a lot of sightseeing stuff. Did the Emigration Museum,
It's
which
really
is
tough to
brilliant,
get those
by the way. I
boxes
think it's
not
probably the
square.
best tourist attraction that Dublin has to offer.
Yeah.
Did Trinity College, did Dublin
OCD just
Castle.
coming out now.
So yeah, I kind of know the city reasonably well. So yeah, this trip has been very much about working, playing, and working.
Doherty 15 big blinds, ace 3 suited. The chart says shove. What does ICM say? For Dave here.
So the next money jump. Oh, we
2 million?
reached the money jump when we lost
2 million?
Carhill. So everyone's now locked up 18k. There won't be another jump until we get to 13.
Interesting to go for the 2 million because when you put so many chips in,
Yeah.
final 2 tables, I don't think it makes any difference, right? He's
Oh,
not
yeah,
going to be
sure.
able to fold. So.
Right.
Yeah.
It's been a long week.
It has. I'm still tired from last night.
And doesn't look like any action here. So more importantly, Vincent, what have you been doing since your main event run came to an end?
So I had the community game, then we had the main event. I'm not a big drinker. I honestly don't drink very often. I'm a terrible drinker. Can't handle it. But I promised, given that it'd been a long time since that Irish Open, that I'd have a few pints of Guinness. And I had a few pints 2 nights ago, and I'm still hungover. I can't handle it. So I'd like to announce my official retirement. No one will ever see me with a pint in my hand at a live stop.
The authorities have just showed up to revoke Vincent's Irish passport.
I know. My stream would tease me all the time. If I have 2 drinks and I'd be on the stream the next day, I'm in a bad way. But I had some fun.
Back to Malta with you.
Yes. But it was Easter yesterday, and apparently I didn't know this. But now that I have a kid, apparently Easter's something that you got to spend with your family. I didn't know this. We've never done it before. And my mum, my father-in-law, mother-in-law, my dad, everyone wanted to see the kid. And I was like, why? It's
just a day.
Yeah, but it was very funny watching her eat chocolate, I will say that. Watching a 10-month-old child absolutely mash chocolate. When I was like, she won't be getting chocolate, and all the grandparents brought it, and it was very funny to watch.
What happened to your much hyped, over-promised Easter egg hunt, Griffin?
All in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I forgot where I put them. So
We are going to be seeing a call.
Rice shoves small to big with King 6, gets called by Vincent Sanchez with Ace Queen.
Standard here. 4-10 big blinds, blind on blind.
Like,
Pretty fair fight. Nearly 40% for Rice.
I feel like King 6-7 is pretty overpowered in this spot.
And like Rice versus Couscous, one of these has a mathematical advantage.
Oh, just
Did I
stop.
do it right?
Just stop.
I only did it because Joe just sat down.
Well, we have got a King high flop.
Good start for Rice.
He does now have the advantage.
Never just clean, is it?
Looking for a clean river to get that double up.
10 no ace. Don't do it to him.
It's a 4. So Rice now playing 4.4 million and Vincent Sanchez down to 2.3 million. So Sanchez now finds himself with 11 bigs. Sanchez very much in the danger zone.
I think it's 3 even.
Am I allowed to celebrate loudly every time the Irish beat the Brits? Or is that
Oh,
going to cause
definitely.
trouble?
Yeah, no. I mean, I already suggested we should be just before this, so.
Oh, that live pot as well. Never did I think I'd be on the final 2 tables and there'd be a live pot.
Limping is pimping. I don't know what that guy's talking about.
So a few people asking about the final table etiquette in this particular tournament. So obviously the final redraw will occur when we're down to 9, but they very much observe the final table as being 8-handed. So we will not be at the official final table. We will not reset until we're down to 8.
Yeah, so if you come 9th, don't go try telling anyone you made the Irish Open final table. Don't be lying to people. Don't be telling your mum you're on the TV feature with the final.
I would go as far as to say that the real final table doesn't really start until 6.
Oh, that's convenient, Griff, isn't it? That's convenient.
Sorry, what did you finish in 2017?
Listen, Griff, you know, I just felt a bit sorry for you. You looked like you needed a win.
I did.
You know, I was like, you know what?
Coming off that final table of the World Series, I just felt like, you know, trying to make rent.
Yeah. Listen, you'd only won seven figures in the last few months. I was just like, you know what, Griff needs a little pick-me-up here.
I did like your suit, though. Did you wear it for this? You must have.
I wore it day 2. I promised I would. I had great fun. My day 2 table was incredible.
Well, it's your lucky suit.
Yeah, it is, yeah. I've won about 4 hands in that suit.
We were concerned if the opportunity had arisen to bring you to the feature table, Vincent, because you would have looked like a floating head against that backdrop.
I finally understand green screen.
You play football at home?
Yeah.
Defender.
I was told in no uncertain terms by my lovely wife to go home and get changed if I was going to have drinks with her. Even in the players' lounge, she's like, "You're not wearing that in the players' lounge." I was like, "People will love it. People will actually like it." And she's like, "I won't."
I can hear her saying that, and I can hear her using her serious voice.
Yeah. Which way around?
Hannah doesn't put the foot down too often, but when she does, I listen.
When she does it, it's always about that suit. You wear it to bed one time, and suddenly you can't wear it at the bar.
Listen, it was a good wedding night.
No, they retired him.
No, I thought he was going to be
we are waiting for Barbaros to decide what to do with 6-5. Decides to fold it.
Imagine Ireland before he embarked up. Oh, it's on me and Lee. Always going to be that way, wasn't it?
No shame in folding.
Ramen noodle soup.
And Sanchez with probably a profitable shove blind out of blind here.
Is that a fold? Normally has to.
That's right.
Benny's really going after Sanchez,
You
man.
look your cards,
It's like
look,
really
look,
cutting. Like, just take it easy. Like, I mean,
It's just like
just
numb.
woke up and chose violence today. Like,
Yeah. Obviously, there's a shot. You're going to call, and I just need to take a breather from taking it out.
The photo you tweeted out, I'm seeing the tweet here. Benny and Andy both look like they're ready to have a little bit of a fight today. Like a little bit aggro.
You see, I think Andy talks a good game, but is not a physical person.
Is that a band beat?
Equally, I can't see Benny Glaser in a fight, so my money's on Andy Black.
Yeah.
Raise to 4.
Fair.
Now, if we get to the end of this session, first break will be in just over 90 minutes' time, and we're still at 2 tables. We're going to flip them, so we'll bring the other table up to the main stage. I did predict before the start of play that we would be at 9 within 2 hours, but we've not seen the kind of fast, furious action I expected. We got off to a big start with an all-in and a bust out, but since then it's kind of been...
I would say, though, that since I've joined at least, there's not been any crazy folds, right? It's not like people are so desperate to not bust that they're folding very strong hands. It's just been a case of there hasn't been much coolers, there hasn't been many standard spots.
No, I just think
yeah, I think you're right, actually, because, I didn't count the small blind when I
A painful fold with the king-queen for Murphy, but a correct one. He does look a little bit like his brother. That's the first time I've seen it when he stared down camera there. He actually has the same look.
because it's closer to you, there's a very good chance that you card. That's right, yes. So just be wary of it. I did that deliberately. I was deliberately looking away, but that temptation might lead me after a while.
What's going to call with the Jack-9 suited?
I can get, yeah, I can
very
get
pretty hand.
Yeah,
okay.
I'll fix you. Check. Yeah, thanks for saying that, yeah. There's a bit much difference because you don't check until after I've acted anyway. Yeah. And you're not on a fold mode, so there's no betting.
Doherty continues. Watts folds.
Yeah, I'm getting all the angles here. People giving miscounted stacks. People trying to get the big blind in that.
Yeah, exactly. I folded my hand, drag it to the right.
One of the gentlemen I was on the feature table with, I heard about that guy talking about little scams. I owe him 20 quid and I don't know how to find them. Is that, what do I do, James? Do I just walk around the room screaming Dara from the feature table? Like, how am I going to find them?
You have a first name and that's it.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of on him for not providing contact details.
Well, I thought the prize pool would hit 2.5 million. It felt just short, right?
Yeah,
it was 2.4 something. Luckily, it's not too high stakes. I'll run into him at some point. If you're watching Dara, I brought €20 in cash. I did. Never have cash. Brought it.
Oh, Dara? You give it to me, I'll give it to him.
You will, yeah?
Yeah.
You know Dara well?
Very well.
Yeah, he's one of your Canadian homies?
He's staying with me, actually. So.
Oh, is he? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to give me that. Yeah, 20 quid.
I might give you 40 just in case you lose the first one.
Please, yes.
Declan Rice.
Odds are I will.
Going to be raising it this time instead of limping?
Yeah. Ace 9 of hearts makes it 450,000. King deuce for Sanchez. That'll get mucked. Benny folds Jack 8 on the button. Watts in the small blind. Ace 7 off the Spraggy. That gets past. And Ace 4 for David Doherty in the bag.
Yeah, I think we should probably expect a defend from Doherty
What
here.
you started with?
4.3, I think.
Thank you.
I think 1, 2.
I love the
3.
Northern Ireland accent.
It's okay.
I think it's
Maybe
incredible.
4.3, yeah.
Did you hear me butchering the town in Cork as the Irishman on the feature table the other day? Were you commentating on it?
I don't think I was there.
Oh, I let my nation down.
I wonder if Doherty's considering mixing in some 3-bets or shoves. I mean, I guess you could make an argument for pretty much anything here and does go with fold.
That was good.
Maybe thinking that Rice is going to be pretty tight in this spot. And rightfully so. I don't think Rice is just opening up every King 10 or, you know.
So, I have a question. This is not a criticism of Stephen Watts. And you may have a different opinion to me, Vincent, but you used to work as a poker dealer.
I did.
How did you feel about players who moved the button on your behalf?
As long as it's announced loudly, I think it's fine.
Okay, because
personally,
I stopped doing it thinking I was being helpful and would say like buttons right or buttons moved, but more often than not it would cause confusion and the button would then be in the wrong place.
I think if you make eye contact and say the button's been moved.
I kind of feel, you know, that's, you're running the table, you're running the game. I'm not being lazy, I just feel that it's better if you have control of everything.
The way I would compare it is, you ever at a restaurant and at the end of the meal you try and help stack the dishes and you're just causing issues.
Yeah.
I used to do it,
Never.
and then Hannah, my wife, worked in restaurants, and when we were on one of our first dates, she was like, just so you know, you are making that way harder for that person, you're not making it easier, and it's not appreciated. So, I can see both sides.
Yeah.
I don't think it's rude to do it because the person's trying to help, but maybe it's best to just stay out of the way.
Yeah, that's
I like hiding the button and just make a little game
Making
of
it interesting, like your Easter egg hunt that you didn't do?
Exactly.
Why is it every anecdote you have is about making other people's lives miserable, whether it's eating their bananas or hiding their buttons?
It's going to be pretty
Wow, that was
close
pretty
swap.
deep, James. I don't know.
Both
I have to
ways.
do some soul searching after this.
Trying to grift €20 off Vincent. as we see David Doxey wake up with ace-jack in the small after Benny opened to 475 with ace-10. He shoves it. This could be a call, ace-10 suited.
It's going to be dependent on Benny's reads, but it's very, very close. I think if you had ace-jack suited, probably going to be called pretty quickly. Ace-9 be going in the bin, ace-10 right on the line. It's a lot of chips, though. Benny's in a pretty good spot with the 7 million. He might feel like he can pick a better spot.
I think, and I know it's easy because I can see the cards, but I think that you make a tight fold here because the field isn't especially like strong for 15 people left, you know, playing for almost 400,000. This is like a very small edge against a very strong player. Yeah, it's going to be king queen and some sourdough type hands sometimes and some sevens, but you know, I don't think Doherty is shoving every ace-9. I don't think he's shoving any ace-8s really.
Cool.
Goes for it.
Good luck.
Domination situation in David Doherty's favor, and he is a 71% favorite to double up here through Benny Glaser.
Yeah, I mean, let me be clear. It's very difficult to find a fold here.
Yeah, we're definitely influenced by seeing the cards.
Yeah,
you know,
I
it's
think
just
so,
we definitely are. If he's sitting there with ace-9, we probably both would have leaned slightly towards call.
Might be right. And all the same, this could just be 2 9s.
Outs have reversed on the flop.
You know there's a heart in the turn, right?
Don't call for it.
Ooh.
That's a good job.
How's your singing voice? How's your jingle voice there?
I let James send every time, but I've been warming up in the car park for the last 30 minutes, so we'll see how we do.
7 of hearts, and that means ace-jack holds. That is the double up for Doherty, who's now got 8.1 million as Benny drops down to 3.5 million.
2.5.
Yeah, I mean, I think us seeing the cards probably influenced that analysis a little bit. You know, 2 6s are probably going in there for Doherty. It's just a bit of a cooler for old Benny.
Level change in the seniors event. What's the barrier for the seniors event here?
I think you'd be good.
1, 2,
wow.
2.5, 2.8, 2.8.
Wow, that was good.
Wow.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
That's my first time ever getting James Hardigan. He's got me so
Daniel.
many times. He's got me so many times.
Damn, Daniel. Oh.
According to Poker Heisenberg, it's 50 plus. I'm not quite there yet. I'm not quite there yet.
You have to.
They won't even ID you, don't worry. They'll be fine.
I was like, when you said that, I was like...
The Irish working their way up 25 of the big blinds for Rice.
I was like, I thought we might have the same hand as well.
What was the meme when I first joined 7 years ago at Joe's age? Was it that he was pushing 50 or 40?
43.
43? So you're actually 50 now.
So just checking on the other table, a reminder that we are at 15 players. We have the table of 7 on the main stage, and this is the outer table, and that is a shove from Kevin O'Donnell. Action on Andy Black.
Looks to be about 2.6 million-ish.
It's a virtual all, and he's still got a few 25k chips behind.
When he was 15, he had dodgy ideas to get into the bars. Now he's dodgy ideas to get into the over 50s.
Ooh, that looks like an interested party. Nope. Bad read.
That gets through. So 30 minutes into the day. A reminder, the orange clock does not relate to our event. As we return to the feature table.
Benny yet again getting involved, this time with the ace-jack and the hijack.
Barbaros with a pretty nice little defend hand here.
Might be considering shoving occasionally.
Yeah.
Does make a lot of aces fold.
Definitely.
That'll be raise folding. But just going to call.
Okay, so we're going to see a flop.
Let's see some post-flop action here.
8 trade deuce with 2 diamonds.
Poker players, if you're looking for a tournament to play, we are about 30 minutes away from kicking off that final mystery bounty
It's going to be
tournament series. That is event
a
number 36.
tough little puzzle for Benny to
Open registration going on
maneuver
now.
here.
Try to avoid that queue.
Start things out with a bet. If Barbaros plays this aggressively, you don't have a lot of room to get sticky with just ace high. You're gonna have to,
counted and I've already forgotten.
you know, maybe risk your whole stack at some point. So do you want to mix in some checks? He's gonna bet.
400.
And what do you think, Fenton? Do you see this as a check shove sometimes, a check raise?
I think when you've got king 9 of diamonds, you can make a lot of hands that are ahead of you fold by going with it immediately, and you can also get it in pretty well, even if Benny's got a strong hand. If Benny has 10s, jacks,
You start with 2 point.
I would
No,
probably
not
play
at
for stacks
3.7.
15 big blind, Steve.
Yeah, me too. That is what I'm thinking here, and Benny is going to be spinning, facing a shove here.
Yeah, he might even just raise. He doesn't necessarily have to go all in.
It does make it look a bit stronger, the raise.
Yeah.
And you're going with it anyway.
All in.
Does indeed. Check, raise, all in, and shoves on Benny, who just has ace high. Couple of backdoor draws.
I mean, yesterday we saw Benny call with king high, so
It is the kind of spot where your opponent probably is going to have a lot of flush draws. They're not going to be shoving here with a trade, not going to be shoving with a deuce very often.
but you do block a lot of these diamond combos with that jack of diamonds as well, which kind of sucks. You just hate to be up against, you know, ace 3 here.
Yeah, I don't think Benny will call.
And he's actually behind, percentages-wise, you can see there. So if you combine the range of the pairs versus these draws that are still ahead, you know, you kind of just have to let this one go.
I don't think Benny's going to be over-influenced by the pot that he just lost, but sometimes when you're playing a poker tournament, if you've just lost a big pot, you can feel like it's getting away from you a little bit. Maybe you just let the frustration kick in a little bit, but I reckon Benny will fold here ultimately.
Does lay it down. And we see Barbaros cross the 10 million mark. Still likely to be chip leader with 15 players remaining.
And there we see the button being moved, and it caused a little bit of confusion. One thing I will say, I had a dealer on my table, and some of the tables here are very, very large, but they're all very large, and the woman wasn't the tallest. And that was definitely polite, because when it was in the corner, she couldn't reach it easily. So I think there's times for it.
You had 18 bigs, remember I asked you.
The key is, as you highlighted earlier, Fenton, you have to verbally announce it and make sure the dealer has acknowledged the fact that they've heard your announcement.
I think a bit of eye contact.
That easily.
A frustrating level for Benny since I've joined. Hasn't gone incredibly well. I guess, do you know what? He won with King Queen at the starting levels.
I mean, there was one point last night, I want to say it was when we got down to the last 3 tables, where he dropped down to like 1 million and bounced back up over 5 million over the course of the next level. So,
of course.
To use the cliche, this roller coaster ride has had its ups and downs for him.
He's not going to enjoy me memeing about the fact that he never loses an all-in and then he lost half his chips, though. I'll be in trouble for that one.
Well, he got it in bad there, you know.
Very, very easy shove here for Murphy. Less than 10 big blinds. Ace 10, an absolute monster on the button. I do feel there's a small bit extra pressure on the Irish people when you're playing such a big tournament in Dublin. They don't come around that often that they're this big. And to final table, the Irish Open does have a prestige. And I know it shouldn't, but maybe it's just forcing them to be a little bit tighter. Because this is as straightforward as it gets. And Murphy doesn't look overly happy about it. But maybe he wants his opponents to think that.
No, this is just about pay jumps and stuff, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Murphy's watched a lot of them yesterday. Quite capable. Knows this has to be a shove here. He's probably pretty thrilled about having his 10 in the spot.
4.8, yeah.
So just the big blind to worry about.
Oof. This is super, super close for Rice. Ooh. I don't know if I could get away with this one from 10 bigs from the button. I would probably call.
Tom 1-7, is it? 1-7?
1950, I think.
Yeah, I think
1950 total, 1-7 to call.
I think you need to call this. It's just...
It's a massive cooler, really.
It really is. I mean, every ace is going to get shoved. You know, I think you can mix in some folds with sort of ace-6 and down, but Spraggy plus here is just going to be, you know, ahead of the range enough that you just kind of have to flick it in there and hope for the best. I mean, ace deuce through 7's shoving. Yeah,
very
it's a good
reasonable
call,
here from
bad
Rice.
Result.
Not much you can do.
So another domination situation, this one in Thomas Murphy's favor.
So I just want to remark on some irony here coming from the Twitch chat, because someone just said that ace-10 is the hand of death. Ironically, ace-8 is actually the dead man's hand. So the hand of death against the dead man's hand, who comes out on top.
Well, so far so good for Murphy.
Take a 2.
I lost all my chips and I found table with ace-10. True story.
There are some opportunities, of course, but ultimately...
You need 2, 3, or 8 for Rice.
7 on the river, and Murphy is going to get the double up, and that's going to leave Rice back down under 2.8 million.
So maybe ace-10 is the hand of
19.5
death, but it kills the dead man's hand, and it wins. That's the only way it can win.
So,
is that a reach? Feels reachy.
I'm just going to... the dead man's hand is not ace-8. The dead man's hand is aces and 8s.
Sorry,
it's 2 pair.
It's a stud game.
No, I'm pretty sure it's ace-8.
I actually was making a video on this today. It's disputed though that it's even a hand, because it was like 100 years later when it started being said, was it, right?
Correct.
I won it here, isn't he?
But I believe it...
As far as it goes, it's
the legend is that while Bill Hickok was playing in a poker game in Deadwood, and when he was shot, the hand he had was 2 pair, aces and 8s, and that's the dead man's hand.
I wouldn't even consider that a deep run. I wouldn't even consider that a deep run. 7.
Did they just say? Did I hear what I think I said? No. They just said I won't even consider that a deep run. 7th. Am I getting trolled by the table? Have they caught up with our commentary?
I mean,
that's great.
7th out of 2,491? Rubbish.
I don't know if we had quite that many in 2017. But
a little bit less. For sure. Because I know that I busted at the big blind 200,000 level when there was 7 left. A lot of PTSD actually seeing the big blind 200,000 and ace-10.
Well, you really think about that final table a lot.
It's the only hand I think about, I swear. I think I said this on your podcast.
You did, yeah.
I don't remember a single hand, winning hand, losing hand. Once I play it, it's gone. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, I won with kings 4 years ago. Never. That's the one hand.
What? How you busted the Irish Open?
Yeah, it pains me.
What was the spot? I raised...
No, you weren't involved. It's not all about you, Griff.
Didn't I bust you?
Maybe, but I had 2 big blinds when you did.
Oh, okay.
Chris Dallin shoved 12 big blinds under the gun 7-handed. And I called ace 10 in the big.
In the big, right. Okay, yeah, I do remember that. And he had ace jack?
And you know what, Griff? I didn't hit a 10.
No.
Griff didn't play this year. Does he not usually play the Open?
Hand of death.
Surprise, Griff didn't play this year.
Griff.
Tell them you did, Griff.
My bad.
Are they talking about me?
They're talking about
I
Griff.
seen he was commentating. I was like, is he commentating?
Yeah, they are.
Tell
them you played a few bullets, Griff.
Cool.
I played. Tell them I played. I played!
Who's got what?
How did you get the Can I have some on a bottle of water, please?
So Rice all in with ace-6.
Yeah, when did he bust that?
Wait a minute.
Sanchez,
Wait,
the
did we
at-risk
get a call?
player.
All in the call?
Sanchez is called. Wow. So
Rice shoved small to big, and Sanchez calls it off with queen 9.
I mean, this is like, you know, the chart will say call, but it's tough to do with 15 left.
I don't know. I don't.
Talk about taking your equity.
Still has queens and 9s working for him.
Yeah, it's for sure.
The ones that are live, anyway.
Couple of extra outs.
9.
Always coming 7. And that'll do it for Vincent Sanchez. A 15th place finish in this year's Irish Open. And that is worth €18,000.
Great character. Really impressed by some of the hands that Sanchez
himself a
played
pair of paddy
yesterday.
pants as well.
Yeah, what is happening over there, by the way?
Yeah, they're just trying to make the final.
I ain't even looked like there's been an all-in over there from what I've seen.
It's like one of us wins this table and then the rest of
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 eliminations from the feature table, and that means we're going to have to balance and get a player from the other table to come up here.
Yeah.
Are we not waiting?
You've got to wait, mate. You've got 2 per round.
The Irish quickly clawing back to the middle of the pack here.
I like they're prepared for
Dumping
that.
those Brits to the bottom.
Tables get 8 boxes.
I've been told I can't make too many jokes about the Brits.
Yeah,
but I will.
Oh, right.
They need to like.
Only big blind.
Yeah, they need to like share a box. Really? Yeah.
James is technically an Irishman, so he won't mind.
Oh, absolutely. Knock yourself out.
I couldn't remember your first name.
So we are playing on with 6 players. We are going to get a 7th in just a moment.
And if you don't knock yourself out, I'll knock you out for you. Just like the good old days. We are at the Irish Open, after all. Queen Duck.
Where does the Irish Open trophy sit? It better be in the front of the mantelpiece. It better be in a prestigious position. If you say it's still in the suitcase or you never unpack
no! It is displayed. I sometimes I bring it onto the stream.
Sorry?
It's my favorite trophy. It was like hand wood carved by
it is beautiful.
It's a beautiful trophy. It's my favorite trophy for sure.
I'll give you 50 quid for it. I'll give you the 40 quid from earlier as well.
Wow, 90 quid.
All in.
Rice shoving the button with ace queen. No small blind, just Benny in the big blind with queen 4.
That's sad.
Benny disappointed not to wake up with an ace 9 and ace 10 or something that could make the call, but he got saved.
Irish Smurf asks, is that Jesse Pinkman at the table? And I literally have no idea which player you're referring to.
I love a terrible look-alike.
But none of them are even close to looking like
I want to have
Aaron Paul.
another look. I'm gonna indulge this here.
Now,
I'll do my power rankings. What do you think he is talking about?
Established already that a player from this table is about to get balanced, but there is a hand in progress, and we see a big shove there from Carl Shaw. And a fold. So who is meant to take the big blind? Who are we going to bring up to the main stage? It's Kevin Swain.
Now can we call the floor?
Kevin Swain will be with us very
I
shortly.
definitely know which one they're referring to, but it's not a good look-alike.
Who? I literally have no idea.
It can't be Stephen Watts.
It's like a bust out.
It's not
it's of course it's David Doherty.
Yeah.
No, he's bringing his ships home, really.
That's
a terrible look-alike.
bloody awful. That's not a bad look-alike. That's horrific.
There ain't no bust outs on that table. They're not going in, do they?
I just thought that's how it was taking so long, because maybe he was.
Oh, I think it might be the accent.
Yeah, because Jesse Pinkman was Scottish, as we all remember.
Barbaros has snuck over 10 million. I don't even remember him playing a hand, but the significant chip leader here on our feature table. Wow, such a nerdy question here from Be My Girl. How does the miking up process impact the amount of time that the balanced player takes to sit down at the feature?
What's your name?
Not much.
Eugene.
They're pretty
Eugene.
quick and efficient.
You see what I folded to you there, Eugene?
Sorry?
You see what I folded to you on the break?
I see.
Respect for the
So,
mood open.
Kevin,
We have to do it.
Swain has now taken a seat, bringing 2.3 million to the table.
You're from Moldova? Okay.
Yeah, Seamus.
Yeah.
He was a short stack coming in our all.
He was.
But I'm living in Ireland.
And
Living in Ireland.
chips have been trading, yeah.
I'm here from
quite a lot, actually.
2008.
So you've been up or down? Basically Irish.
Honestly,
Basically, yeah.
even the way you said 2008 there sounded like you're Irish.
We heard 2008 up in here.
I shoved king 6.
It's a long time.
Small blind, the ace queen
Got it
blind
off on
I
you.
held, and then I shoved his background. I shoved ace 6 from the.
From Moldova.
Well, looks like we're going back to the other table, which denotes something of import is occurring. And that is an all-in from Carl Shaw, and that's been called.
Good hand.
Carl Shaw with kings, and it's Kevin O'Donnell who's the at-risk player here with ace-10. There is a 10 on the flop,
Hand of death.
but no ace or 10 on the river. Kings hold, and that will see Kevin O'Donnell eliminated. He bows out in 14th place.
Ace-10 a legit danger hand at the Irish Open.
Bit of a fan favorite, that O'Donnell. Great moment yesterday promoting his bar that is run by his daughter that we're streaming this Irish Open.
And it looks like Carl Shaw is now up to around 9 million chips. Jordan O'Mahony, watching on YouTube, asks, is Jamie Wynn still playing? Yes, Jamie is at the other table, where there are now 6 players, 7-handed at the feature table, where we see Tom Murphy has opened under the gun with ace-10 and been 3-bet by Barbaros with ace-9.
This should very well work. Murphy is going to expect to get 3-bet light sometimes by the table chip leader.
Super, super tough to do anything about it.
Yeah, but
I would go as far as saying reckless with a hand like ace-10. Unless you
reckless
have a
to shove, or
yeah,
very, and that therein lies the problem, right? Is that you just kind of have to get owned here.
Nice to see the chip leader exerting a little bit of pressure, using nice sizes, not letting anyone raise too much.
Yeah, seems tough.
How much?
Very Bad asks, who is this Mark Zuckerberg lookalike? Better. That's a better one.
Still a reach, but not as egregious.
I don't know who you mean.
Do you know what Mark Zuckerberg looks like?
Oh my God! Come
Doing
on,
a bit, James. Come, oh God!
It's not that.
Why
it's
do you
not,
have to
it's
ruin
not,
everything?
It's not that. It's the fact that James would legitimately be asking, "Do I know who Mark Zuckerberg is?"
He was
like,
getting
I know.
Up. He was
I
getting
know
up
he
Google
was.
Chrome.
I know he was.
Google Chrome up.
I haven't seen a few movies. I know who created Facebook.
Yeah, Vincent has a few cultural black spots.
He looks like Jesse Eisenberg.
I missed a chance to say he was the guy who created Google, wasn't he?
Yeah,
just not sharp enough.
Yeah.
Murphy elects to check. Come see a flop.
Ace 10 8. There are 10s for David Doherty, giving him 96% equity.
This is a kind of a sick level. Probably not intentional, but this like randomly looking around for something like he's completely disinterested in the pot.
He's not in the pot.
I think it isn't. Oh, my bad. Oh, that's embarrassing.
You're still just thinking of that final table you made, eh?
Sorry.
Get your head in the game, Griff. You're commentating now.
I know. I think I was still thinking about the Zuckerberg thing.
Feeling pretty confident with 10-9 at this point. Your opponent not really going to have any aces in the first place when they check back pre-flop. And once it's checked through on the flop, you're feeling pretty good for two streets, I would say.
You're loving this. You're like, I have the nuts.
Yeah. I don't think Murphy can really fold either just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Doherty could just have Jack-6 off. You know, like it's important not to be results oriented by what we see here, and kind of an annoying card for Doherty. Hard to get value from the 3 and the 8 on a river such as this. And occasionally you've just been rivered too. Jack-7s, Jack-9s maybe.
Yeah, even something like Queen Jack,
even
King Jack.
Queen Jack, yeah, is not going to be necessarily raising at all pre-flop. Don't want to get limp shoved. Probably shove or check Queen Jack pre.
I wouldn't hate if he attempted to value bet though.
Yeah.
Not the kind of spot where Murphy picks up a lot of hands he can turn into bluffs on the river. I don't think he can go very greedy though. A little milker.
A tickler.
I mean, in fairness, Murphy could just pretend to have like 7-9 here.
Yeah, if he had a hand like 3-7 or 3-9 or even like Queen Tray suited or something, maybe.
But Doherty also blocks the straights, the 9.
There's no way he calls if there's a shove. No way. No way.
No, I don't think it would be a shove. I think it would just be a raise. There's only 1.4 out there.
My guess is that Murphy is considering the hero call rather than the raise or the shove.
Yeah, I mean, look, Doherty can just have 6-9 here, 6-7. I think Doherty's not folding anything from the small blind here, so could just have like 9 deuce sometimes.
All right, tournament dealers today. The button's going to start in seat number 6. Seat number 6 for the mystery.
Very interesting hand. I don't blame Murphy for taking the start because Doherty should be raising a lot pre-flop in the first place and then probably betting the flop for the most part. Very reasonable to take a moment.
Lets it go. No, makes the call. Thought he was pushing his cards forward. Instead, it was the single chip call.
Thank you.
David Doherty up to nearly 9 million now. Murphy dropping down below 3 million. Blinds going up in a few minutes, by the way. We're coming towards the end of level 33. And I would have thought that during the first 60 minutes of play, we'd have had more than 3 eliminations. I have us being at a single table by the time we get to the first break.
Fortunate pot for Murphy.
I really need to apologise for taking your time, by the way. You've acted really quick the whole time. Anytime you're in a difficult spot, it's
The levels are just so quick, you know.
I don't know, 60-minute clock's all right. It's not like the blinds are going up every 20 minutes, like most tournaments I
think
play.
he was being ironic, though. Maybe. Maybe not. What are the EPT levels? 90?
90s.
Yeah.
60s on
See,
day
these
one.
These
and
are
then
nice,
90s.
kind, polite, patient, post-hand conversations between two people, you know? It's nice. It's nice to see.
And wait,
Those not, no.
Oh, sorry.
I'm referencing Benny and the guy earlier. Come on, like it was just the guy was narrating and.
Thank you.
I don't know.
You've done some deep work on yourself in the 2 hours that I've been here, or the 90 minutes. James said that you didn't have much nice to say, and you're saying nice things now. You see where it's going.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, what was that cackle? Unmistakable cackle.
Yes, I suppose 1 hour into the broadcast, we should welcome Mr. Stapleton into the mix. Joseph.
Oh, what a I got to come into work an hour later, and I'm jealous. It seems like it's been a blast.
Well, I kind of figured you needed the extra time, seeing as you were holding down the fort until the early hours of this morning. Was it a 3:20, 3:30 finish?
Somewhere in there. Does it count as holding down the fort if the wheels completely come off? Like, I'm just lucky no one was listening at that time.
I was.
Please go ahead and make your way in.
525.
You know it's bad when people are like, good morning, oh, this is still on?
Yeah. The classic, I went to bed, woke up, and it was still on.
Yeah.
So Rice is open with ace-9 under the gun. Murphy with ace-queen on the button.
Murph dog.
Not a single my name is Murphy out of you, Hardigan? Or did I
did
miss
several
it?
yesterday, and
Okay.
Griffin kept stepping on them as he's fond of doing.
Okay, got it.
We're gonna have liftoff in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's about right for you.
All in. Let's see if the big blind has anything. Nope, Swain with 9-7 off and ace-9 off.
Yeah, it's going to be going in the bin.
Pass.
Quickly, too. All right.
Not literally in the bin. These are expensive cards.
Do you reckon I could get a deck of those cards, or is there integrity issues behind that?
I don't think they
No.
I don't know. That's a chance.
I mean, you can buy a pack
you can buy them?
RFID cards. Yeah, absolutely.
No. I don't mean the RFID ones. I just mean the Irish Open.
I don't think they sell the actual cards that they use. In the
I
actual
feel
tournament.
like you're just over the cusp of Irish celebrity here. That you could probably.
You think I could pull a few strings?
Listen, 2017 suit guy, 7th place finisher, no chance. But you've had a good couple years.
Suit guy.
Grew, you got a following, couple thousand people. I think you can get a pack of cards.
So we are to the other table where looks like Andy Black has committed all of his remaining chips from the button, and big stack Carl Shaw has a decision. It's a fold, and we got Jamie Wynn in the big blind. Also folding, so Andy's shove gets through.
Boy, those are terrible folds, huh?
Worst.
So I thought since we couldn't see the whole cards, I should at least weigh in for once in my life.
What are whole cards?
What did I say?
I thought you said whole
cards. Hold cards.
Played with Jamie on day one. Seems like an absolute gentleman.
So I think we are now rolling into the new blind level. Having been playing at 100, 200, the blinds are going up to 100, 250,000 after this hand.
Thinking about 4.5, I think.
I like that when the small blind doesn't go up.
4-2.
Small blind's been through enough. Flush draw for Doherty. Action on the Jesse Pinkman dead ringer.
So was that, did your man pull the bounty there?
So Doherty now with some
Did anyone find out?
play chips. Little Queen Deuce suited open from the hijack. You'll love to see it.
When I see this, it makes me feel like the Benny call with the ace-10 might have been
correct. Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with opening this.
Maybe he had chips left.
But Benny might have had a read that he was getting involved with a lot of chips. And he's going to take the right.
I've completely.
He didn't get the money.
That's a good read on that read.
It's a really
Thank you, Joe.
It's a great point. It's a great point. Doherty, we've been commenting, seen him on a lot of feature tables at EPTs, a finalist of the final table at the EPT, so no surprise that Benny's aware of it and kind of had to make that call ace 10. Here we go, big action, outer table.
Shove here from Panagiotis Mavrotsakis. Andy Black in the tank. It kind of looks like this table didn't stop playing overnight.
It's nice to see that Andy's giving nothing away here with other players in the hand.
Ignore those graphics.
The 6-tree off is a very important graphic to get up for the other table.
Yes, exactly. We need the other table to know what is happening. Ooh, Andy's genuinely pained. When I see people in this kind of pain, I either guess nines or ace queen.
I think that's solid.
Well, what position is he in? I can't.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, Griff. If somebody's not sure what to do, they have nines or ace queen, sometimes jacks.
And then it's sometimes ace jack on the other end. Like, that's it. I feel like tens is a slam dunk, easy decision, and jack people have a way harder time.
No matter what's happening, by the way.
I like how the cameraman from the future or the past panned out to where the button was after I asked.
Let's say camera person because we have both men and women working on the crew.
The future camera person or the past camera person. I don't know where we are. It always confuses me.
Videographer.
Can I phone a friend?
Yeah, you can definitely tell.
Oh, wow.
They had enough. No more.
It's amazing.
You know why we crash back over here is because we've got an all-in Swain shoving from the button, and Rice.
Gotta do it, Rice.
King, queen.
Oh, that hand's too good. Oh, wow.
Has made the call. That's why we came flying back over here. Ace, 5, deuce. Swain needs a 7.
You know what we say here at PokerStars, Fenton?
You need a miracle.
It's always coming 7.
Okay, that.
Another deuce, another ace.
Do you know the song if it comes?
More helpful.
I'm amazing at the song.
Okay, good.
You relax over there.
River card.
I'm going to relax.
Is that a song? I don't think so. I think that's a pair of queens for Rice.
I just had a little look behind the curtain, and even with the delay, Andy is still thinking.
I mean, speaking of songs, you could say that this is.
You know what's really annoying?
Hey, Griffin.
You know what's really annoying?
This is. What is annoying, Griffin?
No, you go ahead.
Why don't you tell me what's annoying in the middle of what I was about to say?
No, you do your thing first. As long as it's not too long, because I don't want to lose my moment of inspiration.
I was trying to give the guy that just went out, that just went broke and in 13th place in a major tournament. I was trying to give him.
It's the Irish Open. It doesn't matter.
Great. Swain played great. I was happy with Swain all weekend. But the thing that I'm not happy about is that Finton's been in the booth for 2 hours or 1 hour, and he's already said 2 things funnier than I said all weekend.
I would love to be proud of that, but it's a low bar. Swain, congratulations on your 12th place finish in the Irish Open. Joe Stapleton is just about to tell how much you won.
Yeah. Oh no, it's 13th place.
Oh, sorry, Swain.
Yes, congratulations.
Unlucky for some.
13th place, same as 12th, by the way, for payouts. It's 21,500.
But if you finish 13 instead of 12, better early. So you're actually, it's more impressive, actually.
Finton, you have come with the facts today, the funny.
Yeah.
Listen, this is the end of my energy because I'm on the 2-day hangover buzz.
Give it to us.
I see. Okay.
You know when you're just you're just about to fade, and you're like, I got to get that little bit out.
I am actually. I'm going to leave myself open to all kinds of bits here, but I'm at my funniest when I'm like in the worst mood the following morning when you like wake up at 7 a.m. after going to bed at 5, and you're laying in bed and you're just like whining. That's me at my funniest. Yeah. So I can understand.
It's you at your most honest.
Exactly. Yes. Absolutely.
You don't hold back.
Correct. And so I feel like you're still on the tail end of that right now.
I am. Yeah.
Barbaros, ace-jack.
What's the blind now? 50.
Yeah, $250,000.
Raise 550.
Raise 550.
Seems reasonable.
Interesting for Rice. In the bin it goes. Ooh, we are going to be seeing an all-in, and we are going to be seeing a call.
Flip.
Benny, who was the table chip leader not very long ago, actually possibly second in chips.
Yeah, until he blew it.
So I guess Andy Black folded? I don't...
I told you, they're tanking, dude.
Lazar with the 10s.
No one in Ireland would call the clock on Andy Black, so he can just do that until the final table if he wants.
I was calling offside on him all day yesterday.
1.7.
I guess that will leave Benny with a few chips behind just in case there's a 7-way all-in at the other table.
Just for attention, really.
So the players are technically not all in.
Yeah, Barbaros calls. Don't turn your hand over. I know it's a little confusing.
Actually, I forgot to say all in.
No. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately.
7, yeah?
Oh, I guess he...
Yeah, he said calls.
Got it.
So,
Right,
and this is why this is so annoying sometimes, because it just creates confusion. It's like we're all living in this world where we need to like abide by these completely reasonable rules, but it's just like we all know it's like these two people are all in. Can we move on? But no, it's like don't turn over your card. There's still 75,000.
I thought when he said I forgot to say all in that he was trying to say it after the fact, but he wasn't. He was just admitting his mistake. Fair enough. Here we go.
Check, Benny.
Drop him. Benny, I swear to God, if you
Barbaros, you can fold.
Drop him.
Oh, my God.
Run good, Benny.
Benny flops top set. 96% of the equity.
Benny, I think you deserve this pot because of what happened on the flop.
I got to check on a
But I would like a 7 or a queen up for just the fans at home. I'm not saying you have to get sucked out, but it would just
I still
be
have some hours, but like
8,
unbelievable.
7, queen, king, you know, a little sweat. Boring.
That is not a sweat.
Hold on.
Better to see it right
Jack.
on the flop at least than for it to happen on the river.
Yeah, you're right.
Lazar doubles up through Barbaros.
Yeah. Sort of whispered that to him there. I was like, I bet Benny's going to have a really difficult decision on the flop.
Yeah. When I lose the pot,
oh, he must have it.
and I was like, oh, I just wish they flopped the set and it was done quickly.
Exactly.
But I'm actually mad I don't get the full spec. You know,
it's the grass is always browner, right? Like,
it's not good either way, but let me complain.
Whatever side you're on, you're like, nah, the other one's better.
Yeah.
Barbaros takes a bit of a hit there. Lazar didn't have too many big blinds. Still #1 at this table, and things are still quite shallow.
Oh, 250.
Where's hometown for you, Joe?
Sorry, I can do discount.
Hometown?
Yeah, like home.
Albany, New York is where I'm
New
from.
York. So you can't play poker tournaments in New York, can you?
There's one casino called Turning Stone where like a few people got their start. Like Sean Deeb got his start playing at Turning Stone.
So kind of. It's just because James Hardigan, of course, got to play the Irish Open, and I'm wondering where are we going to have to go?
Nice hand.
Oh, that's okay. No, I don't need to play at a feature table.
No,
I'm good.
No, you don't want to you don't want to show everyone your whole cards.
You notice? You ever see? You've been to stand-up comedy a few times. You've seen plenty of it on the internet and on TV. You ever see the comedian give the microphone to the heckler?
Yeah, I have. Not great.
Right. They don't do. A good comedian would never give the microphone to the heckler.
Oh,
in a
I've seen
years.
it in Ireland. I've actually I've
Yeah,
actually seen it, but it
doesn't go well.
No, it doesn't go well at all.
Yeah, it's very.
It ends up with just cursing and like aggressiveness.
And this is why I don't need to play at a feature table.
Okay,
I'll be fine.
Okay,
I'm good. Especially if I have to give the money to charity. Well, who cares?
Comedy has to be one of the few things worse than poker that everybody thinks they can do.
I feel like there's a ton of similarities between comedy and poker, and that's definitely one of them.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I would never be able to do a stand-up set, but give me one drink and being in the crowd, I'm like, I'd give that a go.
I could do this.
Yeah, I'd give that a go.
The worst is that, and girls go through this more, like I have a lot of girlfriends who are comedians, and they'll go on a date with a guy, and they're like, yeah, I was thinking of starting stand-up comedy. It's the same when someone says to you, like, yeah, I was thinking of becoming a poker player. Like, oh, you sweet summer child. Doherty giving a think here. Does have 2 live cards and did have some money out there already in the big blind, but gives up.
Darky
to king
giving
nine.
a lot of respect to the raises coming in from Rice. Huge amount.
If you're going to have a different sort of defending range based on players, I guess the way he's been waiting Rice's raises makes sense.
Moving. No one's What are you playing now, mate? What's you playing?
13 bigs.
2.5 or something.
Let me do the maths. 3.25.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right, yeah, cool. 3.2.
I think.
I don't like when people answer with how many big blinds they have. I'm sorry, Murphy. I want to hear you say 2.7
You want to
million.
hear the number?
We have played poker for 4 days. I want to hear the big number.
Yeah, me too. I agree.
Like when I'm playing online, I never have the little big blind thing on. I want to see the big number. You've worked hard to get these chips. I had 13 big blinds on day 1. It's not impressive. 2.7 million is impressive.
I don't know why, but whenever we're doing commentary online and someone's like, why don't you just have the big blinds clicked? I'm like, I don't like it.
It's
Yeah,
awful. No.
It's weird.
Yeah,
Why don't we abbreviate every word in a sentence?
I got to be honest with you. I don't even understand big blinds, but I understand millions. So I work in millions. If you need me, listen, I got 2 7-figure scores in my career. I only work in millions.
Action's folding around a Doherty in the small blind, again with King 9. This time, the aggressor can comfortably jam into the smaller stack.
It's got to be a few too many chips for Murphy.
No, Murphy.
Yeah, Murphy's got about 13 big
Put that
blinds.
down. Now you think that you're doing okay against Doherty's range, but it's 6. Well, it's 13 big blinds. You let that go.
And I just want to give a little bit of leeway to folks here. We saw quite a bit of tanking with hands. We knew we were going to be eventual folds, but it's just such a big spot.
I think
mean,
Murphy's
this is really close.
Yeah, no, I
this
think
is
Murphy
really close. Like
legitimately
Queen 10 might be a call.
Yeah.
So Jack 10 is like, it literally is the notch that you need to like.
Right. My point is that we came to the determination very quickly, and for him to take a little bit longer with it, I think is totally reasonable.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, and I also think, you know, Doherty shoves 10-9. So
Should have
we
went
might
over
be
to that other
seeing a
table
different
when I
tune.
wasn't in the hand.
So would you ever make a call based on there being a hand that you're doing better than, or how many does it have to be?
I mean, okay, Doherty with 9 million, probably going to shove 10-7 suited. Maybe
he's going to dominate a lot of hands, but he's also going to be losing to a lot of hands.
Jack 9 suited, Jack 9 off, Jack 8 suited and off suit probably shove. And then you're flipping against a lot of hands like this.
Well, we're certainly not going to roast you for it.
Very reasonable to fold, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. But
listen, if that's day 1 and I've got 13 big blinds,
oh man, I'll beat you in the pot. Yeah, especially on a re-entry. Yeah.
Can't wait to watch this and Griffin Bender just be like, look at this donkey.
No, Murphy, we're on your side.
I want someone to be like, that guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Don't worry. Benny, say it. Say it. I'm listening. I'm here. I'm ready for you.
He's literally holding his mouth closed.
Yeah, I know.
He sits off or something. No. I think I need more high. Not at all. I just think I need more high card value. That's the whole point.
Jeez, everyone's so good.
Yeah, high card value.
This is so
Can
annoying.
you keep that high-level strategy talk
quiet
to yourself? Like
Griffin is actually Googling high card value right now.
I am, yes.
Half an hour later, deuce 3, bang in there.
Me and Finton are just having a thumb wrestling competition. Oh, you got me.
Here you go. Doherty with a beautiful Apple Johnson on the button.
Johnson.
Just praying for a shove from the short stack Murphy. Come on, Murphy. Just get that ace 9. Get that ace 9. Ooh, got that ace 4.
Oh, boy.
The one thing that might potentially save Murphy, so Doherty is opening into the chip leader, so he's not going to be as wide as you might be on the button. Now, if he pulls the trigger with ace 4, I'm not going to blame him, but it might be a way that he can consider folding.
It's a way out.
I mean, yeah, if this is a shove for Murphy, it's a bit
It is a
prophecy
shove.
fulfilled after the last hand, saying I was going to. No, I mean, I get it. It's tough. Like, listen, you know, Doherty's going to be raising such a wide percentage. You see this guy opening queen deuce suited at the hijack.
There's also a known 0% chance that he thought he had aces.
Right, yes, absolutely. Although he'd probably have noticed it by now.
Scared of him.
Go, Mario.
I don't know, but Jack Sinclair's got a card protector, man. They've got
domination situation.
Voodoo card protectors.
I don't want Murph Dog to go out like this.
Ace Jack, Ace
Let's put out a little chop.
Huge pot, 7 million chips.
Looking for a domination rotation, not yet.
And diamonds.
Scary flop for the ace jack.
Give you the queen of diamonds.
That's a brave call.
Yeah, weird. It's almost as if what he says has no effect on the card whatsoever. An 8 of clubs on the turn. So Murphy down to one last shot.
Murphy's Law.
Nice play, me.
Let's play, man. Let's play.
It's always heartbreaking to bust
Doherty friend is blessed.
very soon after almost making the call. Like the very hand before he folded the jack 10. Not saying he should have called it, but then the very next hand he busts. Finished in 12th place.
12th place also, 21,500 euros. Everyone else just laddered up 4,200.
They started knocking a few out on that table, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, really like the way Murphy played.
but
the time we spent with him on the feature table.
Exactly, yeah, he has to.
You know,
if he has
a bit unlucky that spot there with the ace-4, a lot of marginal spots. Is
we waiting for a player
for the final table.
Yeah,
Doherty now, 13 milli. You know, I work in millis. That's a lot of millis.
No, we can't. We've got 5 and 6.
That's a good 50 big blinds, 60 big blinds.
We're playing, yeah.
That'll play.
5 and 6, yeah.
Down to 11 players, David Doherty, the latest. To add a couple million chips to his stack. All right, 500K purple chips, 100K peach, and 25K whites.
You better start looking after me. Now I'll give you the luck. You better start looking after
I loved the chips that they used in this tournament.
What did you love? How they felt, how they looked?
Both. I like a chip that is just one color. I don't like, obviously there's lots of chips that are nice.
No, it can be confusing when it's a white chip with black ridges and then it's a black chip with white ridges. Even though it shouldn't be, it can actually be quite confusing.
And also at the beginning of the tournament, the largest chip I think was a 5K, and it was slightly bigger than the 1Ks and the 500s. So I thought that was quite cool. So there's no, because I actually am, like, I'm not colorblind, but I struggle with colors that are close together. So it's nice to just have the distinction.
That is great. As long as we're going to give compliments to this particular event from just a sort of, I'm more of a spectator, obviously, right, than I am a player. And I just want to say how well maintained this building was. The bathrooms always clean, always like plenty of places to go here.
I am biased, but I think it is the nicest poker room I've ever seen.
It is up there for me, for sure. All the food trucks had food ready, waiting to go. You go up there, you don't have to wait that long, other than if you get like a pizza late at night where they're like, just don't have a bunch of them sitting out, but like you get a burger and fries, go out.
100%.
The bar works very well. All the wait staff, all of that
You're
stuff.
not knocking nobody out over there?
Not long waits for stuff, despite there being crowds.
That's a really underestimated thing. Like if you can't get food on your break when you're a player, it's a nightmare.
Plenty of registration windows, cash out, all of it was like really easy. The lounge was dope this year.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah, when I say this year, I mean it's not often we have a big lounge like that.
No, it's so cool. I did suggest that every EPT should be in Dublin. They have so far rejected that proposal.
DPT.
I'll be talking to Hardskin about it, and who knows? Maybe he'll get on board.
The Dublin
I'll tell you what.
Tour.
We'll allow London to stay and Barcelona. Okay, okay. Do you know what? I like them all. And do you know, I like Prague too.
Yeah, do
you know what? Paris is a pretty cool city too, and Cyprus.
You're about to get a memo from the people of Monaco, real quick. You better tack Monaco onto the end.
Sorry, Monaco is an absolutely fantastic place for billionaires. No, I'm only joking.
Rough guess, Benny?
Let's see, we've had some folds here over to Benny, who has Oh, Benny's the big blind, where I got too many empty seats here. It's Doherty, who's still keeping his foot on the gas pedal. Barbaros, king-queen suited. How aware do we think that everyone else is at the table of how light Doherty is prone to open?
I would imagine that it won't be too long from now that it will filter through. We're on a 30-minute delay, right?
Yeah.
It's been about 20 minutes since he put the foot in the gas, since he got the
But
chips.
you would have to see more than one example of it too, right? Before you necessarily...
No, if you see queen deuce in the
oh,
hijack...
you just know that it's
yeah.
like going to be a pattern.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's certain hands, right? Like if he's opening ace-8 under the gun, you could be like, oh, maybe you just fancy that one. But once you see 10-5 suited in the cutoff,
yeah,
you know kind of whereabouts it's going to be. Interesting for Barbaros. This is his first time playing as second in chips on this table. So he can't be quite as aggressive. Needs to be a little bit more careful pre-flop.
Actually reminded me that Matt Harper and all the rest of the media, they feed us information so we can look cool. So I just want to give them a quick shout out. So Vincent Sanchez, he's out already. He was a qualifier. David Doherty, also a qualifier on PokerStars. He qualified twice, used both of them. Thomas Murphy, who we just lost, also was a qualifier. And Kevin Swain, is he still in? He is, right? No, Swain was the one that Griffin stepped over the exit. That's why I don't remember it. Yes. He also was a qualifier. So I guess we lost most of the PokerStars qualifiers except for David Doherty. And Benny does
Yep,
fold.
sorry.
Is it break time or is everyone just wandering around? Wandering, looks like. Rice is the only guy that's sticking around. Top pair for Barbaros. An open ender for Doherty. Nobody with a club. We just see this played super passively for that reason.
Yeah, I think Barbaros could go both ways. Betting probably fine. Not putting in too many chips against the chip leader in this situation.
Yeah.
Also, most likely going to be fine. It's not the kind of spot where you're going to feel comfortable betting more than twice ever.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you want to do some form of protection here. Whether Doherty's going to start like, you know, putting the hammer down and check raising, like I don't know. It like certainly capable of it, but it's just I think you want some protection here. It really sucks when you get check raising and bet though. It's just like, why didn't I just play this passively and like, you know. You finding a bet there, Finn?
Someone else, boss.
Yeah, I think betting a lot of the time is fine. Occasionally, probably checking also fine.
Yeah.
I had it up early. Very, very bad flop for me. Was the wrong color.
You had 10-5 suited, mate. You're not going to get too many good flops.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've whiffed with 10-5 suited.
You've never played 10-5. If you're forced to check in the big blind, you mug.
We literally call 10-5 the hand that never wins. Andy Black was in the tank again.
Stick on old folk, you know what I mean?
Facing the all-in from Shaw.
You got a bit chirpy earlier.
Seemingly happy to get that fold.
I don't know why it didn't occur to me until
I think it's because it was one. No, it wasn't 1-2. It was 125 earlier on, yeah.
Yeah, but I think that was without the correct.
Yeah. So you want to put more chips in the middle blind? Is that what you're saying?
Benny said he wanted to come in and do commentary, so I guess this is the best way to do it. Just talk strat at the table.
Folded around to Benny in the small blinds, where he will be going all in.
Yeah, this is about 13, 14 big blinds. Blind on blind getting an easy shove. And it's actually effectively only 4. It's going to be a call from Watts for sure.
Good luck, guys.
And we may be singing a tune here.
Showdown.
Does this even really count as a domination situation?
That is very dominated to me.
Yeah, that's like really notched. Like dominated, like I have one better than you. So yeah.
Definitely dominated.
50-50?
No. Ace tray is...
Wait, that can't, why does it say 50-50? Because I guess it's folded cards. Like there's like no threes.
No, it's going to be a chop more often than not, right?
Yeah, but not 100% of the time.
How about now?
Glazer actually the favorite, I guess, because there's less. Glazer. Sorry. And now it's flipped because there's more threes folded.
I honestly have no idea what's going on. Should I? Is that a chop?
Yes, Joseph.
That is a chop. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Chop, chop. I done all right there.
I did not think that was going to go well.
I done all right. That was the best I've ever done.
It exceeded my expectations.
Hardigan is smiling like a proud dad over in the corner.
He's always there smiling, though. Watching, judging.
5 players at this table, 6 at the other.
Thank you.
Watts down to 8 big blinds. Glazer only picked up a blind there.
Sorry. Welcome back.
So wait, whose blind did he pick up? If they chopped it.
No, he had
I guess he got half of the big blind because he was in the small blind.
Oh, wow.
Right?
I didn't think of it like that.
No, he has the same as he had before.
No.
What?
Wait.
He's in the small blind. Oh, sorry, he gets half of the... No, I'm sorry.
Wait, I'm confused. So
he was only in for the small
blind.
blind.
He gets his small blind back?
He gets a little bit
of the
small
blind back.
The other guy gets his big blind back?
Hold on a second. Hold on, boys. Professionals in the building. He gets a part of the big blind ante, okay? That's what he gets.
Yes.
Oh, so yeah, which is not his to start, so he does gain
125k chips plus.
Which is what I said. Half a big blind.
I mean, listen, we joke about it, but that is why you are the human calculator. You knew that exactly was going on.
I'll tell you
there.
one thing. That's the most embarrassing thing that's ever come out of a commentator's
Tim
mouth.
and I were
the panic,
rambling. We're like, what just happened? Was there a mistake? First, the percentages were all weird. They were like flipped around. They were exactly 50-50.
Pocket fours for Barbaros. He ditches them.
If he goes all in and it gets chopped, does he win?
Pretty tightish fold here, 5-handed, I'd say, with the fours, but maybe recognizing all these short stacks, tough opponent in the big blind, and gives Rice.
Ooh.
This is why you fold the fours, I guess.
Ace-9 suited for Watts.
Watts probably ends up all in here.
Watts was the shortest
collision
stack
effect
to start this hand.
Is that Sir Watts from online?
That's him.
Sir Watts' bodyguard.
Very tough to find a fold with ace-9 of diamonds. But we've
Michael Watson's big British brother. Who abbreviates the name to
And
Watts.
in it goes.
He doesn't love it, but he knows
He wears
needs
his
to
heart
do
on
it.
his sleeve. I love
Yeah,
it.
you love it. You love to see it.
2.1 is it? 2.1.
Rice has had a few spots where he hasn't loved calling, but has made the correct call every time, even if not always ahead. So I would imagine after a moment he will call here with the ace-jack.
Dude, Rice's ranges are so bladed.
Just feels like that. There's the call.
Look, guys.
Now, if you guys want to root for Watts here, I'd recommend.
No one want to watch this table.
Very, very quiet. Speak very, very quietly if you want to root for Watts. I'm not rooting for Watts. I'm just telling you. Speak very, very quietly. Because vintage.
I deserve a 9 for that.
You have to turn down for Watts.
All diamonds.
That tickled me.
6, 7, 8.
Jack on the flop, not looking good. No diamond.
Big trouble.
I hate this.
It's hard
I
to
like
win from
Watts
there.
so much.
Likely to be over on the turn.
Give him a tenner.
You guys did not
Give
turn
him a
down for
tenner.
Watts.
Turn down for 10.
Oh, too late on the diamonds.
GG, mate.
That's going to be it.
That's a shot. Okay. Safe.
Take the mic off.
Had a nice one anyway.
Cheers, bro.
Had a nice one.
Seems like an absolute gent. Eliminated.
Really does.
In 11th place at the Irish Open.
I assume now we're waiting.
Place, 25,750
Another player,
euros.
yeah?
And tables will need to be balanced. Playing 5 and 5. So we get down to the final 9. Next player eliminated also receives the same amount of money, $25,750. Make it to 9th, and you're guaranteed $33,500.
I can't pronounce that one.
Oh yeah, I won't make you do that one.
Tell you what. Yeah. Didn't get 33,000 for 7th even in 2017, did you?
Do you know what's very sad?
What?
I've played about 25 live tournaments in my life, and that is my biggest ever score.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Why is that sad?
Because Griffin's over here talking about his 7-figure scores. My biggest score was on a final table that Griffin won.
we have got an all-in pre-flop.
That is a straight?
Jacks versus Jacks 10.
Jack 10, no? Oh my God.
It is
10.
trip 10s though.
Oh, that guy does not like it.
I think that was a bad river card.
Cracked super hard.
Wait, Jacks versus
Jacks
Jack 10?
cracked?
No.
Yes, it looked like Jacks to me.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh
Jacks
my
beat
God.
by Jacks 10.
God, that is a horrible beat.
Maverick Sakis.
Small blind versus under the gun, it might have just been
Runner.
shove over an open like a very active chip leader. This is a horrendous beat. Did flop a gut shot on the flop, backdoor in the double 10s. Double 10s? Who says that?
Runner.
Runner 10s.
I can't believe you've won more money than me.
I'll tell you what,
the double
Finton,
10s. We playing
tell you
blackjack
what,
here?
Finton, you've been one of the biggest breakout players the last 5 years. You're going to have your time in the live circuit, son. Just got to get out there.
I'm gonna try to play a bit more.
Good man.
Carl Shaw still has chips.
Not as many.
That is truly heartbreaking.
Yeah, that is get up and walk around. Oof. Woof.
Karen, I'm just going to count up before you go up, okay? Clock is paused, guys, while we do this.
All right, Henrik, let's leave people's nationalities out of their criticisms of their play.
Unless they're Irish, we can take it.
3.1 million. 3.1.
So we're on a break. Swapping the tables.
Okay, Carl.
Slap at a base, swap at a tables. Oh man, that hurts. That's like a little extra too, right?
Oh, he's just moving him
Yeah.
up. It's not the break.
Yeah, he's moving him.
Oh, you've got so much.
That's annoying, right?
At least he didn't have to carry as many racks.
Yeah, he's like, let me get these for you.
Please follow me to your bust-out table. This will not happen, yes. Now that we've taken half your chips.
But my chips, you won't be needing those.
Okay, guys, please take your seats.
So either 15 or 24 minutes left on this level based on the... It's probably 15, right?
It's closer to 24.
It's the blue one?
I think it's neither.
I'm talking about
I don't know if it's either of them. I'm just saying of those two choices.
Yeah, but look, the choices are there, I'm saying. On the screen. It's one of the two, right?
But
or we could
no
just believe
payouts for either.
reality, and I know what time I sat down and when there was a half hour left, and you could listen.
I'm a visual learner.
To
We're
reality.
going to say 23 minutes and 45 seconds left on this level.
That's pretty
As
close.
we
But
take
that's
a
not
little...
the main event. That's all I'm saying.
Do you want me to go? We are taking a second here to get players balanced on tables here. And PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino. We're going to Monte Carlo? That's incredible. For the second stop.
17th year running.
Of EPT 2023, April 26th. Make sure you're there on April 27th to celebrate my birthday. Running all the way to May 6th. Main event
Your
satellite
birthday
still running.
runs until May 6th. From the 27th. Are you 4 years old? You have a week-long birthday? You can't be serious.
Week and a half. I do 11 days.
Okay,
7 days of live cards I've covered
Guys,
on
could I have
Twitch and
your
YouTube
attention
in
for
celebration of
one
Clifford
moment,
Benger.
We're not hands for hand.
Please join us.
And call on the table.
Nick explaining.
We will hold the action like we do on the money bubble.
That we're not playing hand for hand.
Yes, I considered actually that my birthday gift from PokerStars is an overnight flight to Monte Carlo. Somebody celebrate my
We'll
birthday.
also be
I'll have a little
monitoring the
scotch.
hands,
Scotch in the
and we
sky.
won't let one
Yeah.
table go
Living
more
the
than
good life.
hands out from the other. So at some point you may come to the table it's going too fast and say you just need to hold up until they catch up. Okay. Thanks,
I
guys.
do enjoy Nick's methods.
Yes.
I enjoy not
Method
pausing
Nick,
all
they
the
call
time. I'm keeping it fair. If someone's taking it too slow, you punish your table, but up until then we play fair game. Irish Open's played in good spirits. We won't need to do any of that.
I think there's something
the
about
accent's a bit off, but it was a good impression.
Oh, you thought I was trying to be Nick?
Yeah, I thought you were doing a Nick thing.
No.
There's something about his bedside manner also that I think people kind of respect it right away. It's like firm but friendly, and so you don't want to disappoint him.
My first ever live game, Nick was running it back when I was 18.
Oh,
what a
cool.
man.
That's cool.
Wow.
You probably already talked about this, but I really did think it was super charming of you to deal the final table in your meetup game.
They were so worried about allowing me to do it because they probably didn't realize that I worked as a dealer for quite some time, and it wouldn't be me fumbling chips all over the place and every hand taking 5 minutes. But it was so much fun. And
it was cool seeing you do something you're actually good at.
Oh, nice.
I'm waiting for the day for you, Joe.
Oh.
No, it was really neat. I liked it a lot.
Guys, break it up, hey, you guys.
I didn't just build you up for that joke. I really did think it was like quite cute when you were dealing the final
I really
table.
enjoyed it. It was amazing to meet so many people that have been part of the community for a long time. As Griffin said, I do need to get out there more, and particularly to like the regional Irish tours and stuff. I need to show my face.
I just realized this is the first time that I've ever been the third funniest person in the room.
Forward jacks, got jacked off.
So you're not counting any of the crew?
No, I just mean this is the room.
At the table, you mean?
Oh my God, I don't want to count the crew. No, then I'm not even in the top 5, top 10.
I'm actually happy to see the turn because then I can't get.
At least
like,
you're not 7
9 to win. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no.
I just need him to. Just
so I'm being told that the official term for what we're doing is called soft hand for hand, and that sounds absolutely filthy.
Guy the glasses, ain't got a clue. He ain't.
Greek man.
You think hard hand for hand sounds better?
Yeah, it goes nuts.
I mean, there is still. Well,
I don't have cards.
You don't need cards, just go on.
Okay. Who has softer hands near you?
Is this a steal or a walk? Why are we doing this?
Just feel my hand. I don't know.
Me.
Wow, you have soft hands.
Yeah, my hands are soft.
I guarantee that the 4 of us. I don't know. Have you ever done manual labor back in the day? I didn't think so. I guarantee.
James shook his head violently.
I guarantee of the men in this room, the 4 people right here have the softest hands. There's never been anything lifted.
I'm just saying,
it's been a while for me.
I don't understand the game of soft hand for hand, but I think we're winning.
My first job was
Wait,
is this mowing lawns.
The second you do something like that, you need.
I worked as a short order cook, which you get like a lot of burns and there's plenty of carrying going on there. I worked at a grocery store where there's like absolutely lots of carrying. But it's been a while. I'm talking like the last job I did that like really had any manual labor was I was a production assistant at Mad TV, and that was over.
Yeah.
That was almost 20 years ago.
And when did you know you had a gift for comedy? Was it a line cook that told you, Joe?
If it's a gift, I hope you kept the receipt.
See, that's just classic Joe right there. As we do pick up the action, Rice gonna open things up with the ace-jack suited raise.
Not great.
What player was
it? Like very quiet.
Easy peasy.
Open UTG.
You want to know what was weird about doing the dealing? It actually felt.
5 bigs.
Do you ever like
more natural than playing?
That, but also, do you ever like leave your hometown and you come back and like everything's the exact same and you just go into it and it's like, oh yeah, I'm just back at home.
Yeah.
I just felt like I was a poker dealer and had never stopped.
You looked like it. I mean, you hadn't, from what I could tell, hadn't lost a step. Like you looked.
I used to be alright. I was definitely a little bit slower with the counting of chips.
In the spot yesterday for a big pot where.
Oh man, I got the technique down.
It looked great. Did they get pictures of the cards?
I tried my best, man. I kept throwing cards really high and everyone could see them, and I was like, I just need to get a good photo, guys.
Yeah. Doherty, I think we need to expect him to be the most active on this 5-handed table here with 10 people left, but 5-4 suited. Going to be a few notches, I think, outside of the range of what
it's like you say, it's
he wants
almost
to entertain. We have seen the Queen Deuce suited opens from Doherty at the hijack that one time. So very prepared to make light opens to add chips to his stack, get involved. Barbaros.
I think like there's a bit bigger stacks over there. It's everyone kind of probably realizes like
take it chill, take it easy, 40 effective against Rice.
I think most people on that table realized it, so everyone was just like having a right go.
This gentleman's come over from the other table. Now he did just lose jacks to Jack 10, and he's giving all the goss. He's revealing all the secrets from the other table.
Oh, was he talking about the Jack 10? Did we get the action on it? No.
I don't think so. Interesting decision from Rice, electing to raise here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine.
Over there.
I don't think you're too worried about getting many limp raises. I think you're going to get some takedowns sometimes. And maybe just wants to take the lead. This combo I might check back at this in this very specific situation with 10 left in a tournament, but
yeah, I think it's reasonable for sure.
And the domination has been rotated. Rice way out in front.
Given what I've seen from Rice so far, I would expect him to bet on 965, having raised a6 here.
1.1.
But do agree with Griff that mixing in the check here from time to time, a lot of the time, would be reasonable.
yeah, you just hate you find yourself getting check raised here. This is quite a bit bigger than I would like to continue.
It's a really tough spot for Barbosa.
Yeah, I think because of the size, you might want to find some just folds.
It's never fun to face big bets. Facing big bets with 10 left when you're versus one of...
Don't like it. I don't like it. I like my bets. I like my hands. Soft. Small. Barbaros just in the bunker here.
You're opening yourself up for so much with these lines. Like, so much.
Jesus.
Every decision is a tough decision. I mean, everything is so shallow. There's no messing around. There's no...
One thing I would say, Joe, is when you take this long on the flop, I think you're giving away quite a lot. And when you look so flustered that if you think it's super close and you weren't sure what you're going to do, when I've took so long, I just fold.
Yeah.
I've definitely had that feeling many times that, like, well, I've kind of just made it so that I can't do anything but fold here.
Yeah. And, like, I don't know. I'm not a live guy. I don't know how much people read into it. But I certainly have got that feeling myself. Where I'm not really sure what to do. And I'm like, I've taken too long. I'm just going to fold.
I think that quite regularly. I don't think other people are thinking it as much as we're thinking it about ourselves. But I think you have a point.
Tough one. Fold.
Yeah, there it goes. Like I said, I think that even if people know pretty early on that they're going to fold, taking a little extra time it's just such a situation that almost no one here has ever been in before. Back to the other table. This is Oyala shoving.
Into the man with 9 lives after cracking jacks with Jack 10.
Without knowing what these cards are, hard to say, but obviously, I think pocket nines or ace queen, maybe, Vinton?
I'm not sure
maybe
about ace
jacks.
queen. I think it might be ace jack or tens.
Okay. I think we got them all covered.
But there's no other hand it could be.
Nope, that's it. Only those 4.
Maybe he's got jack 10 off. Maybe he's got a strange feeling about it again.
Coach Ruffy says 28 offsuit. Is there even a... Oh, 2-8. Okay.
Anytime I see someone lose their mind with a hand like deuce 8 or 6, 7 or whatever, I always think it's their birthday. I'm like, that's the only way.
It's
that
a
they
lucky
could be
number.
It's the only way they could be so attached to it.
And that's why we call my birthday hand the hand that never wins. What hand was that from earlier?
10-5.
There it is.
Or 5-10 if you're American.
The other way.
Probably a good fold. You take it along.
Panagiotis folds.
So you're September or you're May? I still don't know because the American
October.
Oh, did I say September? That's so embarrassing. I'm born in September, the 9th month. That is so embarrassing.
You're not an astrology guy.
Oh man, you got so confused.
Rice has been involved in quite a few pots today. Not going to be involved in this one.
Rice played great today. Gotten a bit fortunate with some nice all-ins, but in general, every step of the way, been playing well. And now Benny.
We are all
Benny.
in.
12 big blinds. Surely thinking about putting them all in there. Just hoping to get it through. We're hoping to get lucky one more time.
Balling.
One more time. Yes, we did it, Benny.
Doherty, not much suspense. Gives up the big blind.
On my very first date with my now wife, Hannah, I walked in and maybe the third sentence was, "What star sign are you?" And I said Virgo, and she told me it would never work, and she didn't talk to me for 3 months. True story.
Wow.
Wow.
Now, it didn't have anything to do with
Does
the
she
star
still
sign.
believe in astrology, though? Oh, because you knew it was a Virgo? Is that why she said?
No, she just said if you're Virgo, it's just not going to work. She said it to me.
I thought it was more like, oh, you know what a Virgo is. This is never going to work.
She actually had a great time playing in the community game. She was sitting beside yourself and Rory Jennings.
It was very cool. And the same way I would be, it was her first time ever playing live poker, yes?
In an actual tournament.
Yeah.
So I have a table at home. She's played there. She played
in public.
Yeah, she played at the Lex Live, but it was like self-dealt and it was a sit and go. This was like the most real she's ever played.
Benny, another shove spot here. 15 big blinds. Gotta go. Gotta put them in.
Taking his time, but I'm pretty sure Benny will be happy to be shoving the 5 sword.
Know. Wait, did he say call?
The Sammy Hagar gets through the small blind, and Shaw with 10-7 in the big blind also heads for the hills.
That must have been a pretty big pot that Shaw lost with those jacks, because that player seemed like he was sitting on plenty on the other table.
Yeah,
Shaw has appeared to me to be one of the chip leaders for like 6 of the last 8 days. Like just so long, you know? So, yeah, that had to have been a really big pot for him to be only left with around, what is it, 3 million or something?
I think potentially even as low as 2.
Marganoff on Twitch says it was around an 8 million chip pot.
Oof. Oh, wow. That's so big at this moment in time.
It could have very easily been number 1 and number 2 at that table because Panagiotis was chip leading most of the last 2 hours last night also.
Really nice couple hands there for Benny to go from.
Yeah, getting back-to-back shoves through is just so massive at this moment.
Yeah. Doherty flexing those chip lead muscles. But this is a bit of a problem. An all-in of this
1.9
stack. I wonder if Doherty has a very clean idea of how he's going to react to a shove for 8 big blinds. It's actually like less than 8 big blinds.
1.850.
No.
1.950. 1.950.
1.950.
1.950.
So it doesn't sound like he really necessarily knew, or I guess he just knows now. Like,
Ah,
he is going to make the call. A bit too small.
And Shaw is ahead, but has a real sweat.
Aces are right. Aces.
Potentially,
You got aces, seriously.
it's a bubble.
King 7 off.
The final table bubble.
Good timing.
Oh my God, he's anti-slow rolling him. This is funny. Did you hear this?
Yeah, he said he had aces.
Yeah.
Bangkok aces.
There's the stacks of 5s, not 4s. The 25s, yeah.
So this is the soft hand for
Oh, you
hand.
can take it back if you want.
Wait.
Yeah. Soft hands.
Before the hands are exposed.
Yeah. I know you got Bangkok aces. I'll still pay off. So.
The count was wrong because it was from
While we're waiting for
more.
the other hand to finish,
I'll
why
just
not
kick
take
up a fuss like Dario
it?
Sammartino now.
Yeah. God.
2-0-50, I call. 2-1, it's a completely different decision, you know.
Is it that little of a discrepancy that you was?
No, I'm kidding.
No, okay, right.
I'm joking.
No, but I remember,
yeah.
right,
Yeah.
yeah.
It was much larger for him. Yeah, it was like an extra like 6 bigs or something.
Right, yeah.
Not that I'm condoning this, but I definitely sometimes will pick a number in my head and go, if it's under that, I'm calling, and if it's above it, I'm folding. Yeah, we are going to go see what's happening at the other table as long as we have to wait. It looks like Win versus Oyala. Flop at 7, 6, 5, 2 spades. Win is going to commit some more chips, 450. And we saw how shallow everyone was at the other table. I assume it's pretty much the same here if Panagiotis has all those chips. So 450 is not many big blinds, but it doesn't look like Oyala has a ton of big blinds. Oyala announces all in. Win folds.
You can hold the deal there, there's an all-in call there.
So now we're going to go back and deal with the all-in and call.
Okay, guys, we're going to run the all-in call. Good luck.
Good luck, up.
Ace 4 suited versus King 7 off.
Never underestimate Kevin. King 7.
Do it for Kevin O'Donnell. Jack 8-4, 2 clubs.
Not a great flop for the King 7.
King of spades for a sweat.
A few extra outs.
Oh yeah.
A couple of 9s picked up.
The sweat we didn't even know we had. The river running 10s. Not
Running
going
10s
to do
again.
it
It's a sign.
for King 7.
Wow, yeah, fucking hell.
Running 10s again, eh? That's what
What
they're
was it,
joking
2.1?
about.
Just exactly.
Zoom
Wow,
in
that's
exactly.
PTSD right there. Triggered.
Die by the running 10s, live by the running 10s.
We're not 10%, but when it's all in and call, you have to call. You have to call me call it. Because it's not 10%, it's 10%. You don't have 10%.
Guys,
Nope.
Cruising toward the final table. One more elimination for the last redraw.
Did you just steal the 10-10 hand? Did you steal the 10
Oh,
on
no.
the turn 10 on the
Oh,
river?
no.
I can remember twins. A good bro.
That wasn't me. The guy looked like me.
It doesn't mean nothing to you, but it means a lot
But I
to
got
me.
you on camera.
Tilted.
And in addition to making the final redraw, making the final table, it is worth reminding everyone 365,000 euros to the winner of this event. 365-ish times your initial buy-in.
Absolutely insane. Amazing.
Pretty wild.
This dealer that just sat down, Charlie.
Yeah.
One of the quickest dealers I've ever seen.
Busted me in this. You want to know why I remember that?
Do you know what? I love Charlie.
You want to know why I remember that? Is because I was all in with a lot of outs to the river, and I looked and I saw the name tag, and I said, Charlie's my brother's name, okay? And he looked at me, okay, and then bricked it out.
You doubled up for 2 last time?
No, Charlie's a really good dealer.
Is that right, yeah?
Close the blinds, yeah.
Yeah, exactly 2.
Uh-oh.
4.5.
We might have to, encore, boys?
Do you want more?
Do you want more? Do you want another tune?
You've actually got a little bit of a tune in there.
Oh, now,
yeah.
brown cow.
You
That's what I always hear my mom say.
have you?
Warming up
Yeah,
her
no,
voice.
that's
She's
right.
a voice teacher and
All
actress.
about the singing afterward.
Ow, now, brown cow.
Let's focus. Try to keep it.
All right. Fair enough.
Still a very big spot, regardless of the likelihood of it being a chop.
Right,
I mean,
it's my
there is-
fault.
well, yeah.
Yeah, like he might, and it's. I don't think.
Yeah.
Actually, think it's completely unreasonable. It's
Oh, that
super,
looks
super
like a
close.
fold. That looks like a fold face.
Still sure.
Joe, what does he have? It has
Got a
to
better
be
hand than you had last time.
ace, queen, or jacks.
Ace queen
It's
suited.
queen or
is-
nines we established.
Oh,
no?
sorry.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Sorry.
And then someone says jacks. It's okay.
Sorry.
We'll polish it up. This is our first time, the three of us. You know.
Sorry.
As long as
Feel
we're
like
focusing on
bright
Shaw
future.
here, Marganoff lets us know the Poker News report on the Jacks hand is up. Maverick Sack has shoved 4.4 million from the small blind over a Shaw open.
Wow. 22 big blinds from the small, out from the under the gun open from the big chip leader. Ooh.
Spicy.
Spicy, a spice bag, you might call it.
The greatest cuisine in the world, and I'll hear nothing else.
Oh yeah, it was. Well, it was food. It was something when I had it the other day.
You got to get one from a certain restaurant, though.
Yeah, no, I got to say, Outback, it was, you know, it was food.
It's not a true representation of the greatest
I
cuisine
didn't find
on
it
earth.
spicy.
Yeah.
I didn't like that I got to choose my sauce. It's like, give me the one that's like supposed to be the best with this.
There's not meant to be a sauce.
Okay, so I'm not supposed to put sauce on it.
No.
So it's just the, okay.
But it's usually quite spicy.
Yeah, okay.
Rice opening. 7-8 of diamonds.
Rice it up.
Incredibly frustrating for Benny to face the mid-raise and have 5 deuce off.
Just so many hands he can justify seeing a cheap flop with, and this not one of them.
I don't know if he's going to be able to resist doing something here.
I was going to say, you can get weird, right? You're more likely to get a little weird here than you are
I could see like a 1.4.
Yeah.
1.35, but he just folds.
You guys are crazy. He's got 5 deuce.
I understand,
You can
but
see the 1.4?
But don't
I mean,
you,
just like pretending you have something. I don't know. It's like
Don't
a thing
you-
you can do. Like, it's just, I'm just saying, like.
I play every hand like I've got aces, and that is why I don't
No.
got
Let me be clear about something, okay? Of course, we're just like holding there. I'm just saying that like, there's something about being in live poker with like what appears to be an amateurish min raise, blind on blind, and you have a no equity hand. A lot of pros will just raise. They're just like, I can't fold this, and I don't want to play this.
Let me word it
But he doesn't have
differently.
any chips to do it.
Let me word it differently.
Yeah, do it. Can you please defend me?
Don't you think Benny thinks he can outplay Rice?
Possibly.
Right.
But I reckon I would potentially be able to outplay you on a poker table. I won't come after you with 5 deuce.
It's true.
I appreciate that, and if you did, I would take it personally, which is why I can't play poker.
Benjamin Sprague has the same issue, and he plays all the time.
Yeah,
He
right.
takes everything personally.
No, we talk about it all the time.
I'm saying Benjamin Sprague might be raising 1.4 there is what I'm saying.
Yeah, do you know what?
You
If
agree with
anyone's
me?
going to do it, Spraggy loves a live read.
Rice with a real one this time. One that cannot be folded for any amount of action.
I've seen Darcy make some pretty big folds relatively against Rice.
Oh yeah, that's true. We did see what was King 9, I think. He folded one time, right?
I think he folded Ace 4 off as well. But he's got a few more chips now.
Cool.
Got to be calling.
Oh yeah, we're seeing a flop with this puppy.
Jack 7-4. Rice not able to continuation bet. Deuce on the turn.
Spot where Doherty might want to start bluffing, but this hand just doesn't really benefit too much from it.
Yeah, it's a tough candidate.
Bet 675.
And Rice goes for the delayed continuation bet, gets it through.
I think it's a player all in there.
Really? Is it on, yeah?
Is the call as well? I saw it only one lane. I don't know like if it's a call or not.
Where are you from, mate?
Moldova.
Moldova, where's that? Is that around here?
Moldavian. Before, between, we have a border with Ukraine and Romania.
Oh, Ukraine and Romania. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you told me yesterday, actually. We were speaking yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah.
Outside.
I'll do this so that I have even stacks.
It's fine. I got OCD like that as well, to be honest.
It's just easier, isn't it?
Actions folded over to Benny Glazer. Excuse me, Glazer. Old habits die hard, Griff. I'm right there with you.
A little over 5 now, right? A little over 5, yeah?
Yeah.
Glazer folds. Doherty. Mind you suited. Doherty a little less predictable and a little less tight than some of the other players at this table.
Yeah, Doherty doesn't like to fold. I could see him raise or limp this, but likely not going to let it go.
With Shaw's stack, I think Doherty should be mostly raising. I don't think he should be limping too much.
Rise all in.
Shaw's having none of it.
Quick fold from Doherty.
Nice comeback here from Shaw after the absolutely brutal bad beat on the other table. The worst we've seen here at the Irish Open 2023.
What's the biggest bounties going on?
So what?
What's the biggest bounties going on?
25.
25. There's one of the 10s. I think there's 2 10s, is there?
Couple 10s, couple 25s.
There's one of the 25s not going to play to the final table.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They should start doing that. That's good. Keep the one big bounty for the final table. And if you get a bounty on the final table, you can possibly win that big bounty.
Personally speaking, I think it would be great if whoever gets the big blind, whoever gets the big bounty, whoever they bust, got 10% of it.
Yeah.
You know,
that'd
I
be fun as well, to be honest.
You know, so say I bust you, I'd pull 25k, you get 2.5k. Well, if you bust, you've got nothing, but yeah, you get 2.5k. The problem is your bounties would have to be drawn then as you go along, or name put on them, or name put on them, like.
At least one.
And you can see how quickly
I think you can put a name on. They can start with the envelopes with everybody gets an envelope first.
Shortish all in, you lose a couple of raise fold,
I take your
small
envelope,
pots, and Doherty suddenly only playing 8 million after having been well over 12.
A nice difference to it.
Barbaros
I guess I would encourage gambling.
Is going to
call. Cool. I just think it's a nice touch if you bust, you're out. At least you still got a glimmer of hope that you hit the big one. Or
Neither player flopping anything on Jack 6 tray. Would imagine Doherty's going to continue here.
Barbaros checks.
seems very deliberate with a lot of his actions. I think sometimes when I'm playing, honestly, I can be a little bit quick, just in general. And then when I actually have a spot, it's obvious that it's close.
There's quick sometimes when people aren't really, you know, when they make their decisions quickly, obviously, and there's deliberate when they make their decisions slowly. And I think in his case, which is kind of like mine, it's deliberate because I want people to think it wasn't an easy decision. Like it could have gone either way. Like I just want to do a quick check. I have nothing. Check.
Yeah. I feel like it's hard to fight back here with Queen 9, no heart. Yeah. Maybe cheeky little check raise if you had Queen 9 of clubs, even continue, but gotta let it go.
"30 minutes from now, you guys are going to hear about a nice bounty being pulled. If you didn't just hear it right now. And Doherty.
My radar's off.
The playing us, yeah?
What the hell?
His what is off?
I thought you were going to raise.
Yeah, that's okay.
Read.
Me if you could.
I was thinking for
Read.
I got you, Joe.
Important
Important part of the game.
Yeah.
It's about time you folded to me. Can't win everyone. I've had good hands. So have I, but I mean, just can't do anything with stuff up and down.
Actually, that's a pretty good phrase for a GTO poker player. Where we're going, we don't need reads.
I like that a lot more than I thought I would. Glauser, decent shove candidate here for about 13 big blinds, but can also put in some raises and is going to just min.
Anyway.
9-7 suited is always a painful one to fold, but it's got to go in the bin.
Got to go in the bin.
On break, yeah. Yeah, we are actually. Yeah.
Last time before the break, Benny trying to pick up a few much-needed chips.
And does so.
An up and down level for Benny, but has ended around where he started when I joined.
Very good. Thank you.
And we're...
You heard Big Nick. We are going on a 20-minute break. There's going to be a new feature table when we get back because we have not lost a player. These are the stacks heading to the other table. And coming back, we'll have Oyala, Waters, Panagiotis, Black, and Win. More from the Irish Poker Open when we return.
Yeah, I know. But it's going to be a read for it.
It's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
One other thing I wanted to ask you about your first year on the World Series, the Moneymaker year. Is it true that you thought that it would be bad for poker if Moneymaker won, that you felt that in order for the game to have legitimacy, the established pro, Sami Farha, needed to win?
Okay, James, I'm not expecting softballs here, but earlier you want to finish the story that, my investors got zero back on 25K. Now you're pounding away on a mistake I made, an honest mistake. It's not like I didn't kidnap the Lindbergh baby, all right? I wasn't one of the masterminds behind 9/11. When we were coming down the stretch, in fact, when Phil Ivey got knocked out 10th just before the final table, and obviously we were going to have 7 episodes, so we were going to have plenty of Ivey. I was horrified. I thought that was bad because he was the most established person left. Yeah. So now we got 9. Now we got 9 clowns left. But yes, when it got to heads up, when it was Moneymaker versus Farha, I believed with every inch of my heart that it was bad for poker if some accountant, 27-year-old hick accountant from Tennessee who almost sold a seat and won a seat for any one of 37 different numbers now we have. $39, $49. You want to
$110, $150.
I know the exact amount. The correct number, by the way.
7-11.
The correct number for posterity is $86.
$86 as of today, James. But anyway, I thought it was bad for poker. Some amateur came in and just showed that you could be a nobody and have no previous experience and have a rank of hands chart in front of you and beat the Humphrey Bogart gambling figure with the cigarette dangling out of his mouth. Yeah, so it's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
Okay, well, to that point, do you think that over the last 18 years or so since 2003 that you have changed your opinions on much else besides that? It feels like, to me, you've grown a lot, or changed, we'll call it, because grown isn't necessarily always a positive or a negative thing. It seems like you've changed quite a bit. Do you feel like you have?
You know, again, sometimes there's changes that you don't feel or see. It's almost like when you're in the water in the ocean and what's it called? When you move from one part to another part, you don't even notice it.
You just drift away. Yeah, you realize your towel's way over there now.
Yeah. Okay, so there can be an undertow in your life. It just happens so slowly, so incrementally. You don't notice it, and 12 years later, you know, you're convicted for manslaughter, and you were having a bad day, but you didn't know how you got there. So there have been changes. For sure. The one change I've never made, which I've been stubborn on in terms of my approach to how we do the broadcasting, is screw the strategy. And I take grief for this with certain segment of the poker community, but I literally did not even study up more on No Limit Hold'em because I didn't want to reach the point where I'm thinking, okay, now I'm gonna make a point. I'm gonna make a point here on why he is betting Jack 10 offsuit from under the gun 2 because I know what this is. I don't give a shit. And I've never given it. I always thought it would change what I'm doing. So yeah, I've made a point of actually not studying the game. Even when I've gone in the last few years to do bracelet events, streaming them on Poker Go or wherever we stream them on, that's a game that I play, like a stud game or a horse game. I don't do much strategy because I just don't think that's the way to go for most of the audience. But yeah, I've had changes and I just don't know what they are.
Really good final table, actually. I'm really enjoying it. Okay, 5-9 there for Jason Mercier. Oh, suddenly,
wow!
Now he's suddenly.
This is not something we've seen before, is it?
No. Well, four-handed. You see, he's going to start. He's going to start opening up now that the four-handed. The right thing to do. Good for him. He's set up a table image.
Yeah.
He's going to capitalise on it.
80,000.
I can't see him getting called unless.
Anthony pass, small blind pass. Eric calls.
Eric's making a mistake here, I think.
Yeah.
He really is. He's calling just to try to outplay him.
Check.
So if you've got aces or, you know...
Two players, Eric check in the dark.
Let's see what happens here.
Oh, I hate that. He's checked in the dark again.
Flop comes.
Yeah.
5, check, 6. Jason checks.
Jason
Here
checks
is the
as
turn.
well.
It's an 8.
What's Koska's going to do now?
220.
220,000.
Betting 220,000 into a pot of 187,000.
220,000. Did he say call? Oh, well, he's picked up a middle pin. He's picked up a middle pin straight with his pair of 5s. So he needs a 7 or a 9. Well, he actually, as it is,
he doesn't actually need anything.
Winning.
But if he thinks he's behind, that's what he thinks he needs.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking in my head too.
Board is 5, check, 6, 8.
Koska's didn't like that call.
8.
Okay.
I'm all in.
Eric all.
Wow.
In.
Very great strong play there. If Mercier can pick this up, this will be an incredible call. If he can. How much has he got to call here? 700,000. And his stack is 2,044,000. So he'll still be left 1.3 million if he calls and gets it wrong. Has he got a jack in his hand? Has he got an 8? Think it through. He's thinking it through. Checking out his body language. He's looking at Eric.
From what we've seen,
corner of his eye.
From what we've seen of Jason, do we think he can make this call?
I've no idea.
Can he get a read on Eric Koskas?
I think he thinks his 2 pair are good here. I think instinctively he thinks his 2 pair are good. You remember that these guys play hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hands online. You know, They have a sort of feel for when they might be ahead. What's he got? He's got ace king. If he's got no pair, then I'm good. Could he have been betting a flush draw?
If his instinct is that his 2 pairs are good,
I call.
Just got to decide whether to trust his instinct, and that's what he does.
Showdown.
What a great call.
Made the call, and Koskas will show he had absolutely nothing.
That is an absolutely excellent call.
He went with his instinct, he made the call, and he's eliminated Eric Koskas.
He has. It's a brilliant call. It's a brilliant, brilliant call.
Blinds are up to 80 and 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Andrew Chen first to speak.
Suited 1 gapper on the button, heads up.
Raises to 360.
This is not a mandatory 3-bet. Good way to balance your range.
Tie elects to call. Jack 7-5 flop, ace high still good. Tie checks.
Checking to the pre-flop aggressor. Chen should continue.
He does, 330,000.
Ace high will often be the best hand, just like it is on this hand.
Tie calls. Nine of spades on the turn. Changes nothing. Gatai checks a second time.
See if Chen slows down as well.
He does. He checks behind. 10 of clubs on the river.
You would expect it to go check, check, maybe check bluff here. But it looks like we're going to see a bet from Davide Katai.
Is this a value bet or a bluff?
Pretty sure he doesn't want to call, so I'm guessing this is a bluff to try to fold out a 7 or a 5. Chen should be ditching this right about now. But he's not. I know he's not calling.
Well, this is certainly a bluff. A raise to more than 1.5 million.
To be perfectly honest, there are tons of hands Andrew could have here that have ace-3 beat. Tons. Katai is not taking his gaze off Chen at all. This would be some kind of absolute sick soul read.
Awesome call alert.
Agreed. I don't know how often ace tray is going to be good in that spot, but it's infrequently enough that I'm confident in saying that is a losing play in the long run. But Davide Katai just made a soul read on par with Mystic Meg.
Jack 10 for Roger.
The old two-handed peel to go with it. Don't see much of that these days. I'm for it.
He's raising from the button. 450,000. Ace 10 for Steve O'Dwyer.
Uh-oh, Steve's doing the dominance dance.
He calls.
Plays it kind of slow.
The flop is Queen 8-8. It's a gut shot for Sipple. O'Dwyer still ahead with ace high. O'Dwyer's playing in flow. He's checked the action to Sipple.
And Steve can now call a lot of C-bets because it's a smaller pot.
It's a chunky C-bet from Roger, 750K.
And I don't think Roger's going to have much here very often.
O'Dwyer calls. A pot of 2.4 million. The turn card is a deuce. It changes nothing.
Can Roger dump? Nope.
Check, check on the turn. The river card, a 3. It's a brick. Sipple misses its draw. Ace high is the best hand. O'Dwyer checks for a third time.
I'm all in.
And Sipple bluff shoves the river.
Roger. Roger, what are you doing to me?
This is really tricky. Last time Raj did this, he was stronger than the drinks at the players' party. But this is not how most players are going to play their bluffs.
And that is certainly the kind of thing a player of Steve O'Dwyer's caliber is going to notice. We can see he has the best hand. A lot of players are going to fold in this spot, and if Steve does fold, he'll still have a 2-1 chip lead over Roger. But considering he has the best hand, if he heroes with ace high, he will win the tournament.
I think a 10 is pretty good.
Father Time is going to need some time.
Good call.
He calls!
It's over.
Good call.
Incredible call.
Ace high.
With that hand, Steve O'Dwyer wins!
Wow. I didn't have you on a pair and you didn't have one. I didn't think you were going to make that call.
I was worried I had a 10 and it blocked some of your gut shots. So.
Good call.
Thank you. And nice job.
Thank you. You too.
Oh, man.
Manik Lerza in the small blind with 6 deuce. Ryan Reese started the hand with 6 big blinds, has 4 behind because he posted the big blind ante and the big blind itself.
Before, yeah. So this is $1 million plus 2.
Lerza just calls. And Ryan Reese checks his option with 10 deuce. Well, Reese is open-ended on the flop. Action goes check, check. Board pairs on the turn.
I won't be surprised to see Lerza check here again and look to go for a delayed bluff on the river.
Well, Reese
at this point
has a lock on this with 10 high.
It's super interesting if Lerza bets, because you would imagine that pre-flop he shoves pretty much every queen, every king, every ace. So unless he's trapping with a jack, man, honestly, I know this sounds crazy to say, but Ryan Reese with 10 high might be pretty suspicious of this all in. This would be one of the most insane calls we've ever seen on an EPT final table to call with 10 high, but honestly, I don't think it'd be the craziest one. He might be able to work this out, that his opponent's never doing this with an ace high, king high, doesn't have them pre-flop. A lot of the time he's going to have these delayed bluffs. Can he make a wild call with the 10 deuce? He is definitely thinking about it.
7 to 7 2.
Looks like he might only have one more time bank left.
Have you ever found yourself in an MTT, Finton, where you've called all in with 10 high and been right?
Definitely not on a final table, not even close. This would be one of the sickest calls ever. But it just doesn't make sense from the 6 deuce. Oh, what a call!
He calls all in with 10 high and will get the double up.
They're playing for the advertised payouts. 234 for third, 360 for second, more than $500,000 for the winner. And blinds up now to 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Action on Mustafa Kanat, who has kings.
He's pretty happy they didn't make a deal.
The chip leader raises to 325,000. Pocket fives for Charlie Carroll.
Uh-oh.
He shoves for 2.75 million. Chance Cornuth with ace-9 in the big blind.
All in.
He's all in.
Really?
I call.
And Kanat calls.
Hello, guys.
Whoops, not so sure about the move with ace-9, but it's probably really close.
Three-way all in, and if kings hold, it's over.
No ace.
Charlie has chance covered, so he's set to get second place here.
What do we have? Fives.
As things stand, Kanat is a 58% favorite to win this hand and the title. Even bigger favorite now.
Can the best hand hold for once?
We need a 5. We need a 5 or no ace. If there's no ace, then we just heads up.
Then we all get to the bar a little bit faster.
This tournament about to end with a double bust out. 5 on the turn. Charlie now set for a near triple up.
No deuce, no king.
That's Riley's feeling it.
The other two now drawing thin.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable. A deuce would be horrible.
Cornuth needs a deuce to survive.
One off would be the deuce of spades, right?
Poor kings. Started off the favorite, now he's the dog.
The river card is a deuce. A straight for Cornuth. Charlie's not out. He wins the small side pot against Kanat.
Sick.
And Chance Cornuth triples up.
You guys.
I don't think he called it.
You got me, remember? Oh, but you covered.
Oh, hang on, no, I'm still.
Yeah, you gotta.
Chip in a chair, that's what he's got.
That's pretty fortuitous.
Kanat was on the verge of busting both of them and winning the tournament, but we play on three-handed.
Welcome back to the 2023 Irish Poker Open, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. It is the final day, but not yet the final table. 2 tables of 5 remain. 10 players in contention for this historic title, and the first prize this year of €365,000. And during the break, we flipped you for real. What was the outer table is now the feature table. What was the feature table is now the outer table. So these guys coming to the main stage, so delighted to still have the legend that is Andy Black still in this poker tournament. I am James Hartigan, sat alongside me, Fintan Hand, a former Irish Open finalist.
I'm just happy that Griff's out of here because I was sick of the jokes about coming 7th. Came over here for a nice, enjoyable time watching this final day and just getting abused.
And a guy who just flopped a royal flush in an Irish Open cash game, Nick Walsh.
Thank you so much. I'm
Tell
here.
them about all the money you made.
Oh, it was fantastic, guys. Check, 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 flop. Check, 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 turn. Bet 2, fold, call 2. Profit. That's how you do
€2.
it. Yep. Check it out on the socials, guys. Flop the royal, baby.
So action underway again. Blinds are up, as they are every 60 minutes. This is level 35, 150k, 300k with a 300k big blind ante. By my calculations, Fintan, average stack is still around 23, 24 big blinds. It's still shallow, and I'm kind of surprised we're not yet at one table.
I reckon we're going to have a flurry of bust-outs. Not quite the bubble bust-out bonanza that we often see. I honestly, I nearly tripped over my tongue there. That was very brave for me to attempt. But I reckon we'll see. We'll see the final table in the next half an hour, 40 minutes. Easy.
So the raise has come from Jamie Wynn on the button, and both blinds have folded.
Did you get a picture of your royal flush, Nick?
I did. I put it on the gram. It wasn't a particularly exciting hand. The last time I flopped a royal, I made considerably more. But, you know, it never happens. It was nice. I asked the dealer, hey, what do I get for flopping a royal? And he went,
Look a bit
here you go.
isolated over there.
Offered me his hand. A hand of thanks. Thanks, dealer. Appreciate it.
Wait, you flopped more than one royal flush by live poker?
Twice. Twice now.
That is insane.
I know, that is fairly unreal. Hashtag always lucky.
And this is only his second time playing live. That's how well he runs.
I think I've probably had 5 royals lifetime, but flopped it twice.
What, 5 in live poker?
No, the other 3 were online, and probably like with 1 card or something silly like that.
I did flop back-to-back spade royal flushes in about 20 minutes in one online session one time.
That's unbelievable.
Finland's Henry Ojala with ace-king on the button. 6.3 million to start the hand, so around 20 bigs.
Moi? Is that high?
That is high.
Oh my god, I got it. All the Finnish people I ever lived with only taught me the curse words, obviously, so we'll keep them away from the broadcast.
Kiitos.
600,000.
Thank you. See? You get poker and you get Duolingo all in one stream. So, Mavrouzakis has got Queen 8 offsuit. Does have a lot of chips. Kind of feels still like a reasonably wide defend.
We saw this man winning many chips with Jack 10 off, if I'm not mistaken, versus the Jacks, the now infamous hand. So I don't expect to see any faults with Queen 8. Maybe we even see a spicy re-raise. Are you a card protector kind of guy when you're playing? Did you have one?
No, I just use a chip.
Same. Old school.
But I have to say, I do like this card protector. Not unattractive.
It's like a disco Scooby-Doo.
So we do go heads up to the flop, which is Queen high, and Mavrouzakis takes the lead here. Should highlight that we are still playing what is referred to as soft hand for hand. I don't know how good a job Joe did during the last session of explaining what that means.
I honestly have never been more impressed with a piece of commentary than when Joe broke down soft hand for hand.
It basically involves Nick O'Hara, the TD, walking around with a pen and paper and monitoring how long it is taking each table to play a hand and ensuring that the tables are running at approximately the same pace. And if one table is playing slower than the other, they will just kind of pause the action to allow the other table to catch up.
I've been on the table when Nick did it, once at an EPT. There was a lot of tanking going on, final table bubble of a 2K, and Nick wasn't having it.
Nine of spades pairs the board on the turn. Mavrouzakis is now an 84% favourite.
Occasionally we'll want to check here, but a lot of the time we will see an attempt at getting some value. Could go for the check and potentially fire big on the river, or maybe go probably a little bit on the smaller side now. It's also interesting. Ojala on the button with ace-king could potentially look to value bet this turn.
Yeah. Tom pointing out the jacks versus jack 10 hand could have combined the tables quickly. Yeah, I wouldn't bring that up in front of Carl Shaw if I were you. 3-pair now for Mavrouzakis.
Mavrouzakis pretty much always has to bet here. It's starting to look very much like his opponent has got some showdown, but not a hand good enough to bet. Not going to be seeing a lot of bluffs if he checks here, so in my opinion, just a mandatory value bet. Could go small, could go anything as big as pot. I think he can get reasonably greedy here if he decides to.
Do you think if Ojala has king-queen here in position, he probably barrels a turn every time, Fenton?
Well, it was checked on the flop, so yeah, I think if, but if he had for some reason checked king-queen on the flop, then of course, likely to put some chips in.
Good stuff.
Mavrouzakis does lead the river, and Ojala will have to consider making an ace-high hero call here for 2.2 million.
He has gone on the greedier side of things. 130, 125% pot.
Good sizing. I like it.
How'd you approve?
I'll tell you one thing: he does not like it. he might respect it, but he's not enjoying the fact that he has the decision.
Yeah, it's a cool size though, right? Because you can definitely level yourself into calling with like 7s here, 10s here. Although I imagine some of those might have actually c-bet flop.
The one thing that I do feel you need to be aware of when you have the ace-king in this spot is that this sizing does not equate to have to be a 9 or nothing. When it's been jacked to the river, the queen is the nuts. You can bet quite large with it. And it can be sometimes when someone bets more than the pot, you're like, oh, well, they have to have trips or they wouldn't bet this size.
Right.
But they very much can, and you can see in this case they are. I think, obviously, though, if you are going to call an ace-high, having ace-king in particular is quite good here. Your opponent's a little bit more likely to bluff if they've got 10-high, jack-high. But I'm going to let you in on a little secret, James. Nobody ever bluffs.
And a good fold from Euler as Mavrotakis chips up to nearly 12 million.
Maybe if I had jack, I would call.
It's interesting that he announces that he's more likely to call the jack. Maybe worried that his opponent could have had a hand like jack 10. Feels that he has to be super nutted there, and I feel like that's the kind of trap you can get caught in.
Well, I guess I'll know in 30 minutes.
Yeah, we said that since yesterday, you know.
It was true yesterday and it's true today. It's how the stream works. It's how the delay functions. It's a technical fact.
Jamie Wynn wanting to open the queen 10 off, but just a little bit awkward off his stack and does elect to make the fold.
Folded around to the small blind. And we know that Andy Black's starting the hand with a sub 20 big blind stack, around 17, 18 bigs. And that looks like Mavrotakis is shoving on Andy.
Painful stack level now. Similar to me, like 5. You got a bit more, haven't you?
Not much more.
What
takes away the opens?
Has Andy got here? 8-7 offsuit, he folds.
Honest players,
King Jack
gentleman's
off.
game.
King Jack off.
Off.
If I hit another 7, I would have called.
I do like to ask you questions that there's every chance you don't have access to information and put you on the spot, but do we know, potentially, has Andy Black final table with the Irish Open before? I'd say probably has.
Wow, that is a good question. I mean, one would only have to look at Andy Black's Hendon Mob credentials to see all of his results.
I love asking James an obscure EPT question. Nobody knows more about EPT than James. I'm like, who finished 16th at EPT San Remo 2007?
And I respect the fact, that you respect my EPT knowledge. I'm not going to pretend that I have the same knowledge of Irish Open history.
Why would you?
Well, Andy Black, by the way, let's do some headline stats here. Number 2 on the Ireland all-time money list. Total live earnings of nearly $5 million.
That means he's number 1, though. Do they have Steve O'Dwyer as number 1? Oh, no, it's... Do you know who it is? I know who it is. It's Max Silver, isn't it?
No, it's... it is Max Silver, you're right. Where's Steve O'Dwyer?
Started off his career as an American.
Surely Steve O'Dwyer has had enough results, though, in the last few years.
He is definitely ahead of the 5 million, without a doubt. But I think on Hendon Mob, he'll be American.
Anyway.
This is going to be difficult.
This is going to go back like 25 years.
Do you know what? Now that I think about it, he has final table with the Irish Open.
You remember?
No, but if I'm wrong, someone will correct us in Twitch chat.
I like the way you think.
Fantastic.
Andy Black is all in, small to big. So Mavrotakis limped the button with King 7. Andy then moves all in from the small blind, gets a fold from Jamie Wynn in the big, and now it's back on Mavrotakis.
I do not expect to see Andy Black all in and called here. Would imagine.
Is that good?
What?
Is that good?
What did you say, 30 minutes?
Only a few seconds.
Yeah.
The shove gets through. So, I appreciate this conversation has been had already, but it is worth reiterating. Why is Steve O'Dwyer not considered to be Irish, but Max Silva is, when both started?
I don't consider either of them Irish. So
I don't know anything anymore. I decided I know nothing.
It might be that you pick your own flag on Hendon potentially.
The greatest
you input your details. Maybe you would have to input your own details on Hendon, would you?
No, I think it's based on the passport you use to register for live events.
Somebody also mentioned it's sometimes based on if you're registering with your PokerStars account where your flag is on PokerStars as well.
That's generally only for PokerStars events, though.
Right.
I think generally Hendon Mob, when they're collating results, are very much basing it on actual nationality.
That would make more sense, yeah.
And that's nationality, not country of residence.
Mr. Black picks up the ace-king on the button. Makes it a clean million.
Play 5.
Sorry?
You play 5?
Yeah, 5.
Okay, I believe you.
You're right to.
30 minutes.
Huh?
30 minutes.
If I do 3 or 4 of them and then you get a little run, you know, you want to try and get them all in within 30 minutes, you know. And then you can, if you spread them out to one every 30 minutes, you want to do a rush, you know, and then it makes it really deceptive.
So a reminder that when we lose another player, the field will merge. We'll have the final redraw of the tournament. 9 players sat at the feature table, and then when we lose a player in 9th place, we will have hit the official final table. Short pause in the action, then we'll resume and play down to a winner. Five, 3 off for Andy.
Well, he's still counting his hands, yeah.
I was thinking about it.
Nick, are you still counting the hands? You're still counting the hands.
Nick is always on top of it.
We're flying through the hands here. They can't be going as quick as us, are they? No way.
9-8 for win. Raises. Oyela's got ace, queen in the small blind.
Unfortunately for Win, those are 2 big blinds that he will never see again. Pace has picked up a little bit on this table, but unfortunately, or fortunately for some players, there's not really been too many hands that have clashed.
Yeah. Thank you, Danny, for the hashtag fun fact. We were just talking now about the Ireland all-time money list. If Andy Black were to finish 4th or better in this tournament, he will move ahead of Max Silva on that list.
That's a pretty cool thing to play for. Max is not the most active poker player anymore these days, so it could be up there for quite some time.
Ace-7 suited, and Andy folds it.
Win getting another spot that's slightly frustrating. If you had more chips, you'd be very happy to open the Jack-7 suited, but he's just less than 20 big blinds. 10 players remaining. You just don't get to play too wide here.
Tom Waters in the small blind, Queen-9 offsuit.
Would not be shocked if we saw all of the chips entering the middle. Could also call, but is shoving into the chip leader, which might put him off ever so slightly. The one player that can call a little bit wider.
Wow.
Let's see.
It's the first sign I've seen.
What was it called?
Maybe
Ace-1?
playing a little bit tight,
Thought about
getting
it.
towards the final table.
Queen-9.
Now, I am not the best man for ICM. I just played a win, James.
ICM there to keep you poor.
That's what some of the high stakes German regs have told me. ICM was designed to keep the poor people poor, and do you know what? I believe them.
It's nothing more than a theory. So back to the other table, also five-handed. Looks like it's blind v blind. Barbaros in the small, Declan Rice in the big, and they are going to the flop. Ace 9-3 with two spades. Barbaros checks, Rice checks behind. King of diamonds. So two flush draws out there now. A bet and a fold.
That all?
That's all what the head.
Looks like that was a set of kings.
Think about the flop.
I was waiting away from you.
So back to the feature table. And looks like we have an all-in. I believe Thomas Waters has shoved. And action is now on Andy Black. So Waters shoving the button, Andy Black in the big blind. Haven't seen the cards yet for either player. Green triangle of death presented to Waters, all of his chips across the line. Black King 4, but we don't know what Waters has.
I think I'm ahead. I can call.
Looks like we might never know.
Not even in
is
30
that?
minutes.
Not even in 30 minutes. All the stacks are very, very close right now, aren't they? Like, there's nobody that's more than a double up away from being chip leader, basically.
Not only are the stacks pretty even, they're all ridiculously shallow, and it does explain, again, to use a well-worn cliche, the handcuffing of play right now. No one really has any maneuverability. It's basically become a pre-flop shoving game.
Me counting 5 is like 10 seconds. Fired at it. Wow. Didn't have much sleep, did we? It changes, the blinds change your hand so quickly, you lose count.
This would be a little bit on a naughty side, even as chip leader. 6-5 off is not a hand that I would often be racing. But if you think that your opponents are playing particularly tight.
Naughty, naughty. Very, very naughty.
Easy to say as we sit here and see that the chip leader has 6-5. But a hand like Queen Jack off against a chip leader that is playing aggressively makes a nice hand for a reshove. And Win does pick the spot.
Does indeed.
Very confident.
So back to the other table. And after that, I will read the missive I have just received from the legend that is Stephen O'Dwyer, who for at least the next few hours is the reigning Irish Open champion. Steve is watching the stream. Hello, Stephen.
Hey, Steve.
At some point 4 or 5 years ago, they switched me to being Irish. I asked them to switch me back because I felt bad about suddenly being #1 on the Irish all-time money list.
Oh, he's so nice. Why does I'm not letting him be Irish, and he has such a nice story.
I felt that list should be Irish players. Lol. When Max got his Irish passport a year or 2 ago, he did not feel the same way. And he was like, yeah, put me on the top of that list.
Well, like I said, I consider neither of them Irish, so there's no issues here.
What? You're not the immigration service, Finton. You don't get to decide who is and who isn't. Meanwhile, Waters all in with ace-10. Mavrotsakis has 6s, and if Mavrotsakis calls, we're going to be off to the races.
I would be not calling.
I would definitely be folding here this close to the final. Maybe if you were closing the action, but with 2 players stacked, or sorry, 3 players stacked behind.
I know we've got a very big all-in on the final 2 tables, but as I know that Steve O'Dwyer is watching, I just want to ask, did you bring your lucky chair home?
I think the lucky chair got left behind when it didn't work out this year.
Okay. It's the problem with today's generation. It just doesn't work out once and you get rid of it. Got him an Irish Open title, apparently not good enough. And you wonder why divorce rates are so high.
Maybe he suddenly realized that he's just a really good poker player and the chair had sod all to do with it.
Can't believe my drunk uncle got in here. I told him I was doing commentary and I couldn't talk with him until it was done.
Mavrotsakis folds the 6s. Andy Black now on the button with 9-3 off. The blinds. Oh, ace-queen.
I would not fold this one.
Nope.
Jamie Wynn reshoves. And just to be clear, it is going to be Tom Waters who's at risk here and behind a domination situation.
All in, call.
I have a feeling got away of something bad.
India. Because it can affect our decision over there, you know.
Okay, you ready?
Flip the cards and let's run it.
All right.
Not usually going to be in the best of shape when you do get called with the ace-10 here.
Good luck, mate. Good luck.
It is Waters that is at risk as well.
At risk and behind. The flop is King 9 deuce, just the 1 heart. Turn card.
Oh no.
Is the 10. Domination rotation.
That is utterly tragic for Win.
Savagery on the turn.
Jack or Queen, no.
The 4 on the river. Waters survives. doubling up to 10 million. Win left with 1.4 million. Super short stack in the hyper danger zone.
Hyper danger zone!
You were winning.
Absolutely heartbreaking for Win. That pot is worth so much money. Local lad trying to make the Irish Open final table and gets 3-outered with 10 left.
Yeah, unlucky, mate.
We're all rooting for the fucking.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. You wanted me out of here.
I had up. It's just like
I know. That's the game, man. That's the game.
I think all the players were sweating that one, Finty. Final table time. Oh, never mind. 10 on the turn.
Win with just 4 big blinds.
Unofficial final table, Nick. Apparently, we can't be calling them final tablers.
Apparently,
you got to
sorry.
get top 8.
Yeah, you got it.
When I made the final table of the Irish Open back in 2017, they actually only had the capabilities to stream for 8 people. So when we made the final table, we played cards down for until we got to 8, which was actually ours.
Right.
I assume this table probably is set up for 9.
It is. We were playing 9-handed, for example, on day 1 and most of day 2.
I was there. I should know.
You were there, James. You should know.
He does.
I did. I just said
I'm
it's
joking.
right.
I'm joking. Trying to find a callback to the James in the tournament situation.
the final table.
I don't need to be reminded.
I did send out a tweet that you were my neighbor, and as I was about to press send, I saw you walking away, and then I hear the story, and I was like, I'll be still tweeting this out.
Which is why I'm so glad you then got to delight about how you basically
I got there
with aces against queens and got there. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, did you hear what I got there with aces against queens? Come on, I got in good.
No justice.
But yeah, he had a queen on the turn. I hit an ace on the river.
Spin it up.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. All right, back in the mix, guys. Still 10-handed here. Irish Poker Open 2023. Mavrotsakis, ace-9 suited, UTG.
I'm slightly concerned for Mr. Wynn.
Very reasonable concern. If any of my friends or players had 4 big blinds, I would not be too high up on their chances. But I believe in the scum run. I believe in the short stack spin.
Yep. Scum run, trademark, Finty Enterprises.
Tell you one thing, I have no idea what you do with 4 big blinds though. Nick, this is your area of expertise. Let's hear it, bro.
You fold King 9.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. 4 big blind poker player.
Expert.
That's pretty deep stack for you guys in those spinning goes, isn't it?
Oh, mate, honestly.
4 big blinds, you get some limp folds in.
We're getting up there. We're getting way up there.
Have you ever 3-bet folded off the 4 bigs?
Only a true pro can pull that one off. All right, gets all the way around. Mavrotsakis picking up one more pot.
Where's he gone? Or has he gone home? Is he still around?
I saw him earlier having a drink.
He's up there. He was having a pint.
Yeah.
Nice and early.
I saw him when I walked into the tournament. That's when he said it to me. He said, say hello to you.
Chris Miller on YouTube asks, 1 elimination to final table? 1 elimination until we are down to 1 table, but yes, and bear in mind, this is very much the rule that the Irish Open organisers have put in place. They want an 8-handed final table, so we will play on what we call the final table bubble with 9 players. Once we are down to 8, they are going to pause the action, and there will then be an official ceremony introducing those 8 players. I don't think there's going to be a redraw.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Apologies.
But there will be the kind of opening ceremony, if you like, for the final table once we get down to 8.
Might have a little MC calling the players
I
in.
believe we are going to do that.
Back when he was a less controversial figure, I may or may not have done the Conor McGregor, Billy Strutt into my Irish Open final table.
I've no idea what that means, but good for you.
He'll do nothing.
All right.
Andy's going to do something. He's all in. Just over 15 big blinds here on our featured table.
I've come to the conclusion that ace-10 off is the danger hand at the Irish Open, by the way.
It's going to get round, guys.
Yeah.
Andy Black going to pick up this pot.
This is getting.
Oh, thank fuck for that.
No, €8,000 coolers around.
Fucking thank fuck for that.
So let's talk about money jumps, guys, with 10 players remaining. Everyone is now locked up. 25,750 euros, but if you can make it to the top 9, 33,500.
You didn't want it.
That,
well, I just said, no, wait a second, I'm trying to win the
Den Borwy, is White's hand for hand now, or rather soft hand for hand, because of that big money jump.
I'll take it.
Big pot on the other table, I think.
What?
I think there's a big pot on the other table.
What is happening at the other table? Should we go over there? Should we find out? I'd be intrigued to know what they can see and we can't.
We can take a look.
Okay, well, apparently the hand involves David Doherty and start of day chip leader Barbaros. And David Doherty has bet 2.1 million on the river. Barbaros in the tank. There's the board. 10-10-7-5 deuce. It's a decent percentage of Barbaros's chips.
A very big pot. Having seen none of the action, but knowing that Doherty can get slightly out of line, I would say there's a reasonable chance that if he gets called, he will lose.
EPT London champion Ian Hamilton watching from the rail. I believe he is friends with Carl Shaw. That's a call, and Doherty table sevens for a full house, sevens full of tens. And that hand is good. He had it, Vincent.
Solid reads, solid reads. And this is why I'm not on the final two tables.
David Doherty wins a huge pot at that five-handed table. Meanwhile, we come back to the five-handed feature table where we have a super short stack. Jamie Wynn got it in good, but was done dirty on the turn and is now down to fewer than 4 big blinds. In fact, he has posted the big blind and the ante. 50% of his chips are already in the pot.
Not going to be many hands he can fold.
Yep. Fairly invested. When you consider we're on that final table bubble.
You would imagine that Waters got to get involved with Queen 10 of diamonds.
Such a pretty hand from the cutoff.
Right.
Raises to 600,000. Mavrotzakis with 6-5 of diamonds. Folds the button. Andy Black, 8-3 off in the small blinds. Goodbye. And now, Jamie Wynn.
That is just so tragic.
With a dominated hand in the big. Pretty much committed to this pot.
I don't know, he started the hand with 4 big blinds, but half of it's out there.
Yeah.
This big blind ante is too confusing for my little pea brain. I don't know if that means you've got 4 big blinds, or do you, I don't know, Nick. Nick, can you please tell me how to play the 4 big blind stack?
You have to call. You have to call. He could have pocket tens here, and you still.
Well, he could also have pocket queens, Nick.
That's true. That is true.
When you say you have to call, what you mean is he has to go with it, right?
He has to run the queen deuce. Too much dead money, too much equity. He's by far the shortest stack, so there's really no ICM here. Oh, wow, makes the fold.
Chip in a chair.
Chip in a chair, indeed.
No, it was a leg.
Chip in a chair, a few hold cards.
Make the
Wins got a chance.
the other double.
Now, of course, chip in a chair is a Joe Stapleton expression, and Joe would like to point out, Vincent, he couldn't possibly have queens because queens are blocked.
Oh, I actually didn't notice.
Do we have an all in here? We do. It's ace-king versus ace-jack. Benny with the ace-king, Declan Rice with the ace-jack. Straight draws for both players on the flop. Deuce of clubs on the turn.
Oh my God.
9 on the river for the straight. And Declan Rice survives, doubling up through Benny Glaser, who does not look best pleased about the outcome of that hand.
I think Benny might be out, or is he covered? Benny looks like a man who's not in that tournament anymore to me.
Wow. Benny was indeed covered. Benny Glaser will not be advancing. 10th place finisher in the Irish Open.
That means the queen deuce fold will keep.
I feel a bit better now.
So Benny cashes for 25-7. Everyone else locks up 33-5, and we are going to redraw.
Jamie Wynn's fold does actually net him the final table and the pay jump.
Unofficial final table.
Thank you,
Nicholas.
Thank you, thank you.
But the pay jump is a valid observation.
Yeah, quite right.
That makes it even more horrible beat. At first, I thought Benny had Declan Rice covered, so I thought that that was just a double up. The fact that you get ace-king cracked by ace-jack and are then KO'd somehow makes it all the more painful.
An exceptional Irish Open for Benny.
Blind still 100,000, 200,000 with a 20k ante. Galen Hall on the button has posted the small blind and is first to speak. Looks down at 8-4 offsuit.
You can widen your range heads up and raise almost any 2 cards profitably from the button.
He's made it 450,000. Oliver has ace deuce in the big blind. He'll make the call, and we will see a flop. The flop is 3-5 deuce. It's an up and down straight draw for Hall. Oliver still leads with a pair of twos and a gut shot straight draw.
This is a good flop for Hall to continuation bet.
Oliver is checked to him. Hall makes a C bet of 575,000.
Oliver won't be going anywhere.
Makes the call. The turn is the 2 of hearts. Trip twos now for Oliver. Hall still has the straight draw. Oliver checks a second time.
He checks the best turn card in the deck so Hall can fire again.
But Hall checks behind.
Let's see the river card.
Hall makes a straight on the river, but Oliver has a full house.
The absolute worst card in the deck for Hall as he makes a wheel. How much money is he going to lose is the real question.
Oliver sets the trap. He checks to him.
What a trap indeed. He's just praying his opponent has a 4, as he does.
Hall makes a value bet with his straight of 2 million.
That is a full pot size bet. Now it's going to be back on Oliver. He is contemplating exactly how much he can check raise. Galen Hall has 9.5 million chips behind. There are 4 million chips in the pot.
Chris Oliver shoves on Galen Hall. He's trying to end it here.
As wild as Oliver is, it's still highly unlikely he ever shows up with the stone cold bluff. If Oliver was bluffing, he could have made a standard check raise rather than the all-in.
Can Galen Hall get away from this?
Only if he dismisses the idea of Oliver turning missed diamonds or a pair into a bluff and interprets this all-in overbet as a pure value bet to end it all.
Oliver praying for a call.
That is a large bet.
Large, it's twice the pot.
If Galen Hall calls here with his straight, the tournament is over, and Chris Oliver has won the 2011 PCA.
Oliver's image is telling Hall to call, call, call.
But something in his gut is telling him it doesn't add up, it's not right. And he makes the laydown! Galen Hall gets away from the straight. That is an amazing fold.
Good fold, Galen. Good fold.
Thanks, guys.
Galen Hall's friends have no idea how good a fold that was.
So Jeffrey Hakim is going to open with a raise from the cutoff to 65,000 with Queen Jack suited. Wolinovski's got aces again?
760.
Well, he's on the button.
Call.
No one believes button 3 bets, but he's going to slow play and just call.
And Julius has mucked the small blind. Ace-9 suited for Joep van der Bijgaard in the big blind. Any chance he squeezes?
With the suited ace and the odds he's getting in the pot, he's probably going to call, but it wouldn't be a bad spot with Ben just calling on the button.
How much is this? 65. I call.
Maybe alarm bells are ringing that Ben didn't 3-bet. Didn't know he had a call button.
Maybe he just wants to see a flop.
And what a flop. Ace-9 deuce with 2 clubs. Top set for Wolinovski. Top 2 pair for Van den Bijgaard. And the flush draw for Jeffrey Hakim. He had the pre-flop betting lead. It's been checked to him.
Disastrous flop for everybody but Wolinovski. A Hollywood poker writer couldn't have scripted this cooler any better.
93,000. Is there any reason for Wolinovski to do anything but just flat here?
1, 2, 3.
93.
God, I'm so bad at this.
Considering he has the board completely crushed, I like a flat call. It conceals the strength of his hand and it allows for opponents to make mistakes.
193.
He is going to raise. He sticks 100,000 on top. So what does Joep do with top 2?
Pristine opportunity to re-raise. He is out of position. He can't just flat call. He has to raise the price of admission. Show's about to get expensive.
So he 3-bets to 530,000. He's stuck in about a third of his stack.
No, Hakim can't call it all off with the flush draw.
How much do you have behind?
When Wolinovski gets a count, he may well think that Joep van den Bijgaard has committed himself to this pot.
And for that reason, he may stick him all in to risk no clubs.
Come on.
He has shoved on Van den Bijgaard.
He looks disgusted. I'd be happy.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Having committed a third of his chips, he's not meant to pass a hand this strong.
He has top 2 on a board where it's very difficult for any hand to have him beat. I would already be eliminated from the tournament by now.
I'm in the same boat. My chips would have gone across the line, the cards would have gone on their back, and I would have said NHGG.
Such a big hand, but I can't beat anything.
How do you put Wolinovski on a set here?
Joep is clearly thinking Ben does not have a bluff in his range.
Can have aces. Can have aces.
Does have aces.
That's so sick.
He put aces in his range.
Maybe it's because Wolinovski just called pre-flop that makes him think he does have aces.
the first time ever that I don't really know what to do and I don't have a good plan.
I do that to people.
I guess. I hate myself. You would show if I fall? Talking all the time, and now you're saying, don't say anything.
Interesting read.
Oh.
I'm just not going to answer that question.
No, I know.
Makes you feel better, though. I don't hate you.
I'm sorry?
I don't hate you. You said you hated yourself. I kind of like it.
I don't like myself.
You has picked up on the fact that Ben has gone quiet. He's the chattiest man in poker, and suddenly he's gone as still as a statue. He's laid it down! I'm tempted to call that an amazing fold, or am I just being results-oriented?
Van den Bygart should feel extremely proud. That is a spot where the majority of poker players would have gone broke.
George Clyde Smith has ace-queen under the gun.
G to the CS with another big ace.
Raises, and then raised to 6,000. Joel Micker. There's 8-7 off.
Looks like those chips he just won off Grinder might be burning a hole in his pocket.
He will re-raise. It's a 3-bet to 16,200.
His 3-bet is looser than Grinder's pants.
Grinder has jacks on the button.
Oh, hello. And this is a perfect hand to just call with on the button. Strong enough to cold call and play comfortably in position, but not strong enough to 4-bet get it in for this many chips.
He does call. Anyone else coming along for the ride? That'll be a no.
Clyde Smith probably isn't as worried about Grinder as he is about Mika. 3-betting an under-the-gun razor is repping pretty strong.
He gives up the ace-queen.
He would have been out of position to both of them.
So we're going heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack 8-8, trips for Mika, a full house for Mizrachi.
OMG, grossest flop ever. I haven't seen a deck this cold since EPT Hoff.
Mika checks, Mizrachi checks behind. Who's trapping who here?
Who's gonna slow play it the hardest?
Mika now bets the turn, 25,500.
He loses the game of reverse chicken. Grinder might be thinking about a raise, and this is where him barreling with complete nonsense a lot of the time is going to get him paid like he's passing go.
That is a raise. 55,500 total.
Really bad spot for Mika.
55.
Oh, just 55? Okay, I guess.
51 total. No, 55.5, right?
Mika's little confusion game might sometimes work. Unfortunately, Grinder so doesn't care. Mika likely thinks Grinder's trying to rep his hand.
So Mika calls, 157,000 in the middle. The river, the deuce of spades, does complete a potential flush. Mika checks.
UNLV, University of Nevada, looking for value, and Grinder's going to be this year's valedictorian.
160.
He overbets the pot, 160,000. What's Channing Tatum over there going to do now?
I think Magic Mika called the turn, pretty sure he was trapping, maybe sensing there's a chance he's behind. This is not a good river card, and Grinder just bombed it, so this is a real decision.
That's 160.
I think most players are going to unhappily call here. We've seen Grinder just fire and fire and fire with air or near air, and Mika knows it. So in the long run, you can't fold hands as strong against Grinder. In the short run, it's possible he makes some kind of soul read. Wants to see how much he'll be left with if he makes this call, and the answer is not much. The problem is we know that Grinder is so capable of making this bluff.
That was so sick.
Agreed. Sicker than I was after the open bar at the kickoff party. It would be absolutely amazing if he can get away from this, but I think more often than not, he's going to have to white-knuckle it and just call.
I can't believe I'm folding this.
He lays it down!
Wow, I can't believe it either. Somebody just unlocked the tight laydown badge on Poker Square.
What?
Yeah, this is definitely a conference hand.
What do you think?
Jack 8, 10,
7, 8 off.
What? Oh my god.
That's so sick. What do I? Oh my God. What do you do? I don't know.
The rail wounded.
Yo, pipe down over there. Thanks. Whether you had it or didn't.
You'll never believe what I folded there.
I had 3-4 clubs.
Burn.
I had the winning hand then.
Jack's full. I don't.
That's
pretty
pretty sick flop if you really had that.
I swear, Jack's full.
Witness.
He said, "I'll bet you." I said, "He's like, I had Jack's full." So, either he's just completely lying, or you just made one of the most insane folds ever.
Palafis with Queen 8 here. He calls.
Ah, limps in. Okay.
Dimov has 8-10 of hearts.
Yeah, just go ahead and touch the chips again with that hand.
He checks his option. A 9-7 deuce flop, so Dimov's up and down. Palafis ahead for now with Queen high. He bets 200k.
He seems kind of frustrated.
Quick call from Dimov. A 6 on the turn. That's the straight for Dimov.
Remember before I was saying Danny Paralafis is running good? Well, now he's running really, really bad.
Action goes check, check. Oh no, a 5 on the river. Paralafis now with the dummy end of the straight.
He is running worse than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
I'll take your word for it.
Bad. Really, really bad.
Wow. Look at this. Dimov makes a huge overbet. There was 680,000 in the middle. He's bet 1.2 million.
I mean, Dimov has literally the only hand that Paralafis is losing to. I do not see him folding here. If he folds here, actually, I will take my shirt off and run around the building.
Most of the time, they're going to be chopping.
How good can you run?
Around the building with my shirt off? Better than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
He's folded!
All right, well, James, if you can verify.
The shirt is coming off in honor of Danny Paralafis, who just made an incredible fold. Welcome back to the 2023 Irish Poker Open, brought to you by PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. An impromptu break for the final redraw of the main event, because just before that break, we lost Benny Glaser in 10th place, meaning we're down to 9, meaning all remaining players are now at the same table, at the featured table. Not yet quite the official final table. That happens when we lose one more player and get down to 8. And then we reset again. And then they will continue to play down to a winner. We will crown a champion today. This is the final day of the tournament. Someone's going to walk away with that first prize of 365,000 euros. It's James Hartigan with Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And Vincent Hand.
Hello.
So yeah, obviously sad to lose Benny, but someone has to go out in 10th. And crucially, Jamie Wynn, who is nursing a 2 big blind stack, has managed to secure a seat at the table, and crucially a money jump, because 10th paid 25,750 euros, 9th 33,500, and we have reached the stage, Vincent, where there is a jump with every single elimination now, and the players will be mindful of that.
Absolutely, of course. I do think the first obstacle's out of the way, like you mentioned, though. Not that everyone's going to start going buck wild and shoving like crazy, but I do think there is a prestige and a bragging right to making the final table, and maybe the shackles be released ever so slightly from the short stacks, and they'll be all in a little bit more, and we'll get that average stack right up, and we'll see some good poker played on the final table, hopefully.
Okay, guys, let's go.
Whatever you're playing with, it should be an Irish flag.
There is still quite a lot of short stacks. I think we're playing big blind 300k. As you can see,
we are indeed.
Over half the stacks right now are less than 20 big blinds. Now, I said people might have the shackles released a little bit, but whilst Win has 2 big blinds, Shaw, Black, Barbaros, and Ojala are going to have to be so tight. Pretty much everyone's going to have to be tight if they play a pot versus anyone who has them covered.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So more than half the table, sub 20 big blind stacks.
It'll sort itself out in the next couple of hours.
Where do you want him to be? You know what they fucking these bastards did? You know what they did in the commentary box? They said, somebody came up to me at the start of today and said, Andrew, will you do some commentary if you get knocked out? Well, that's not human. I went, yeah, no, what am I saying to you?
I mean,
they just ask me.
The people want to hear you.
I know, but why can't they just ask me 10 minutes after?
Oh, maybe they're scared to do it.
I don't think it's that big an imposition to say, Andy, if this doesn't work out for you, would you mind doing commentary?
Heaven forbid we actually want to hear from him.
Give them 1 more minute.
It's a very English way of thinking about things. Take that, James.
Man's got an Irish passport. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would.
Are you not English, Nick?
Technically, no. Still a United States citizen. However, I can become a citizen if I so choose. I'll have to relinquish 1 passport, though, so I have to decide if I want to completely break ties from the States altogether.
Honestly, if I had the choice between being American or English, I would just go no residency. I just live out at sea.
I'd like to be my own independent state.
Yeah.
Pirates. Is there a pirate status? Thank you, sir. I'll have that.
There is the guy with 2 bigs.
Very unfortunate to have 2 big blinds. Lost with the ace-queen to the ace-10 for over 10 million chips. Probably dreaming about what it could have been with that stack.
We've seen it before, though, Finty. On the final table,
the scum run
in Barcelona, the 1 big blind scum run to a win.
Did it happen in Barcelona?
Yes, indeed. And that was also the hand where we went boat over quads for the final hand in Barca.
Barcelona is an incredible spot for poker.
It really is. It really is.
So all 9 players in their seats. Looks like we can restart. And yes, as you highlighted, Finton, still at the 150, 300k blind level. And I think we have about 20 minutes left to run.
Do a quick final table, throw it up, and then we'll continue. Congratulations on making it this far. We wish you all the very best of luck. Taylor, you can start the deal, please.
So yeah, Nick just informing the players that the final table photo will be taken when we're down to 8, and also I think Phil Baker, the Master of Ceremonies, will arrive to introduce the 8 players before we restart the action. No, I mean, we can't lose a player and then do another redraw. That's just silly.
Yeah, the dealer has requested for the button not to be moved. Never realized it was such a controversial topic.
First hand, final 9, getting underway. Let's see what they got.
Who's been on the weed on the break then?
Okay. All eyes on that 2 big blind stack.
Not me.
Insta pay jump.
Yeah.
Don't need to do any more stalling that I wasn't doing anyway. Maybe I should start now. Just mix it up. Yeah, I'm not doing commentary now, am I? Would you like to do some commentary if you get knocked out, Andrew? Yeah? No. I went in there to say it to them, they're all freaked out because it's a time lag and it's going to wreck. Think, is this real? Everyone knows it's
Didn't actually realize that was Andy Black that came in here. Genuinely thought it was my drunk uncle.
Record it.
I mean, obviously there's massive game integrity violations when players start making their way backstage. That was the issue.
Showing B.
Can you count it, please? 875.
You have like 5 cards?
Our 2 big blind player, Jamie Wynn, is all in.
This is a decent hand to wake up with here for the two bigs. You've already made the final.
You
got
gotta
your
be
page
buzzing.
up. Yeah, King 9 is way up there in terms of like beggars can't be choosers situation, right, Vince?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
About 23 years between the two final tables I was at.
Told you he was on the final table of the Irish Open.
You did?
On the second one, after waiting something like 20 more, might have been more. Maybe it was 30 years.
Like,
sounds like it might even be the third time.
One knocking about. A bottle of water.
The last 3 hands.
Like an interesting spot here. Waters has a hand that he knows might be doing okay, but pretty much Big Blind's going to be forced to call, so he might just get the pay jump for free here.
Probably would have flicked in 2 big blinds.
Yeah.
But, I mean, great news for Win, seeing a hand that he's ahead of actually fold.
Absolutely. Barbaros with the 7-4 suited small blind, kind of the same scenario. Big blind, mandatory call. Yeah, it's like one more big blind. You just go with any two here, of course.
Good luck.
Good luck. Live cards abound.
So Win at risk on the very first hand since the redraw. And if Win has King 9 cracked by 8-4, we will be at the official final table of 8. The flop is Jack, Jack 8, advantage sure. Turn card is a 7. Win. Drawing relatively thin, 23% chance of survival. River is a deuce, and he is KO'd. That's it.
Good game. Good luck, lads.
Got the ladder, but will not go any further.
Good luck, very much. Good luck.
Jamie Wynn eliminated in 9th place, and that will see him cash for 33,500 euros. Everyone has locked up more than 43 grand, and they are finalists in the 2023 Irish Poker Open main event.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
You win some.
But I still love you anyway.
Yeah, I still love you. Yeah,
You
you
lose
just come and take it. Hey, jump.
You're very unlucky.
Yeah, nice to find a page jump there. So short stack, though, so well done to Mr. Wynn.
Nice hand.
This is the official final table now, final 8.
A little bit disappointing, like we mentioned, losing with that ace-queen versus the ace-10.
So we still have plenty of short stacks, though, guys. Oyala, 18 bigs. Shaw, 18 bigs. Barbaros and Black also pretty short right now. And every single decision they make will be influenced by the payouts and the fact that there is a jump in prize money with every single elimination. I just mentioned that 8th place is going to pay 43,500. If you can ladder up to 7th place, 56,500. 6th will get 73.5. 5th, almost a 6-figure score, 95,500 euros. And then once we get to 4, we genuinely have 6-figure payouts. 124,500 for 4th, 161,500 for 3rd, 228,700 for 2nd. And as you can see there, the winner gets 365k. By the way, 8 players remain, not 7 as it says on screen at the moment. That is a mistake. We have reached the final table of 8 with Jamie Wynn just going out in 9th place. Resetting for the final table, resetting for the official photograph, and of course the introduction of all 8 finalists as they play down to an Irish Open champion. So just to remind you, Fenton, when you played this event in 2017, you got to this stage in the early hours of the morning and then had to come back the next day with 8 players?
No. I'm sorry if I confused you earlier on. So they really, really wanted to get to 8. So we played with 9 for many hours into the, like early hours in 2017 till approximately 5, 6 a.m. and nobody was busting. And as we were sitting there longer and longer, players were playing slower and slower, and it was very painful. And eventually the TD called it, and we came back with 9 and had to play maybe 2-3 hours with 9 the next day, where there was no cameras because the table was just set up for 8. And then we went to the official final table. And it was the first time a lot of my family or friends had ever really seen me play poker, because I'd only been streaming a few months back then. And I played exactly 0 hands on the final table, even though I was a chip leader, and then blinded out and bust. Exciting times. It hurts, James.
sorry to bring back such painful memories, and just to highlight, yes, we know there are 8 players left. It seems on this occasion it is coming 7, and obviously pointing out that that needs to be fixed. It's not going to change for another 30 minutes. That's how delays work. Nick, interesting mix of players at this final table. I think a lot of people were saying coming into the day that Benny Glaser was probably the most proficient, the most experienced, possibly the best player. He's gone. Obviously, Andy Black has a lot of experience, a lot of big results. We know that David Doherty is pretty tasty as well. There's a few, though, who are unknown quantities, really. I mean, there's no one I've been looking at who I can say, oh, they're the spot, they're the weak player at the table. Generally, what I've seen from Mavrotsakis is pretty impressive. Henry Oyala, like most Nordic players, seems to know where he's at.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much my take on it as well. We saw some action from Shaw yesterday, too. Seems very confident, was mixing it up, not necessarily playing an ABC game, but definitely has some moves himself as well. Nice mix of nationalities here on the final. Great to see a little bit of representation from many of the contingencies that have come out to Dublin for this event. But yeah, I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head. Obviously, we saw Benny eliminated final 2 tables, Ace-King versus Ace-Jack. Took a bad beat for what would probably be a very, very solid stack going to the final.
So just by my calculations, we have got 2 Irish players at this final table, Andy Black and Declan Rice. We've got Tom Waters, David Doherty and Carl Shaw representing the United Kingdom. Henry Oyala, as we highlighted, is Finnish. Paniotis Mavrotsakis is from Greece. And then we have start of J chip leader, Eugeniu Barbaros, who's from Moldova. So, I know we had the whole conversation about Steve O'Dwyer, but as far as I'm concerned, he's repping the Emerald Isle. We did have an Irish winner last year. Is the Irish Open title staying in Ireland 2 years in a row, Vincent?
Ooh, looking at the stacks, I mean, Declan's got a lot of chips, so there's a good chance there. Andy Black, as you mentioned before, very experienced. He's been there, done that, had lots of big final tables, not likely to be phased by the money involved. So there's always a chance. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. There's been some very good players, particularly the guys from the UK seem to be holding it down well. I hate to say that. I hate to give them any credit.
So a chance for the players to chill out while we wait for the photo to be taken, while we wait for the official introductions. And then we're going to get restarted. Now, of course, the plan initially coming into today was meant to be its final table day. And no one would expect that final table to take that long. It should have been done early evening. But we came back with 16. We came back with 2 tables, and we've only just reached the final table. So clearly we are going to be playing into the evening, and a decision has been taken to have a dinner break at the conclusion of level 36. So we started with levels 33 and 34. We're currently playing level 35. We've got about 20 minutes left on the clock, I believe. We'll roll into level 36, but at around 6:45, 7 o'clock this evening, we will take a 60-minute dinner break and then continue to play down to a winner. There is going to come a point where it has to speed up. We've seen how many shortish stacks they are, but on the one hand, it's very shallow. On the other hand, the payouts, which you can see on screen, do mean that people are going to be prepared, Nick, to just fold down from 18 bigs to 7 bigs.
Yeah, but as we've seen the tables condense, I think we've also seen that these guys are pretty willing to get involved. Certainly a few players we've seen on the feature table coming to this final table now who have had a lot of, or shown a lot of experience and shown a lot of poise and the ability to play a wider range when it is called for. So I'm not sure if we're going to see that much of a slowdown. Obviously, there will be a natural slowdown where players are going to be a little bit more cautious and try and pick their moments to try and find those big ladders. However, as the blinds increase, they will be forced all in. The stacks are getting quite short now, and a lot of players approaching the danger zone.
So just the one elimination after the redraw. 8 players remaining.
365,000 euros, a nice amount for first. It's a €1,000 every day for a year. It's perfect. That's a lovely way to live, Joe. I don't know, it'd be perfect. €1,000 every day. You come back, you win it again next year. Repeat the same trick. You got to be living a good life.
Well, here's the question, though, Vincent.
Oh, the leap year. The leap year. What are they going to do on the leap year, James?
I'm more interested in how big that first prize is going to be next year, because we have seen huge growth in this event from just over 2,000 entries in 2022 to just shy of 2,500 entries in 2023. That is a 25% increase year on year. If the relationship with PokerStars and Paddy Power continues, you're going to be seeing loads of people qualifying for this event. I think
5 million.
The reputation of this event just kind of like becomes almost like urban legend. You know, is it going to be close to 3,000 entries next year? Are we going to be looking at a first prize in excess of 400K?
I'm honestly, I'm going for 5 million. I know that I'm biased, and I know that I want big tournaments to be in Ireland.
5 million entries or 5 million prize pool?
Honestly, like, I think the sky's the limit. Now, there's only 5 million population in Ireland, but I'm going to start knocking on doors. A few of those people are under 18, so obviously can.
So I'm glad that you brought up the big numbers here, because I had a little trivia game for you guys. How many entries of the 2,491 were qualified through PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker combined?
750.
Finton, right out the gate, 750. Anyone else?
Oh,
I have no idea.
Oh, wow. I thought that was...
Oh, I'm confident. The way I'm confident there'll be 5,000, but I don't actually know.
This courtesy of Matt Harper, Willie Elliott. Thank you.
I'm going to take the under on 750, but I'm going to say it's probably... I'm going to say 625.
625. Nick Walsh.
All right, 669.
669. One of you is within 3.
Wow.
One of you is within 3. Do one of you want to vote on who they think the person is that's
I
within
think it's
3?
Nick.
James is going to say Nick. Nick, you want to say yourself? James or Finton?
I will vote for myself.
I'll vote for myself. I don't know why Hartigan's had a guess and then passed off his guess.
It was actually Hartigan. 622 qualified seats. Not individual people, because some people won more than one ticket. They use multiple entries.
That's pretty amazing,
That's
though.
pretty
It's
incredible.
a quarter of the field, right?
Yep.
Between PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker.
Quarter of the field qualified. Feels fantastic. Doesn't it feel good, Finton, when you win a package and they fly you out? It's all sorted out for you. No worries at all.
I did not get anything. I walked from my house.
No,
I didn't get. What do you mean package? What do you mean? I didn't get anything.
I don't mean the package for this event. I mean just in general, winning packages.
I've never won a satellite, Nick. Why are you rubbing salt into my wounds?
Oh, got to get them on that satellite grind, folks.
The problem with satellites for me, now not everyone, satellites are fantastic. If you can't afford the buy-ins and you want to get yourself to a live event, I think satellites are amazing. But you're meant to fold a lot in satellites, and I don't like to fold.
They're also great if you want to spend more than a buy-in on your entry to an event. Like if you want to get in this 1,100 event for like $1,200, $1,300, you could try a couple of satellites.
Yeah, we're not going to be breaking a record next year because no one's going to be playing satellites.
I just mean that's how it goes for me. I try to satellite in, and then you knew what I was saying. You also saw me play absolutely atrociously.
When? I've never seen you.
At a satellite in Reno, remember?
In Reno. That is quite the throwback. That's 5 years ago.
Remember I was playing that one? Spraggy tells the story quite well about how I was like first in chips where they were paying like top 2. And some guy shoved from the button, and I just like snapped with like 2 4s or something. Like I was.
Listen, Joe, you're a man after my own heart because that's how I would play a satellite.
The two of you were laughing so hard you had to step away from the table.
It's not. It's not about the money for me. It's about sending a message.
The 4s held. The guy was shell shocked. Couldn't believe I called with 2 4s.
Oh, did you win?
Yeah.
That is amazing.
I knocked him out. Yeah.
Did you see the clip during the week of when I was playing poker with Sprague and me and Parker saw how he played a hand and it almost made me spit my drink out?
No, I missed that one. I think Parker was the reason for an announcement earlier about how you can't sweat your friends in the tournament for longer than 15 seconds. I'm pretty sure they made that announcement.
Was that when he was laughing at Spraggy?
Yeah, specifically standing behind Spraggy and mocking him. Probably because they did it to him first. Now it's sounding like a revenge story.
Hello to you, says Spraggy #1 streamer. Oh my God, my mind's... Who won the streaming award this year?
Oh, I don't know. It was someone who wasn't PokerStars. We don't need to talk about it.
Oh, okay, fine.
No, we don't need to talk about it. Spraggy won it last year.
There's people streaming who aren't with PokerStars?
I don't know any of them.
Yeah, never watched them.
Who did win it? Was it Spraggy again?
No. But that's I can't remember, but apparently it's someone who's not with us, so we're kind of pretending.
It was Mr. Kevin Martin, former PokerStars.
Oh,
that's
Kevin
right,
Rob
Kevin.
Martin. Kevin Rob Martin. He's pretty likable, I'm not going to lie. He's no Arlie Shaban, though.
Arlie Shaban is quite something. There's no other Arlie Shaban.
I kind of like that Arlie has leveled out a little bit. Like, he's gotten a little bit older, and he's, like, kind of established himself so he doesn't have to go running full speed into brick walls anymore.
Honestly, I think if you watch anyone's lockdown streams, we all got a bit weird.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
Arlie didn't need to be in lockdown to be weird, though. He was, like, strapping cold meat to himself to keep himself awake. I mean, do you remember when we did that challenge for him to win a platinum pass? We're like, hey, Arlie, we're going to put you in loads of death-defying situations to win a 25K package.
I guarantee you he would do the exact same again.
Yeah, no problem about it. No doubt about it, 100%.
Mr. Ontario.
The Shabanimal.
He went on the red spade pass with me.
That looked like a lot of fun.
That looked amazing.
I was very jealous.
Why is there not one of them in Dublin, by the way?
Meanwhile, it does look like Phil Baker, our Master of Ceremonies, and JP McCann from the Irish Open have come to the stage, and maybe, just maybe, we are about to get this final table in the main event started.
Good afternoon, and I have to wait.
Maybe.
Looking good.
Just maybe, we can
Sharp.
start now.
Looking sharp.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all, and welcome along to the RDS. We have come to the feature table on the main event, where we have our 8 final players going to be fighting it out for an unequal balancing of €1 million. Over 1 million is going to be sorted out in the next few hours or so on our feature table. Before I announce each and every one of our players to that feature table, there's a couple of things I just want to say, especially on behalf of your host here today, Mr. JP McCann, and also to from Mr. Paul O'Reilly. First of all, I want to say, and a big thank you on behalf of the two guys, to our sponsors this year, PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker. What a tremendous job they've done with all the online satellites, all the promotions, social media, a great affiliation with the Irish Open. I know the guys want this affiliation to continue, and we're looking really forward to working with Paddy Power Poker and also PokerStars again next year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the feature table. Our final 8 players have made it to that table, and I'm going to announce the players in seat number order. I'm going to tell you their chip counts and where they hail from. In seat number 1, with 12,350,000 chips, representing Greece, please welcome Panos Maredaisas. We let JP do the welcome. He's a very welcoming kind of guy, so he's the best man to do the welcomes. In seat number 2, with 10,350,000, representing England, please welcome Tom Waters. In seat number 3, with 12,700,000 in chips, please welcome from Scotland, David Doherty. In seat 4, with 5,075,000 chips, please welcome, all the way from Moldova, Eugenio Barbaros. In seat 5, with 5,475,000, representing Telford, England, please welcome Carl Shaw. In seat 6, our chip leader, with 17,250,000. Ladies and gentlemen, he hails from Donegal by way of Tyrone. Please welcome Declan Rice. Ladies and gentlemen, with 4,925,000 in seat 7, you might not have heard of this man. He's probably a bit new to the game. An Irish legend on the felt. Please welcome the one, the only, Mr. Andy Black. And finally, in seat 8, with 5,550,000, all the way from Finland, please welcome Henry Hokala. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to pass you across your main event TD, Mr. Sean Little. Sean Little, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear his dulcet Tampa Bay, Florida tones throughout the event here today. Sean Little is one of the top TDs in the world. The reason I say this is because JP said he's so expensive, he has to be one of the top TDs. Sean, thank you for coming all the way across the water to support us here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the featured table for the Irish Open 2023. Over €1 million still up for grabs from these 8 players behind me. Can you please put your hands together for our feature table? Ladies and gentlemen, the best of luck to each and every one of our players. Dealer, please deal.
Shuffling optional at the final table of the 2023 Irish Poker Open main event. Apologies for the delay, but here we go. Action has restarted, action has resumed. 150k, 300k blinds. One of these 8 players is going to be an Irish Open champion and take that first prize of 365 grand.
First hand of every final table. I like to raise. And I tell everyone I'm table captain. It doesn't matter what I get. It doesn't matter what position I am. It doesn't matter what action's gone down in front of me. I min raise.
It's like picking a fight on your first day of prison, even if the guy's bigger than you.
I don't know. I've not been in prison, Joe.
Okay. Fair enough.
But if I'm ever in prison, I will not forget that advice.
Yeah, no,
Welcome to your Irish Open final table.
Joe clearly has some stories we haven't heard before. Doherty has raised from the cutoff with pocket 4s. He's got the sailboats. He is one of the biggest stacks at this final table, where there are plenty of short stacks, where everyone is relatively shallow.
I'm excited for this big prize money right now. Bigger and bigger and bigger.
When Rice left the feature table, I don't remember him having that many chips. He must have had a good little time there on the other table.
So 4s still good on a king 9-7 flop. And a continuation bet from David Doherty, which will win him this pot and close the gap between him and Declan Rice. They are officially 1 and 2 in chips right now.
It seems like David Doherty doesn't give that many Fs.
He seems very composed, very calm, playing aggressive, trying to get involved, not really missing out on many spots. Nice and stoic.
Yeah.
Stoic indeed.
Is Fearless taking it too far?
I've not seen him do anything particularly reckless so far. I did have my cards down read on the outer table. I was so wrong. He had a full house when I thought he was bluffing.
Takes a big person to admit when they're wrong.
Unfortunately, caught live. God, I say it every time I do commentary with you, but it's so easy to look like a genius when you can see the cards.
Oh, yeah.
There must have been so many times when you're like, oh my God, he's definitely bluffing. And it's like, he's got quads.
When we couldn't see them, you mean?
Yeah, all the time.
Believe it or not, quads was something I could spot pretty easily because people had like very distinct body language. I called out quads a couple of times, but I just didn't make strong predictions ever.
Doherty opening here from the hijack with ace-king. Raises to 600,000. Carl Shaw on the button. 8-5 off, folds. Declan Rice is in the small blind. 9-7 off.
Speaking of Declan Rice, when's the dinner break?
End of level 36. This is still level 35. So an hour and a bit to go until that break. Jack 7 of diamonds for Andy Black, and that's a defend. Heads up to the flop.
Well, I assume if he went broke here, we'd have seen him run by here already. Whoa, he flops pretty good.
Yeah, Andy Black flopping the diamond draw. Doherty with the gut shot to Broadway, and still the best hand for now, ace high. It is a post-flop flip.
Yeah. Tons of equity for being against the biggest of slicks.
Check, check. 8 on the turn, and Andy Black has a lot of outs. 34% equity, decides to lead the turn with no C-bet from Doherty. Be surprised if David folded to this bet.
No, I wouldn't expect David to fold. It's just a little bit too small. Can have the best hand. Clean outs to the nuts. 2 overcards to the board.
Oof. Wow. That is a serious out for Andy Black. He makes the straight and the flush.
Is it fair to call that a straight flush?
No.
But it should be, right?
No. It's a straight and a flush. It's 2 hands.
Straight.
And 2 hands beats 1 hand, especially when that 1 hand is ace high.
Straight, comma, flush.
But nobody can have a straight flush while he has this hand, right? Nobody can have a straight flush full stop, James. I'm not very good at this poker thing. It might be time to get a new career.
Well, uses a play like Nick Walsh. Apparently he's had 17 royal flushes today already.
Listen, I'd prefer not make a royal flush than make €2 off a royal flush.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think most of us are in that same boat.
I'd rather have bottom pair and make 50 quid than flop a royal and make nothing. Yeah.
I just want to make a royal flush so I have something to tell a cab driver.
You don't tell them that you're into poker, do you?
I go, hey, you ever had a royal flush?
No,
I want to go, yeah.
No. Rule number 1: when the taxi driver asks you what you were doing at the casino, you just say blackjack and you get it over with right then and there. As soon as you mention poker, oh, you can count cards, I guess. Then there we go.
I don't have an aversion talking to blue collar people like you guys do.
Oh,
my God.
Wow. Joe is very keen that any person he meets know exactly who he is within inside of 30 seconds.
You know, you guys might have seen me on TV. I don't know, like if.
Is James told me a story before the podcast went live today that you, at the beginning of the podcast, were actually caught crying because your blue tick on Twitter got taken. Is that true?
It hasn't been taken yet, but I'm definitely not happy about it.
Doherty with ace-king again. Opens to 600,000. Barbaros, who started the day as chip leader, is now one of the shortest stacks with 5 million. Has pocket 5s.
16 big blinds, something thereabouts. Might just see the fold, and I don't hate it. Oh, I don't know about that call, Finton. I don't know about that call. Very easy to exploit with a squeeze. Very difficult to get all the way around the table. And not just pure set mine. What do you think, buddy?
Yeah, I can understand why he'd want to get involved against David. David's been very active on this table. They were playing together earlier on. David was raising very wide. We've seen the 10-5 suited and the Queen-2 suited. So maybe he wants to put up a stand and not fold, but these hands aren't as valuable on final tables.
Right, and definitely not at this shallower stack depth as well. Even if you do flop the set, not necessarily going to get paid off that often, and just kind of loses a lot of value when there's so many players stacked behind you. You can just put on the sicko squeeze.
I think calling here is a no-brainer.
But here's the thing, Joe. If you call and flop a set, it's going to feel so good, right?
Yeah.
But if you fold and you would have flopped a set, it's going to feel so bad.
Way worse.
So bad.
Well,
thank you. That's exactly what I meant.
That's how Joe sleeps so well at night. Sorry.
Has not flopped a set, has flopped a gut shot, also still has the best hand right now. And David Doherty elects not to continue.
I appreciate that. David Doherty just has ace-king here, but I would love to see a check with a hand like aces or kings on this flop as well. Just feels like Barbaros has got a bet here if he wants to have any protection whatsoever, and indeed some semi-bluffs as well. Goes check on the flop anyway. 8 of spades in the turn. He has a straight, ladies and gentlemen.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Confirmed. However, note that Mr. Doherty has the king of spades and has a pretty strong flush draw.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to miss the flop bet, Finton. I feel like probably got to be betting this turn. Get some value from the spades. Obviously, protect from some Jack X that might get there as well. Check. Okay, free cards abound. 10 of clubs. Still has that straight, but now there's a straight on board.
Okay, guys, get ready for another performance.
I don't think we're going to see it. I think we're going to see someone make a move.
If anyone's going to make a move, it's David Doherty, right?
The problem for David is that his opponent might actually have...
I went outside and looked during this. It wasn't nearly as impressive as it sounded.
Just a standard day in Dublin, right, Vincent?
There's the sound of
Always.
the rain on the roof here in Dublin.
I know we could usually call this a 10 high straight, but what about a 5 low straight?
I'll allow it.
It should count in this case. We were just about to say that, right?
Ireland could be a whole country full of weather gods. That's what we're all drawn together, you know?
1.95 in the middle. David Doherty makes a bet. $500K, trying to get him off that chop.
We'll be singing the song, James. We'll be singing the song. Although, maybe we won't. I actually think that Barbaros has got quite a few. Never mind.
He's made the call. So this is going to be a chop pot, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
I get some of the pot.
I'm going to let you in on my secret. When it's in person, I can just be a little bit quieter than you guys, and I don't ruin it, and it sounds like I'm in perfect tune.
You were still very much part of the quartet, and your participation and contribution was appreciated.
Always.
Yeah, I can't help but think that Barbaros could have made a bet on any one of those streets in position and probably would have done just fine.
Lines will be going up in a few minutes. I know you're going to have to shoot, Vincent, when we get to the end of this level.
I've had an absolute blast being here, though. I feel very honoured to have commentated on the Irish Open final table. Would have preferred to be on it.
Sure.
My record of 100% making the final table is now gone.
Well, maybe you should answer this question then from Happy Guy. He says, why didn't Vincent make the final table? I thought he was good at poker.
Well, here's the thing, James.
The other one's a piece of shit.
I put in 60 big blinds
Okay, maybe you're right.
as a bluff,
I'll keep that. I'll take that into
and my
account.
opponent called with top pair. And I say, top the table, congratulations, great call. And that was it. Maybe not 60, but quite a few. I tried my best. I support Aston Villa.
I mean,
and the Aston Villa game was on at the time, so I couldn't
you see,
lose.
Can I just say that how I would tell that story?
Yes.
Vincent punted.
James, whilst that is true, it hurts to say it out loud.
Danny O says, Vincent, you've been on top form today. Really enjoyed your presence in the booth, and I hope you're back later. I think Vincent has family things to attend to on Easter Monday, but yes, I agree. It's been great having Vincent with us on the stream. Oh, hello. Andy Black not going to get into trouble with King 10 after Carl Shaw opened with aces.
Avritsakas actually been quite an aggressive three-better, but doesn't really find the combo to do it with.
Nick, I actually think this person's name is Giannis Metatis.
wickedly
The only
talented.
explanation for it. I accumulate chips.
These are
over
the two
years
players
and
that
then keep
clashed
them.
with the jacks and the jack
Put
10
all the
off. So a
pieces
little
together
bit of
and then
history,
keep
or quite a lot of
accumulating
history.
chips, and then one year
How
you
much
just
are you
kinda
starting
go
the
for
hand
it,
with?
you know? They wonder, why has this guy always got the same stack?
I appreciate Shaw not responding to the question there. Just stacking his chips up and saying, you do the math.
Well, the math concludes 8-5 off is a defend.
Okay, well, at least he didn't 3-bet.
We saw him run down with jacks with jack 10. It's easy to run down aces with a5, isn't it?
Well, we went down to
It's got to be tough.
At this point.
And then Guy had like 3 big.
Shaw is like thinking, revenge, revenge.
Oh, that's right. Same person even. My bad.
I think I like a really small c-bet here. 4-8-12, something in the 400,000 range. Seems good. Oh, big fan. 450 it is.
And a quick fold from the 8-5. Fenton, thank you so much indeed. What are your travel plans? Are you coming to Monte Carlo? Or are you getting ready for Scoop? What's your plan for the next few weeks?
I will not be at Monte Carlo, but I will be streaming on e2dates.tv a lot during Scoop, and going to hopefully make it 4 years in a row of winning Scoop titles, and hopefully I will have you for a winner's interview on one of the fantastic broadcasts you will be doing during the series.
It's such a relief when you win, because we're like, well, Fenton has to come on the show, so we don't have to worry about you saying no.
I won't say no. If there's I'm not going to be playing every day this year, so if you want me in the commentary booth one of the days, I'd love to be there.
Cool.
But thank you so much. Really appreciate it, and best of luck.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Fenton, who will now take the
Strabane.
2-minute
The
drive
black hole
home.
of Strabane. Isn't it? I was
A mile and a half.
I know, Strabane, you know, I remember it being described as a black hole if you're from the take community. But the only thing about the political thing down a bit, there's not so much crack in the communication.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things that are better, but that's worse.
Yeah, it's no, I think we can actually slag each other more about it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well then. I mean, but some of it's not so dark.
Yeah, that's like the guy worked with a bunch of guys, mixed religions, and it's just slagging the whole time. Like.
So there be a second there.
Yeah. Andy Black got about 20-ish big blinds here.
Snowman's num-num.
He's probably just going to come in with a raise here, like the min raise, pretty standard from the cutoff.
Oh,
Yep.
oh. Strap in for a race. Black opens to 600,000 from the cutoff, and Oyela's got ace-queen suited on the button.
Yeah, I think there's only really one way to do this on a final table, James. No messing about. Bang it in. There it is. We
And-
see the green triangle of death.
Oyela would be the at-risk player here, right? Has 4.8 million, and he does have him covered.
Ooh.
And now we've got ace-jack suited for Tom Waters.
Can you count, please?
I imagine we still see the fold here from Waters, but he does have a legitimate hand here.
If you're closing the action, it's one thing. The
Yeah.
fact you know you've still got Andy Black to act
Quite
to
right.
doesn't really get out of line that much.
Quite right.
Man, what a huge spot. I don't even know how you control your breathing here. I don't know how you don't just jump out of your chair.
Waters folds the ace-jack. Andy Black says call, and it's a flip.
I don't know.
Sorry.
The ace-queen for Oyela, who is the at-risk player. Pocket eights for Andy Black.
Wow, big spot for both players here.
Like fair play versus a donkey's years. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Let's run this board. Jack 9-7. 8's looking good right now. Andy Black close to 70% favorite.
Wow.
I'll take that one.
Too many outs on the turn, potentially.
Yeah, Euler picks up the flush draw. The river is the 3 of hearts. That's a brick, and we lose our first player from the final table of the Irish Open main event. Henry Euler from Finland cashes out in 8th place for 43,500 euros, eliminated by Andy Black.
This tournament was so Irish, even the Finnish guys have an O in front of their name.
All right. All right, Andy's going to do.
Wow, that was a huge hold, you guys. Huge spot for Pocket Eights to find the run out for the ladder and for the chippies.
So players have a new level, 2-4-4.
As we start
At ace jack of hearts.
7-handed play, we kick off level 36. Nick O'Hara just informing the players the blinds are now 200,000, 400,000 with a 400k big blind ante. 60 more minutes of poker to play before the dinner break, and the final 7 all now guaranteed 56,500.
Part of the reason, because you think for so long, it encourages me to call, you know. If I'm dead, I'm dead, but if there's a good chance he's got a similar hand to you, you know. And I saw you go like this on the flop, so I knew you'd hit the jack, you know.
And the 2 outs.
And, I didn't see there was hearts, and I was just trying to avoid shit.
Yeah.
Tom Waters.
Great, party started early.
Won that entire pot had he got it in. Hopefully he's mentally and emotionally okay with the fact that he made the right fold.
And no, lads, no, less likely I'm coming in to do the commentary. You ignorant sausages. That may be polite in England to ask people before. It's not polite in Ireland. You end up going home with a shovel in your head. Do you hear that, James and Joseph?
Oh, Lord.
Just because you've got names of apostles doesn't give you the right to be culturally inappropriate.
I should mind Andy more than I do, but I don't. He doesn't bother me, but I don't know why. It's probably because, am I allowed to say this, because Irish people are very charming?
I think that's definitely true.
And despite the fact that this shtick isn't that charming, it's still, it like breaks even for me.
You're being culturally insensitive, Joe. Unbelievable. Okay, we got another situation here, guys. Shaw pocket 10s, UTG +1 opens with the 10s. Waters
5.5.
got him covered here with ace jack in the small blinds.
Am I gonna have to get another race ready right now?
I do think that flatting here is fine. I do think that 3-betting is fine. If you want to 3-bet, you got to be aware of the fact that Shaw is very short now.
These fucking bastards in the commentary box asked me to come in and...
Uh-oh.
Oh, man. Tom got away from ace-jack last hand and is running into a dominating hand this one as well.
Started with like 10, right?
Yeah.
We might actually see
the
fabled cold 4-bet, Joe.
Yeah, well,
just make it really small.
A cooler.
Just make it like 3.5 million here. Oh, lets it go. Spicy indeed.
Wow, Doherty folds the ace-queen suited.
Yeah, I'm just keeping it chill. I appreciate that.
I mean, if he knows Waters folded ace-jack in the last hand, he's like, well, this ace-queen can't be good.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a slam dunk, you know, 4-bet, cold 4-bet, but is getting up there in the range here. Shaw obviously needs to make a decision here, and I think it's a shove or fold scenario, Joe.
You told that, did you?
I went backstage to get out to them earlier, and they all got freaked out. It's all in good fun, but I mean, I think
Just another massive spot.
Yeah.
For tens of thousands in real euro equity.
But the thing is, everyone knows there's a delay. So if somebody comes in but there's no game happening, it doesn't matter. Maybe they were still.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Tough
maybe
spot.
that little bit of advertising Waters just did by saying he folded ace jack of hearts. I mean, just got two pretty tight folds there.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, that's definitely got to play into their decision making there, Joe. I think he's in a really tough spot though. You got to feel for Shaw because you're just like, it really is a push fold scenario, and if you feel like you're just pushing into like Queens plus or something,
yeah,
maybe Jacks plus, you're just kind of hating life, and I feel for him.
So this is the adjusted stacks with the blinds at 200, 400.
I think that's not very nice, is it? It's tilty, you know.
There's
a commentary every year. It's not a big deal. You don't ask me.
Action folds around to Mavrotsakis, the wickedly talented.
Yeah, you got to take that spot with the 2 8s. I don't have to, but
I agree with 100%. His tank made it a little bit easier for you.
yeah.
It's,
And it didn't feel like an overpair. So when I put the 2 together.
no, to be honest,
Before I thought I would have put in the overpair.
I think. Right. I would bow to your more superior knowledge than mine. I'm thinking there.
Wow. Mavrotsakis really not afraid to get involved with a wide range here. Really appreciate this. We've been seeing it from him all throughout the tournament, though, since we've had him on featured tables. Here's another scenario, good example of that. Barbaros is going to fold his big blind. If he's picking up on some table tendencies here, that steal is going to be a lot more effective. Some players would have opted to defend the king 5 there, but I also appreciate the fold too. Definitely a difficult hand to play well, and he's getting on the short side now. In fact, very short, sub 15 big blinds effective.
This prop bet last night. We were playing.
What was that?
He got me to buy into cash at 4 o'clock this morning for 100 quid. This is if you treble the 100 quid up, and you finish first or second, you buy me a new motorbike. I don't even know, but I agreed to it. I know, I know no more than from sitting at the table,
And he's putting the raise here. Haven't seen his cards just yet. Folding around.
Jack 10. Such a sad one. Jack 6, less sad. Well, Black, after busting a player, winning the blinds and antes, I mean, that's a heater. That's a heater at a final table.
It's a big spin here. Definitely accumulating chips when it counts. Final 7, all the pay jumps to come.
It's funny,
that hold with the 8s is
year,
huge.
They didn't get to the final table. They weren't this shallow. People had more chips.
Well, Dwyer had all of them, didn't he?
Yeah. What?
Dwyer had all of them. Yeah.
Was that it?
And everyone else had 5.
I know. I did the commentary, right, and the feed went down for half an hour, so there was no feed. The whole thing stopped. We could see nothing, and I just kept the commentary going for half an hour.
It's weird that he was able to keep it going for half an hour without having this story to tell, because I've heard it 3 times this week already.
I think Eduardo had all the chips, or maybe he just won every time.
Just a shame nobody asked him to do commentary, Joe. Oh, wait. Never mind. Mr. Doherty in the cutoff folds the king 9. Keeping it real solid on this final. You can appreciate why. Those pay jumps, very significant. Did see that fold with the ace-queen suited just now. Was beating the ace-jack 3-bet. But obviously just picking the spots very carefully.
To walk live on stream,
and I really appreciate that from the experienced Dave Doherty. Shaw puts it in. Got about 12 big blinds there. I think it's pretty much going to be a push every time, especially as one of the shortest stacks. If he's a middling stack, probably might find a little bit of a tighter
Guy's a real show-off. Show-off.
Show-off. Yeah, I think Jack 10 probably needs to go in there most times regardless, but you can appreciate the ICM considerations as we get to some bigger pays. Some bigger pay jumps.
Connor on YouTube asks, how did O'Dwyer do this year? Did he enter? He entered at least 3 times to my knowledge.
Yeah, I think we saw at least 3. Might have been more.
Taylor Made says, who went out in 8th? Nope, actually, it was Henry Oyala who went out in 8th.
Yes, correct. Our 9th place finisher was Jamie Wynn. Got very unlucky. Final 2 tables, took a beat, left him with only 4 big blinds. Managed to find the ladder to get 9th, and then busted as soon as we've arrived on our final table.
Barbaros repping Moldova.
I'm all in.
A little bit of a more nervous proposition doing it against an under-the-gun raiser. But Mavrotsakis has been proven to be a little loosey-goosey. And, of course, Barbaros has just over 10 big blinds. So not much you can do, even if you don't like it.
Over there.
True.
Half an hour.
No fear. In the book.
Shaw at 13 big blinds, Barbaros at 15. No one else really smashing it. Rice is the chip leader with just under 40. And we've got Doherty, Black, Mavrotsakis, and Waters all bunched up at just under 30. But really, any double up from any player or any knockout is really going to change the dynamic significantly.
Yeah, absolutely. Might see some major swings here.
They should put this on the screen, really, without the cards up, just so people in the room can see what's going on.
Yeah. It's a good idea. I guess it's just advertising it, but they could easily put it on one of those. So. I think they had it, I don't know if they've got it today, but they had it in the lounge yesterday. Like
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
On the delay?
On the delay, yeah.
Irish Poker Open trophy. Trophy, just a symbol, really, the title. I mean, that's a cool title to have, as much as I think Griffin's a gabagoo.
Gabagoo.
I mean, being an Irish Poker Open champion is like one of the cooler titles, in my opinion. Carl Shaw, ace-queen. James is out sweating the mystery bounty right now. I said it's a pretty cool final table. Tonka.
All in.
Fellow by the name of Andrew Dickinson, who's going to be our super fan in a couple of weeks. Jessica Pilkington, all at the final table of the mystery bounty. Pretty cool.
Love it.
Shaw all in with ace-queen. Black ain't gonna do it.
Big blind, last opportunity to find a hand. Mavrotsakis. What do you got, buddy? What do you got? Show us your cards.
Mavrotsakis doesn't put his cards in the box until after he's figured out what he's going to do, it seems like.
Interesting strategy, Cotton. See if it pays off for him. Yeah, I was playing some cash earlier, Joe, and obviously they were doing the call-outs for mystery bounties. Always fun. I feel like it adds some good energy to the room, you know?
They're all the rage.
They are all the rage.
I've only ever played one, a small stakes one, and I didn't realize that, I think I've told this story before, but I didn't realize that the bounties didn't kick in until
day two,
and so I was just like calling late.
Nice.
And I busted like I busted one person before I figured that out. And then the second I realized I had to make day two, it was over.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not sure I've had a chance to play anyone yet. Obviously, very frequently kind of overlapping with our commentary duties, as usual. Would love to see a Tonka win there. Team Tonka. Team Never Lucky. Mavrotsakis has been very willing to get involved here in these spots. King 4 at this stack depth. I think probably from a GTO perspective, you're going to be limping with the King 4 off here quite often. Maybe you're going to steal with a hand like King 8, King 9.
10.
Of the offsuit variety. I think they both have a similar stack here. But on the final table, obviously, strategies can be adjusted. More pressure can be applied to mid stacks. Players not wanting to get too out of line against other big stacks when they're big. Makes the call.
Just so much intensity in all of these spots.
Yeah.
Everyone's so shallow.
Yeah.
There's no chips to be wasted as we see this Queen 8 deuce 2 spade flop.
Keeping it GTO.
Well, I was raised 2 8s, right?
What?
Mavrotsakis with the opportunity to lead. 1.2 in the middle. Quick fold from the 10 tray off.
And when I talk about the intensity of this moment, when I talk about, we talked about the prestige of the award, of the title, might as well focus on the dollars too here, the euros, as it were. 8th place, Henry Oyala went out already. It was worth 43,500. Everyone is now guaranteed more than 50,000 euros, and as to be expected, the jumps are significant. 56.5 for 7th place, 6th place, 73.5, 5th place, 95.5. So make the top 4, and then you're in the 6 figures. 4th place, 124.5. 3rd place, 161.5. 2nd place, 228.7. And the winner gets a cool $365,000.
Right.
I don't need to tell you that for a 1K buy-in, these
Yeah.
are some insane payouts.
Absolutely agree, Joe, and that's got to be playing on their minds. Rice does decide to raise with the ace-4 of diamonds. Seems fairly standard suited ace from that position, especially now that we are 7-handed. Waters wakes up with another nice situation. He only has about 25 big blinds. Might decide to play this very, very safe and just put the all in. He is covered, but it's ace-king, guys. These chips are so valuable very frequently. Players will opt just to take the safe lines, the very aggressive lines. Okay, looks like a 3-bet not all in. Just goes for the straight 3x here.
1.4 is it? 2 million or 2.4?
2.4. So from the small blind, out of position here, opting for the 3-bet not all in. Also totally acceptable. Like I said, these big stacks really don't want to get into some sort of ugly face-off where it's going to cost them all their chips when they can find those beautiful ladders.
Yeah.
So I think that's also kind of in the back of Waters' heads is the 3-bet not all in here probably a lot more effective on a final table than it would be if we were final 4 tables or something like that. The stack depth, yep, makes the fold, seems good. That aggression will win Waters that pot.
You know, I haven't both take your patches off.
They won't let us wear them because we weren't wearing them the whole time.
Good.
I haven't seen Rice get particularly creative, but I also haven't seen him make many missteps.
Really?
He wasn't sure.
Sure.
Just some good, solid poker.
Yep, just solid,
Yeah,
solid
I know
poker.
you were,
I haven't
yes. I
seen
know you
any,
were, yes.
no hand stand out in my mind.
Might have given me right at the beginning of the first day,
Yeah.
but I was wearing it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm an ambassador for the Irish poker too.
I know.
So why should it bother anyway?
Yeah.
Who cares? It's the silliest thing ever I've heard. So wear what you want. You want people to wear shit.
Not to say there's a load of names.
No, they're just Paddy Bear want to brand it, you know. So that's what it is. It's a scam. Right.
Holding around here, Mavrotsakis, we've seen him completely willing to get mixed up in some.
That is true.
I mean,
have seen Mavrotsakis get quite creative.
Yeah, very creative. I love this, and guys, if you're paying attention, this is a spot when he's in the cutoff at this final table. We've seen him taking these lines. Not sure if maybe he's just kind of picking up on the fact that.
Whose big blind is he attacking?
This is important. That's what I was getting at, Jay. I feel like no. That was kind of the whole point. I feel like might be targeting Barbaros, is shorter stacked, has been willing to give up a few hands already. Something about this dynamic he feels like is going to be advantageous for him to have a wider range. If Barbaros is paying attention, he might just opt just to push the King 10 here. Does decide to call instead. Also totally cool. But Mavrotsakis is going to play hardball when we get to many, many flops.
Ooh, Queen, Jack, 6. Lots of equity for Barbaros, whether he thinks he is ahead or behind. He is going to like his chances.
T-Coot says he's a simple man. It folds to him, he opens. I mean, I love that, honestly. Got nothing but respect for that. Barbaros looks at his chit, looks at his cards again. Might be a bit of a tell there to be glancing at your cards once you see the flop here.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's definitely not standard.
He's certainly not suggesting that he doesn't have a piece. He's all in. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be folding 5 tray, but I wonder if the check shove is better there, Joe. You know what I mean? Or I mean, obviously, there's other options too, but rather than just lead jamming, like, you're not going to really get.
You can get one more bet out of him, right?
Yeah, or, you know, I think the question is, does he ever call with, like, second pair there? Maybe if you just lead, you're getting, like, second pair to fold. I don't know. But perhaps an alternate line might have been a check shove or something of that nature, where you know his range is nice and wide, going to c-bet very aggressively on that texture, because, of course, that's always going to be your plan if you're going to start opening hands that loose from the cutoff. Great fold, though. Thank you, chat. Yeah, let's all applaud the 5-high fold.
Second card knocks him off.
Kings for Rice. Mr. Solid so far. 850K, like it, using the same bet size every time, keeping it nice and balanced. Those of you paying attention might notice slight fluctuations in your opponent's bet sizings, can be a tell. Keeping it nice and solid there. 850K going to be the size he's using here as an open. Love to see it.
Oh, baby. No. I mean, no offense. I'm not rooting for... Just rooting for the Kings. I just like it when people's big pocket pairs make the money.
Yeah, Shaw just got
What
nothing.
time is it?
All the way around. Rice picks up a pot there. Non-showdown.
20 to 6.
Yeah, we go on break after 30 minutes, 1 hour.
didn't know what time it was.
Yeah, so
I had no idea. If you'd said 3 o'clock, I
I'm
would
not even fucking sure what day it is at this stage. Like, never mind fucking time.
Like, not a clue.
I had to say,
Everybody's
is it Easter Sunday? Like, yeah.
been through the ringer a little bit in this tournament. Some
Easter
long
Monday.
hours, long
I'm in this
days.
tournament. Every Easter Sunday, I'm still in this fucking tournament. You know?
Get it quietly, Black.
What?
Get it quietly.
What?
Get it quietly.
Never, never. Oh, no. Beware loud and aggressive.
Every year I play it, I'm back in Glasgow on Easter Monday.
Yeah. And do you have a job as the Easter Bunny?
What's that?
Do you have a job as the Easter Bunny at all?
Yeah.
Nice. Nice little mixture.
Ace Jack suited for Waters.
I love it.
No,
Waters going to open up here from the hijack.
Going to FT, so
Missed
You
it
have
off
a
the
very
tee.
strong Scottish accent.
I don't have a very strong Scottish accent. Yeah.
Are you Edinburgh more or something like that?
I'm actually Glaswegian, but like most of my friends are like English, so I've had to tone it down.
Yeah.
It's not down, but
12.
I don't know how he misses this spot, Joe.
Yeah.
Understandable.
You've got to
It's
make,
really, really hard not to go bust here with
Sacrifices
ace
in
10,
relation.
especially
I lived in
against
England
one of
for
the
4
larger
years,
stacks.
yeah.
He's all in.
And they broke me as bit as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Water wants to count.
6 mil.
Now, Joe, I'm not
I
saying
started
this is
really
a
liking
snap
it
call,
initially,
but it's way, way up there, and he's going to shove worse for sure.
This one feels like the one. This feels like the Ace Jack suited you're not getting away from.
That's 4.
It's 2 mil.
Yeah.
And again, worth noting, the money on the line,
How much? 5
prestige on
points.
the line. That's why it's just not a fist pump, get it in with Ace Jack.
Sub 15 bigs total. Take your time, Waters. This is a really, really serious moment. Even though it's not that many bigs, it's still a huge chunk of the total prize pool.
That's right. 7th place is worth 56,500, and the ladder is worth 17.
Yeah, a big chunk of the total chips in play is what I meant to say, chat. My apologies. I suppose a big chunk of the prize pool in terms of value in chips.
That's 5,075,000. Is that right? 775.
If he gets it wrong here or he loses this pot, he will still have chips to play, but not exactly mountains, Joe. Yeah, visibly nervous, and of course should be. This is a big moment. Makes the call. He is dominating Shaw. Shaw, the player at risk, will be a 70-30 situation.
Domination, situation, prognosis, negative.
Yeah, you got to feel for Shaw here. How does he get away from this spot? Just feels very, very standard. Needs to make some moves. We're going to a flop.
It is Jack high.
Never easy.
Shaw does have a gut shot potential. Also 2 diamonds on the flop. Another Jack on the turn. Now needs to hit the gut shot. That is a full house for Tom Waters. Carl Shaw eliminated in 7th place.
Nice play with you, buddy.
For 56,500 euros.
Well,
and at one end, and you realize 2 mil.
Oh, I had Ace Jack there as well.
Yeah, man. Nice with you. Nice one.
GG to Shaw. I think he played very, very well throughout the last couple days. Just kind of a bummer spot. I think he's done the right thing, just running into a better hand there.
Good skill sets.
I mean, does that mean Waters is our new chip leader, Joe? It must.
These are very good.
Damn close, if not.
Yeah, you happen a lot.
Oh dear. That was sweaty, wasn't it?
Was indeed quite sweaty.
Huh?
Yeah, I've got to say, I just feel like Waters has been playing fantastic poker since we've been watching him.
You really got to hand it to Tom Waters, who has gotten out of the way when he had the worst of it, gotten it in when he's had the best of it.
a lot.
It feels like all there.
Yeah, it feels very calculated. Definitely picking his spots very well.
And you are right, Nick Walsh. Tom Waters on top. 18.7 million for Tom.
I'm blind.
Yeah,
Rice with 36 big blinds. 14.5 million.
Do you know how much you offer?
Short stack, not super short.
He had like 5, right? So,
Yeah.
like 17, I think.
Okay.
And payouts so top heavy here in the Irish Open.
Speaking of, everyone now guaranteed 73,000 euros.
Yep, just over 53K for our friend Shaw, who just busted. Great performance, though. 50x you're buying for a final table performance and a final table finish. Mavrotsakis, excuse me. I mean, is there any chance he doesn't play this? We've seen his ability to play a wide range. Ace-10 under the gun, short-handed. Let's go.
If this Robert Smigel lookalike did not raise ace-10 offsuit, that would be a full tupupan.
That would be more shocking than his ability to play 5-3 off from the cutoff.
This feels familiar. Feels, I don't know.
You're gonna be.
Am I having a moment?
I guess we have to fight like for
What?
the end. I guess it's me and you know, like before.
I'm going to show you a lot of respect here.
Fuck. I didn't think you had that on you to pull that.
That's the fucking respect I have for you. It's respect. Ace-10, fair enough. Well, that was good, because I was beginning to think you were picking on me. In fact, everyone's picking on you at the poker table, so it doesn't really matter.
Doesn't really matter, does it?
No.
Yepanuna on YouTube says, this is damn fun. Kudos to the commentators, the players, and the tourney.
Kudos also to our production team behind the scenes here.
Oh, yeah.
Busting their
reversed
butts
2
to bring
levels.
you this coverage. Running on a skeleton crew here too, guys. Kudos to you, Joe. Fantastic commentary, buddy, as always.
Thanks. Same to you.
Thanks, man. Casual Fitzy says, kudos to whatever brand coffee or energy drink the broadcasters are using to stay awake. I call it Guinness.
I mean, I'm not on the Guinness yet.
No, neither am I. But you better make damn sure having some later on. All right, guys, so in the mix again, Mr. Black, ace-7 off, facing an open from Rice, one of the chip leaders here on our final table. I think he's debating finding the 3-bet. Yeah, just doesn't want to get involved here. Mavrotsakis, not one to shy away from defending his big blinds, just the same as not one to shy away from playing a wider range from position. I'd be surprised to see him fold here, given the action we've seen from him thus far on feature tables and this final.
Okay. Button versus big blind. That old chestnut. King 10 deuce, 2 clubs. Mavrotsakis will be first to act. You can just fold. It'd be unorthodox, but it is allowed.
King 10 deuce should be a fairly standard c-bet board. At this stack depth, probably like a 1/4 pot c-bet seems fairly GTO.
Rice is on it, like white on rice.
Yes, indeed. 2.6 in the middle. 575. Loving the really small C-bet there, Joey. Yes, please. Nicky Likey.
I made a decent roll.
Anyway,
Teeny tiny. Why bet big? Yeah. You can bet small and get the same reaction. Absolutely beautiful poker there from Rice. Again, very solid, Joe.
JD asked, do you know if it's possible to volunteer at these events? Help the comm/camera team. That's very sweet, JD, but for stuff like this, you got to be on the payroll. You got to be. Oh wait, Nick maybe wants an assistant. Sorry.
Contact me. Looking for a personal assistant. No, Joe's right.
College credit.
But for real, send me a message.
Or an actual job. You can't just have a random person running around working. That might work some places, not for us. Thank you, though. That's kind, I guess. Barbaros with the AA.
JD, are you willing to accept Guinness's payment? Put him on the payroll, Joey. Come on.
That's assuming there's any Guinness left over from you. I wouldn't take it. Will there be action on the aces? 6-5 suited for the chip leader. Will there be action, or will this be like my life until age 29? Yes, action.
Must call 6-5 suited. Yeah, mandatory.
It's an ace-cracking hand. Woo. And if the 7 always comes, these aces are toast.
That's the thing about the 7, Joe. It's always coming.
Check.
Tom checks. Barbaros, whose first name is Eugenio. I mean, this is such a dry-looking board, too. Like, I don't know that you would necessarily have to, yeah.
Wee-wah.
Free card for Waters. And from a dry board to, like, instantly soaked, like a hole opened up on the roof and let all the rain in. Now the straight draws, way more straight draws. We got a flush draw.
If you're going to miss the flop bet, I think you got to go big on the turn now, Joe, especially when the hearts start coming in. The random 9X is a straight now, some gut shots.
I guess it wasn't that dry on the flop, like all the 5-6s, 6-7s, all that is out there. That's probably stupid.
I would say this is relatively dry, but still, I think the fact we didn't see some sort of a C bet is very unconventional. Yeah, so bets and takes down on the turn. I think just having a really small C, one of the cool things about having small C bets, generally speaking, at the stack up, Joe, is that when you do have aces in that spot, you can still get calls from some weird pairs there, some gut shots. You know, it's nice to have small bets to get some bluffs through for cheap, but also you get a little bit more action from those combos when you do have it. The check on the flop for me is a big red flag, if I'm honest. Tempting fate, though. Given the free card. Barbaros, now 8.3 million UTG, ace-queen suited. Let's see how he wants to play this one. Seen quite a few more unconventional lines from this individual thus far. It's working out for him. He's the 8-2-5, just over a min raise. Yes, indeed. Takes it down. Pre-flop. Year of Moldova. Oh, got to work on that one, guys. Rice back in time for his UTG action.
Pocket jacks for Rice.
Back just in time, Joe. Just in time to find the Jables. Uh-oh.
What?
Wait, what?
So there's...
Wait, there's 4 jacks in a deck?
Jack, black, jack.
Joe and James and jam jars?
Oh, yeah, we do have the Joe and James. That one belongs to Rice.
Interesting dynamic here, though. Does Rice ever push and force black out of the pot here for fear of busting this tournament? Or does he just flat, is the question.
I am...
So is that not confident this thing?
Rooting for there to be an outright winner here, whether it's pre-flop or...
What about the other
post.
5 players?
Doesn't matter.
They're all folded.
Oh, good.
What are you behind?
I started a hand with about 10 ticks.
Call. Was it 2 bucks?
Okay, we're going to a flop.
Yeah.
2. So what do you need now?
8, 9, 10, 3 spades.
How many sickos, are out there rooting for a monotone board?
Just kidding, Andy. I'm not rooting against you, buddy. Just very difficult for this to go any other way than the Chopperino.
2 diamonds favors Andy Black slightly.
All in.
Yeah, the Joe and James.
All in.
All in says Andy, which also slightly favors Andy winning this pot outright.
It doesn't show very well.
Yes or no?
Uh-oh. No coaching, please.
Call.
Oh.
2 jacks.
2 jacks?
Fuck me, please.
Oh my God.
2 diamonds. Come on, diamonds.
Free roll for Andy Black.
He's calling for the diamonds, too.
Hey, he free rolled a royal flush
make it
earlier
exciting for the crowd.
against Connor Beresford to
exciting.
exit him from the tournament.
Make it exciting. Ramona, make it exciting.
Oh, wow.
It is exciting
No,
now.
surely
Very
not.
exciting.
Don't
Very
do it.
exciting. Oh, now let's just be gentle about this. Gentle, gentle. Let's all chill. Let's be gentle.
River is not a diamond. These two are going to chop it up. It is a chop pot. And you know what they say, Nick?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Yeah, a little wind up for 2 jacks. A little wind up. A little wind up with the 2 jacks. And then I thought, oh, what's it?
Declan Rice definitely loves a chop pot.
I'm not sure Declan Rice has ever loved a chop pot more.
Some hands.
A chop pot of rice.
Actually, I got
Yeah, no, that's to say,
A hot shot chop pot.
Aces versus aces. Yeah, and fourth hand, what they sit down and
Next player out gets 73.5. Then the ladders start getting really big.
No, I always do that when I'm the same hand. I go, well, no, they did exactly the same thing. So when you did it,
so we'll check, bet, raise. Only fourth hand, man, only the same hand. check like that.
Chop it up.
Yeah, it was. I'm just telling all you guys, like, and this tournament I had it like, only is all aces versus aces. And the very first hand when I sit down on the day one, like, I flopped the nuts. I flopped the nuts, and the other woman flopped the nuts as well, the same hand. And it was check, bet, call, check, bet, raise, all-in, force hand, all-in, force hand.
Careful the words you're saying there with the cards in front of you,
That's
buddy.
a good point, actually.
Queen's there for a second.
I was hoping you had tens there for a
I'm sorry, sir, but you saying check, bet, call is legally binding.
It's binding.
You must check, bet, and call now.
Check, bet, and all in.
Yeah.
He must simultaneously check, bet, and all in.
Sorry.
10-round penalty.
Fuck, I nearly take it. They give me a fucking heart attack again.
Barbaros with a legit decision against the button raise. I mean, against the button raise, it is supposed to be a re-raise of some sort, is it not, Nick? And
potentially.
For 20 big blinds, what do you do?
Potentially. I think 3-betting ace-9 off here is fine. I think generally speaking, we've seen Barbaros be a little bit more on the snug side, though. Well, a very limited amount of hands we've seen thus far, though, as well, so maybe a bit unfair.
Yeah, it's all right.
Doherty's going to take this one down.
Okay.
Yeah, folding seems fine, too. I don't know.
Sad. Yeah.
Ace-10's a different story, right? But
yeah, much different.
Much different.
So you call it
exciting. A nice belly.
Had a good ace.
Henrik wants to know. Look, Henrik, if you can manage to say some, keep the next. He wants to know when the next break is. I'm going to do it without conditions. It's about 15 minutes away.
I'll come in while I'm winning. I'll come in and do the commentary.
Spoiler alert.
While I'm there, but how come you're doing the commentary? Let's just act as if we don't know who won.
Yeah.
But I feel happy at the moment.
Let's fucking love boss Aberdeen.
That's Sakis. Sorry, Joe.
It's okay. Pocket kings.
Yeah, obviously that table image got to work for him here. Obviously very willing to play a wide range of hands. Now he's actually got top 3 hand. It's top 3 starting hand.
Bald42 says, chop pot song, you guys should work on melody instead of just doing volume. You know what, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to work on your tone. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Work on that tone.
Barbaros. Buddy. There you go.
Makes the fold.
Is that a raise or a limp? Okay.
Oh, Andy Black has 10 million to start the hand, about 25 big blinds. Probably just likes a call here. I think that's how you want to proceed in most cases, especially against the earlier open. Always an ace on the desk, Joe.
Always an ace on the desk.
What's that? That's it.
Sorry?
Take
2 checks. Deuce diamonds on the turn. I don't know. If I'm Andy and I see a check on ace 8-5, I'm really, really concerned I'm losing. Gonna go ahead and lead turn, though. Really small, though. Seems like a bit of a blocker bet.
As small as it gets.
I mean, Mavrotsakis is really good at figuring out these spots, though, right? Just really seems to have a good grasp on where he is in most pots. And I think he's probably going to read into this as he has an 8, he has a 5, he has 6s, maybe he has a flush draw, maybe he has a diamond. I think he's going to raise the turn, Joe, is what I'm saying.
Okie dokie. And you were right.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, honestly, is Andy really going to do this with an ace? Is he going to do it with 2 pair? He's too concerned that his opponent is going to take some free cards. He's going to try and punish and use a bigger size. So I really like this line.
And with a hand as strong as kings, you can level your opponent into thinking you've played it weakly. So they're just coming at you. You don't really put someone on kings here.
Sure.
For you or me?
Takes it down. Well played.
Save
Not
money.
the best flop for you, was it?
Save money. I had to call one bet. You're betting the turn, and you're going to bet more than 400. I would have had to call, so I feel good.
Big blind, right?
You didn't fold an ace there, no?
No.
I was thinking to put him and raise there, like.
What?
I was thinking to put him and raise there.
Oh, I thought he might have that, but he's a sicko. He'd probably call me if I stick it in.
Yeah, it goes.
I
You know me, we've played with them.
So I kind of like didn't even consider it.
Tom Waters under the gun, queen 7 off. Doherty out, Barbaros. 7-3 suited, woof. Declan Rice. Does not declan to raise. And is going to run into a veritable monster, especially against a button raise.
That's
it, stack.
I think it's about 13 mil, I think.
Ace-6 off for Rice. Queen suited.
4, 5, 6,
Spades.
7.
Dark queen duck.
No,
Dark.
it's about 14, maybe 15, 14,
It
14
is, okay, 875.
Queen
Yeah.
duck.
Call.
Just a call. Ace, 8, 9, 1 spade. Top pair for Rice. Queen in pretty bad shape. Seems like that amount of equity seems very. There we go. That's more like it. Four in the turn, no help for nobody. Hearts, no help for nobody. Maverick Sakis drawing officially deed. And it is hard to get multiple streets of value with a hand like Ace-6, so I can understand. Check, check. Maybe you can get your opponent to take a little stab on the river.
Yes, indeed.
But Maverick Sakis does have good showdown value with 8-8, ace, king, queen. And Maverick Sakis is quite all right getting a cheap showdown. Will he get a cheap showdown? Yes. Rice tables the ace.
Ace is good, yeah.
Ace
is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, Fitton. It's the jacks against jacks. And we got to see it. Like fucking reroll. I thought if I was quiet, it would come. Oh, I would. Well, no, he had loads of change, like, you know. Yeah, loads of change. Like, so it didn't really matter to him. There was only 20 million in there.
It's fucking 10 fucking million of us.
Each.
Yeah, and I was only playing 14 that stage. It's fucking.
Oh, but you would have been able to come back. I wouldn't have killed you, that would have been harsh.
Yeah, but I've been fucking. It's only a scratch job, like.
Was very close. Oh man.
Doherty under the gun, queen 8 suited. Sacramento asks, hey, commentator guys, what's your favorite check style? Mavs is pretty smooth. What's your most controversial favorite check style, Nick? Like one that people are like, I don't care for that one, but you like it.
So when I was in Vegas recently, I folded around to me in the big blind, and the dealer looked at me and goes, "Son, you sir," and I said, "Let him live."
I like that one. Sure, I like let him live. That one in a Vegas cash game, it's almost obligatory.
Well, so I that's what I thought. The
Yeah.
dealer looked at me like I was crazy and was like, "What does that mean?" I was like, "Let him live." And then the dealer said,
Were they doing that
"Sir,
intentionally to make it?
I honestly don't know, but it made me feel very uncomfortable because I really thought I was speaking to like another poker person.
Sure. I actually have no problem with the dealer making you, like, not finding that.
I wasn't looking for
charming,
applause.
just not that way.
I wasn't looking for applause, yeah, but you know, I wasn't. I didn't want like an Emmy for my performance,
Sure.
but I didn't think it was that outlandish.
I like to let him live. As long as you don't do it every hand.
No. I'm actually more of a.
Yeah.
So Maverick Sack is getting a little out of line here.
Yeah. But then there's other things.
I thought this hand was going to be over relatively quickly.
A lot of the wives and girlfriends and friends in Dublin City.
Yeah.
And it's, it's classier venue.
I think the first few nights there was definitely lack of atmosphere.
And it's not going to get a full from Waters. We've got a bloated pot here, kids. From a little more pre-flop action than we're used to blind on blind. And Maverick Sakis just completely misses this.
Yes, indeed.
Could be playing the board by the end of this hand. And Waters has got it surrounded, but no actual hand yet. Therapy says 5 deuce. This guy gets me every time.
Yeah, I love it. Mixing it up, doing it with style. Not sure how he's going to win this one, though, guys.
So you're fucking due to get big, everything.
Yeah.
Maverick Sakis continues for 1.4 million. Same size as the pre-flop, what I have to assume was 3-bet. Waters has all of the chips right now.
Just had a good run of cards,
I think just flatting here in position is cool, Joe. I don't think you need to raise. You're going to have the best hand quite frequently. You've got a nice draw. Yeah, there you go. Betting a call. That's the nuts.
Wow. Wowee.
Yeah, to be honest,
I was just about to say, but like, what do you do if you miss, right? You end up with queen high at the end of this hand, but I prefer plan A, which is get there.
Okay, here's the problem, Joe. We all know what Maverick Sakis has here. However, this is a turn that you are supposed to bet as a bluff very frequently.
But don't you in your head go, man, what am I getting stationed by there on the flop? And isn't the ace going to like improve a lot? They called me pre-flop. They called the 3-bet.
Look,
called a significant bet on the flop.
Right. I mean, you could get some hearts to fold. You could get some straight draws to fold.
I guess king.
You could
I
get
guess
a 10
king.
to fold.
Would a king ever fold?
I don't think a king ever fold. Well, they're not supposed to fold, but yeah, I suppose some players.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Maverick Sakis is loading up and is firing directly into the nuts.
Look at Waters. He's like, this is cool. Keep it coming. How much do you want to make it, sir?
Oh, hasn't fired yet. Hasn't fired yet.
Man, if you're Waters right now, you got the Queen of Hearts too. You're like you're not even worried about the hearts that much.
Looks like all options are still on the table.
Loving this action.
What's Tom doing?
Yeah.
He's checking his hand again.
Is that an attempt at like a false tell potentially?
I don't know. I mean, Tom's a pretty experienced player.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
I mean, look, if he just looked at his cards again and now Maverick Sakis is loading up again, I mean, brilliant, I guess. I don't know how I would read into that. I would read into it as strength, personally.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
My goodness. Mavrotsakis looks like a smaller bet than I was originally expecting. 1.8 million, as I said, 1.1 million directly into the nuts. I haven't seen someone fire into the nuts this hard since Rob Dyrdek's ridiculousness. Chanel West Coast would be loving this nut firing.
I mean, you're just flatting all day, right? You got position.
All in?
No!
Tom moves all in. That's going to be the end of this hand, but who cares? That is a lot of dimp.
It is, absolutely. Mr. Waters finds the shove, takes it down. Nice hand, sir. Obviously, we can see the cards, guys.
Okay, guys,
Sometimes he will have ace, king, ace, 10, ace, 7.
Just before 7:50.
Last hand of the session. Last hand of the level. You heard Big Nick, 1 hour dinner break. And Tom Waters will be returning from that dinner break with an even bigger chip lead. Now these blinds are going up, so those big blinds are not accurate. It's going to be more shallow than this when we get back. Waters on top, Rice, Doherty, Black, Barbaros, and Mavrotsakis is going to be in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
1 hour dinner break. More from the Irish Poker Open from PokerStars and Paddy Power Poker when we return.
You're at the final table of the largest buy-in event ever held in Ireland. Surrounded by the world's best players. An EPT high roller title is on the line. And you're facing a decision. Are you being bluffed?
I got a strange feeling. You got the devil in you. My heart beats like thunder, dancing under the moon. You make me crazy. You drive me mad. It's all a good man bad.
It's been 8 years since the PokerStars.com EPT has come to Dublin. And what better way to say we're back than by hosting the biggest buy-in event in Irish poker history. 58 players parted ways with 25,000 euros. And with 12 re-entries, more than $500,000 will go to the eventual winner. All your favourites turned up for the high roller event, competing for a share of the €1.7 million prize pool. Most left disappointed, with just 9 players making the money. 3 of those have already headed to the cash desk. Leaving us with just 6 of the best vying for the title. As it stands, the man with all the chips is the aggressive Italian, Mustafa Canet.
I have a huge chip leader, so I don't have to be worried. I can play more tight, open more, like see how the others they react. So it's pretty good advantage.
It's not the first time we've seen Swedish pro Anton Bertilsson at a final table. He was runner-up in Prague in 2014. He satellited into this event and now sits comfortably in second place. Third in chips is the baby-faced assassin Charlie Carroll, who'll use his youth to his advantage.
People call a lot more when you look like a 12-year-old in a live poker field. So I got my table image set for the next few years.
Nicknamed the Silver Pigeon, Keith Johnson is another player to qualify for this event via a live satellite. Fourth or better today will see him pick up his biggest ever live score. With such an impressive record in high rollers, Kornuth has more than a chance to take down this title.
In 2016, I final tabled the PCA, final tabled the Aussie Millions and won it, and I'm here on 2 bullets and I'm hoping to win again. I mean, ideally I could go back to back.
Second on Australia's all-time money list and no stranger to big buy-in events, Jeff Rossiter is the short stack and will need to use his experience to get the best of his rivals. So a pretty strong final table, and I think it's fair to say that the two live satellite winners, Bertilsson and Johnson, have the worst seat draws, with the aggressive Italian with all the chips on their left.
I never got that whole left-right thing. Aren't they in a circle?
Blinds 30-60 with a 10k ante. Jeff Roster first to speak.
Says nothing.
Folds with a smile. Chance Kornuth.
Oh, reflection fold. Nice work, Janusz Kaminski.
Anton Bertilsson was down just a couple of big blinds on the penultimate day, but made an impressive recovery.
You know what I always say, James? All it takes is a chip and a chair. Copyright Joe Staple in 2009.
Folded to Keith Johnson. He passes. Mustafa Canet has ace-7 in the small blind and calls.
You've been so kind to me, I can't do anything. I'm a really nice guy, not like Chance.
Oh man, Chance is the worst.
So Charlie Carroll checks his option and pairs his 6. Canet checks.
Charlie can bet second pair for value after Canet checks.
He bets 80,000.
Canet's got ace high, which would be beating some of Charlie's bluffs.
He calls the bet, so we go to the turn. It's the 10 of hearts, so Canet picks up a gut shot. He checks for a second time.
And Charlie's probably confident Mustafa would not have checked top pair on the flop, and he shouldn't have too many 10s either.
Charlie bets a second time, 200,000.
And when Mustafa does have a 10, Charlie will usually get a cheap showdown.
Mustafa's called the 200k. It's a queen on the end. Charlie rivers 2 pair.
Well, now he doesn't want a cheap showdown. He wants an expensive showdown, like a Zack Snyder superhero movie showdown.
Well, it's been checked to Charlie for the 3rd time, and he will bet a 3rd time. Pretty big, 740,000 in the middle. He makes it 650,000.
Should be a very easy fold.
Sure enough, Mustafa lays it down. Charlie Carroll adds 390k to his stack. Everyone's now locked up more than 100k. There's more than $500,000 up top. A win for either Mustafa or Chance would see them clear €1 million in live tournament earnings this year, and we're only in February.
February? Did I miss Christmas again?
Blinds are now 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. Mustafa Canet under the gun. As 8-10 suited, he raises to 175,000. Kings for Charlie Carroll.
Will it be a 3-bet or will it be a sneaky call?
It's the latter, the sneaky call.
Very, very sneaky.
King Jack for Chance Kornuth on the button, in position.
How much did you start with, Charlie? Like 4, I think.
We know he's in bad shape.
Fold.
And so did he.
Ooh, pass. I like that. Might have to stay.